Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Well, yesterday we had ourselves Hive being able to cause the disruption in the skies, but we also had somebody make a phone call and ask for pest control because we've got Na'Vi and BB team looking to catch on up and looking to put them down in number one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Masters EMEA for PPT. We have got ourselves an opportunity in our next 6 games to crown another champion here for the Masters. My name's Kalaris. Joining me is Mark Power and Avenger to get things rolling. Mark, we have a chance for the Hive to be cut off the tree potentially here.
Yeah, there is an opportunity. BB team stacked up really well, but so did Na'Vi. The consistency, and we keep saying it, Extend is looking so good for this team. 6 games remaining. You might be putting your money against one of those teams.
Maybe. Avenger, how's it looking out for you here when it comes to the standings?
Yeah, it's obviously it's still doable for some of the teams here, but they need to get things rolling in the first 1 or 2 games here. Otherwise, the top 3 is just going to run away with things, right? It's been pretty top heavy, and it's actually really interesting that it's 3 teams that are this close competing. So obviously the teams in 4th and down. Money to be had, prize money to be won here, but also some honor to be gained if you're able to kind of push yourself up a little bit further.
Very true. And the way they will gain some of that is via the points overall. Now, do bear in mind, here we are doing what are effectively your half-price chicken dinners for this at the moment, but kills are becoming all important in this mode at the moment, with such heavy kill counts contributing to those top spots. I think 60-some kills for the top 3 teams at the moment here, but Mark, it's still kind of important to get some of those placement points on the board, because if a tiebreaker comes along or anything like that, you do not want to be going out on just those points.
No, 100%. You still got to make sure you get towards the end circles, and we've seen teams pop up in the end circles as well. Yes, might not get the kills, but if you find yourself with a circle over the top of you, hunker down, wait the game out slightly, and then try and hoover up as many points you can. But for those other teams, as you mentioned, oh my God, from the word go, people are hunting those kill points because they want to get those +1s against their name.
Yeah, there's definitely been big shifts in how teams have been playing things out, not only because of this, but also because of things like recall being added to this tournament as a whole. And it will be $20,000 on the line for these teams, which will be decided today. One team's going to walk away with $7,000 for number 1. In Masters 1, of course, Avenger, we saw that Versus Pro was able to take that position. I don't think they're going to take Masters 2, though.
No, it's been a little bit different for them. I saw Scoom tweeting a little bit. He didn't like the point system here, but still, I mean, a big game to start things with. Then they're kind of in 4th, and then they need another big one to kind of catch up and hope for the top 3 to kind of fall behind. So it's a big day for them if they're hoping to get into the top 3. But right now, they're sitting pretty in 5th place.
Day 1, of course, was dominated by the bees of Hive, but let's take a look at day number 2 and see how those chicken dinners were able to materialize between all of these teams, because BB team with the back-to-back big best-of-luck team Avenger to start off yesterday.
Yeah, the bees in the first day, and then the BBs. The question is, we're going to get the BBBs for the 3rd day. No, I don't know. Honestly, BB obviously having a massive day. They stepped up their game from day 1 to day 2 here. Is obviously one of the reasons why they're in the top 3. It's cool to see. I don't know if it's the birthday buff from Adusi, but yeah, obviously for them to kind of go in, win back-to-back like that, also dropping them on a frags that they did, super impressed with their performance.
Yeah, we've seen, for the most part, really the big teams take the wins overall, but then we ended up the day, Mark, with Freeside finally getting a victory on board on a military island, Erangel, which I thought wasn't quite going to go their way. It was a bit special. We saw some special tactics being employed towards the end of that one as well, but Freeside was able to take it.
Yeah, they held the edge pretty well as they worked their way down. I was unfortunate for Ascend. I called Ascend for a back there. They actually were the only team on Military Island to start with, but unable to claim a victory. But yeah, interesting games. We saw a lot of snaky plays. We saw the recall system take effect in the Erangels as well, right? Where we had players come down with no gear and had to shimmy their way. But not a bad way to end. Obviously, Freeside are going to need a bit of confidence coming to this one. They're in that kind of mid-pack. And as we mentioned before, it's about getting the money. So they've got to try and sort of come off the success they closed off yesterday with, make sure they get a good amount of points today, because every placement point they get, every opportunity they jump ahead of someone, potentially more money in their back pocket.
Definitely. And for a team like Ascend, right, they have propelled themselves so well throughout the last couple of games there. They were languishing towards the very bottom alongside FaZe I wouldn't include them in the Don't Panic group, because for Don't Panic, it has been an absolute disaster. And again, we were talking about it yesterday. It's an unfortunate situation, and I do think probably they're a bit morally defeated considering the situation they're in. But let's keep our eyes on the prize. The top spots right now, those are the top 3 on your screen. There is a divide here, Avenger. It will be hard pressed to see someone join that top pack, kind of catch up on that moving goalpost. But we've seen crazier things.
Yeah, 23 points from 3rd to 4th is obviously massive, especially with the new point system. But everything else in between that, only 16 points difference from 4th place to 12th here. I think that is quite insane. It's quite close. Obviously, even the teams, Skidless Face, 100 ADR, one big game for them. They can also jump in there, but our mid pack is super tight, and it is because of our 3 sponges at the very top. Only 8 points difference for those guys is obviously super close and super tight as well. But Hive, with those 4 wins and the rest of the placement points too, that's still massive for them.
Yeah, definitely. There's still quite a bit of money to play for. Don't get us wrong when it comes to like our 4th through 8th, who might not be able to join a top 3 here, Mark, but still jostling for position there and gaining as many points as possible for what is Masters West later on in the year is also very important.
Yeah, you have to keep Masters West in the back of your minds, and I'd even extend that 8 down to maybe what we say. Let's incorporate a Slam G. If Slam G come out and put some big kills on, they can maybe start looking at. So there's kind of these 2 Battlegrounds, that sort of tight battle we spoke about, but definitely 4th all the way through to that Slam G if they sort of pop off. But if they let the game slip by, that'd be them dropping off the table. So expect over the next 6 games that if these teams on the right hand side of the table, if they don't perform, we're going to start dropping them out of the conversation, because yes, they'll be slotting themselves into some money sort of area, but they're not going to be sort of pushing themselves up as high as they can. And you've got to remember, Masters West, they want to try and get as high as they can on this table.
Yeah, very, very important for these teams. And there'll be plenty of money on the line alongside all of that here. If you had to stake a claim, though, here, Avenger, if you look at our top 3 teams, who do you think is going to be able to prevail at the end of today?
I mean, I'm gonna steal it from you now that there's 3 teams. We have to pick one each, right? But I'm gonna steal it from you. We're gonna take BB Team, James. It's their time. It's destiny. I think BB Team, with how they're able to play and kind of, roll into things, and if they're able to improve from day 1 to day 2 like that, and then kind of roll on with that confidence, I think we're gonna see a big day from them as well today.
Are you echoing that, Mark, or are you going for someone else?
No, do you know what? A BB Team, 100%. I kind of feel like it's their year at the moment. The only sort of curveball, when you look at Na'Vi and their kills, you can't kind of drop the eye on them, should we say? Because if they do continue the way they're also going, yes, they've not been as explosive as a BB Team, but we know they can be quite consistent. So, final 6 games, maybe Na'Vi will play, but I definitely will be putting BB in front, which is a bit sad for Hive, I know that.
They've maintained a great lead across the 2 days. However, it has been slowly whittled away at yesterday, that is for sure. You guys at home as well can join in all the fun that is currently going on by asking us questions. We can use the hashtag MastersMike EMEA and join in. Hey, look at what? Hello, hello.
Look at
Who's that?
Look at that dapper married lad right there.
Anyway, come and ask us questions with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA over on X. We will talk no more about that photo. And you can potentially win yourself some G coins here to get everything going. What do you think of that, Martin?
I think it's great. I mean, you guys have themed up, and today I gotta say, Mark, you looked up as well today. That Scottish theme knitted sweatshirt is absolutely fantastic.
Isn't it the Greek flag?
Well, I heard you guys have got blue shirts, so I just went for a blue and white in the middle just to separate us. Like, that's the idea. That's the plan, boys.
It's great. I like it. I love it.
Well, of course, you guys at home as well can also provide feedback on what is going on in TTP, PUBG Esports at the moment as well by using this QR code that is down towards the bottom. So make sure to also do that. Give your feedback as to what is currently happening here in the ecosystem as a whole. Obviously, they're quite keen on hearing on what is your thoughts for all of that. But now we will have, throughout the day, 6 more games remaining to determine who is going to become our champion here of Masters number 2. And with that, we will be doing our usual things of starting over on Miramar. We have our wildcards, and then we have Erangel to round things out. I do find Erangel such a strange enigma at the moment. I don't know if it's because we're always playing it at the end mark in this, but we've been talking about it the last couple of weeks, last couple of months. It feels like the meta game is so strong. Teams are playing it in such a weird way compared to where we normally were for Erangel. Maybe it's just my imagination, but what do you think?
No, then you add in the change of points, half-price chicken, and it's the last 2 games for them to try and get some points on the board, and then a little sprinkle of military islands. It's just hyper aggressive. So I expect big things to come from game 17, game 18. That might be the make or break for some of these teams if they don't perform in the early couple of maps. But yeah, they've definitely been playing out a little bit differently in the last couple of weeks, even on the player tours with a best of 4 scenario. Even the one angle has been quite chaotic.
It feels like our normality has been Miramar, Martin.
Yeah.
Miramar is our stable map at the moment, and then all hell breaks
I
loose.
mean, the players also love Miramar. It's such a good map, right? And I would actually wonder a little bit if Miramar was to be our last 2 games of the day. We would see a bit more normalized Wrangle because it's not as chaotic. People are like not done with the day. Okay, it's just the last 2 games. Let's just get the max out of it. It could be a little bit different, but still, Miramar is just such a stable. The teams, especially here in TPP, it's just such a good map to play because there's so many good spots to play. There's so many open areas that's where you can be accommodated in a little bit of a dip. You have some riches to play. The compounds are working extremely well as well for TPP. So yeah, it's interesting to see, and I really love playing myself Miramar, but also love watching it. It's you can see the big brain plays are coming in very often here in Miramar.
As a bolty guy myself, I love Miramar. Like, just being able to, whip out the bolt action and try and get some nice long-range shots. That being said, of course, then you always get donked by good DMR players. And I was never a DMR guy, Mark. I always favored those flashy shots, the flashy moments.
Yeah, talk about the flashy moments. It was Doozy's birthday yesterday with those double headshots. I'm the other way, mate.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to say it's a skill thing. I can't hit that perfect shot. I've just got the itchy trigger finger that I've just got to spam loads of 7.62 or 5.56 down to the other side. But I am not a bigger fan of Miramar. I like it. I like watching it. I actually really prefer the Tagos and Rondos because I think they have a little bit of both. They've got the terrain advantage if you know it well, but also you can get up close and personal.
Tago's been wild. Obviously, we saw the Quizzy moment on day number 1, and then moving into the next one as well. It's you on day 2's Tago. Obviously, we have that crazy pseudo-urban ending there, Martin, where Hive is coming in. They had minutes and minutes and minutes to prepare for that kind of eventual push over that road into there, and we're able to do something with it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I gotta say, there's multiple moments yesterday. Like, the big one for me was the first bullet, I was gonna say here, first mortar accuracy from Best of Luck. Like, that was insane to hit, of knocking a flush on that on the first one. Like, that accuracy was just insane. We had, again, multiple great moments throughout, and I understand why Mark loves like the more kind of chaotic maps, both to play and to watch, because you see so many moments. It's just like you don't expect, and that's what I really love watching from Rondo and Tago, because these players have not played it anywhere close to as much as they've played Miramar and Wrangle, obviously.
Yeah, no, for sure. There are still 1 or 2 moments where you get a Tago or you get a Rondo, Mark, where you're thinking to yourself, okay, we haven't really actually had that many circles here in esports, so how are these teams going to play these dips, these dives, these divots? And you see moments where it's almost as if suddenly they've discovered a really nice dip, and it's like, oh, we could do something from here.
And then we find ourselves in TVP and a doozy punishes you. But no, they are good. And look, especially for those teams that need to kind of make a sort of a last-minute ditch attempt now for the leaderboard. Those 2 maps in the middle are going to be key, I think, when we look at the likes of Ascend, when we look at likes of a Foot Esports, or even a Slam G, I'll add into that, because they can be creative. They can get aggressive if they want to, because there are going to be areas of which not everyone has as much practice on. So if they've got the gun skills to do it, they've got the aggression, they can go get those kills, and we've already seen how crucial these kills have been in this format. So I'm really intrigued to see how our middle maps play out.
All right, well, we are just moments out as we get to Miramar. Any final thoughts, Mark, before we let you go?
No, all good. Let's see if Hive can hold on, or we're going to see BB is going to take it away.
All right, well, me and Avenger will bring it in then. Mark, get out, leave. We have got ourselves the Dusty Dunes on the way to start things off. There is 1 day remaining, one more opportunity here for all of these teams to get themselves to number 1, claim $7,000 of that $20,000 prize pool. Myself, Kalaris, and Avenger will be bringing you this first game.
Yep, James, let's get things started here. We're going to get a very, very fair and easy plane path coming off to the south, just south of Los Leones, and going up a little bit northwest, but the vast majority of the teams get into the loot spots. They even go into alt spots if that is needed here. So that's great to see a little bit kind of more of a stable start for the day before we, delve into more chaos as the day kind of leads on here.
Yeah, we will see. We will see. For all of these teams now, really very, very paramount. You start strong, start powerful, and 100 ADR. Oh, are they both in the car? He is in the car. Are we dropping him off? I don't think so. I think Foot is driving. He could easily just drive him to a friend with a gun.
That's great. That's well played. Okay. That's very well played. But there's an Uzi there, and 8C's got another one. He's running out. That's unfortunate for Luik. To be lost like that is early. That's just not really the way you want to go. And especially in this, the plane path here, you have these tendencies. We've seen a lot when it starts south. We've seen a lot of these circles kind of have the first circle also pop south, and it does pop south, but it's kind of far southeast here, James.
Yeah, that will be technically. It's interesting this drop actually for a Foot, because usually they would try and stretch for that Impala split and things like that, but them going down all the way to Partona, they wanted to be on the ground fast to be able to try and react to whatever they wanted to do from here. So it's not like Impala would have been completely out of the realms of possibility for a stretch, but it's an interesting little change, and they get a little reward for it.
I think, it would be quite easy to kind of get the cars on the east side of Los Leones, but then again, it's also it comes back to them maybe thinking, okay, it could be a south or a southwest kind of circle, and they could have extremely high priority getting into the kind of early stages of that circle here. It would have been almost a home turf circle for them if they were an Impala, but as you can see, Ferris is already in the ends compound. We already have Beamy south of them too. Hackator is setting up as well. Like, we're gonna see some greedy 2-2 splits to begin with. Slam G is gonna get in there too, because the way the plane path kind of worked out for some of the teams there, it will be a little bit rough for them, and they would be somewhat late. At that point, I'd probably even send 2 to the ends compound that Ferris is in and loot that as a 2-man if I were Foot. But here I'm thinking they're banking on a south circle or like a southwest circle. That's my idea, at least.
I'm such a fan of what Na'Vi and VP did. As you were mentioning, obviously they got to these compounds really early, but it must have been a case of, okay, we were actually watching who was dropping out and which direction they were going whilst this was going on, because to know, the Foot would normally have control of some of these compounds if they'd have gone that way, but that's not to be the case here. We see a few shots popping off across the board as Na'Vi's trying to just flex a little bit their muscles here, making sure nobody's coming towards these compounds. Obviously, we know these compounds are ultra pricey when it comes to a circle like this. We get so many circles in these kinds of fields, so to be here super early, love it. Yeah,
and ends one, 3 or 4 games per phase from this compound here. Navi's backing it up. They want to hold on to this. Slam G is slamming into it. They want to take the fight to them.
Yeah, very, very cheeky, seeing what they can get done here. So I said, just kind of lurking around this side, waiting for maybe Slam G to make a move. Off on the distance, there is a little bit of an off angle. You got to be careful about that. As Sos said, if you do come around here, is he smoking off? Oh my days, he is. Oh, love that, Sos said, just to deny a potential angle that is going down. But Nixie from the distance hits extent, and that actually does have an impact on this potential fight.
Cancel fast. Ready to boost. Ready to boom. Ready to rock and roll. No goal. Just waiting for this. The sound cues are coming in.
Is that the sound cue? No. You see the distance as well as Win or Die is already taking up residence in decent longhouse position here, but Ferris instantaneously returns on boosting. Good stuff.
Only losing 22 HP, and that is massive. Noble here slowly just trying to clear this as well. Win or Die taking the Diamond Dogs compound. That early is also fantastic. But yeah, locking this down here extends. Is he gonna get saved soon, or what's happening here with this? That's really the big question here. Artix is on the other side here. Mogo's the last player in this compound.
Yeah, it's a good question of like, can they really afford the off angle now that they've already lost Boostic the way that they have, and Navi is still in here with smokes. So what does Arctics do to try and help and remedy this situation here for Slam G after the loss of Boostic? It does get a bit scary. Did Navi get extens up? Yes, they did.
Okay, great.
So
yeah,
now that gets even more hairy. Arctics has got to do something here, I think.
Yeah, Arctics is playing maybe just to get them off and trying to get them out, and then Lurks can backfill. Even Mogo come out with a Panther at this point. Lurks actually got in. Okay, this is going to be a pretty crazy waiting game. Someone has to make a mistake, and it's going to get punished by someone with information. Hakatori here with a great angle. Look at this, just not exposing himself at all, but getting so much information here on Arctics. Unless you have steps or sound cues from Mogo's angle, he has no idea. And if he tries to move or run towards the compound, he's going to have a quite easy knock on him.
And the onus is on Arctics to really do something still, right? We were asking, what is he going to do, considering they're a man down? So maybe he's going to feel pressed to try and make a move here. And as soon as he does, he'll peek on around and try and go for this damage. A little bit of damage does go through, thanks to the grenade moving forward. Navi's moving as a squad here. Hakatori gets him. Arctics down already. This is a perfect little sweep coming out from Navi to shut down Slam G.
All right, this Panzerfaust here potentially could do a lot of damage, or could knock himself on one Navi player. But that would be fine. Mogo just getting things ready. Yeah, I mean, with a perfect push from Navi, that's huge. Mogo gets extends, and now with a Panzer in hand, potentially could throw that towards him, shoot it straight into it. Okay, he's going for it. Look at that. They have the information because of it. Damage not done at all. If it went into the other window, that would have been huge. Hakatori took some damage here. So's it now. Trying to hold off Mogo. Mogo down to nothing, but he had to get a first aid off now. Utility's coming. Committed. He's going to connect. 55 damage. Huge damage on Mogo down here.
Yeah, similar to when it was an onus on Arctics to do something. Now that they've got the res here, it's not too bad. But I was thinking maybe Ferris needed to try and make a little bit of a move here to slow down any potential encroachment onto this location. But with 3 alive, just looking through the windows, no Panzerfaust in hand for the Slam G boys anymore, because as you say, it didn't really do much. This gets a bit easier here for Na'Vi, and there's not really a huge time limit on this unless somebody decides for a very aggressive third party, right? They know that they are center circle. They can hold this out for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be a standoff until phase 3, phase 4, depending on where we see. Now shots coming in from the other side. The Mad hits 46 damage and knocks him as well with the angle. MK. Crazy angle. He did not expect that, but he was open to that. Ooh, okay. Connects a little bit more here. Also silence shots from that range. You can't really hit more than 400 meters. It's the, oh my god, the Ferrari peak drive-by from Hakatori straight onto the face of Mogor, even though he had the TPP peak advantage. That was insane. And yeah, that puts us down to just 14 teams.
Oh, he's a fast boy. He goes meow and gets him here. Well done by that all standards, as we're on board with Foot to see where they're coming in from. A little bit later down towards the southwest side, trying to join up with things. Win or Die has actually spread themselves out, not only for the Longhouse, but also put 2 members in Impala as well. So they're trying to control a little bit more of a swath of land, which, as long as they don't get a big full 4-man crash on the west side of that Longhouse, they should be okay.
For sure, free side, obviously, on a big old rotation here, getting as one of the later teams into this circle here. Still 1 minute to drive to get deeper, and then they're obviously hoping for a northwest shift as they're just driving over Graveyard just now. Twisted Minds is sitting on for a little bit of a gatekeep or camp here. They are stopping to maybe scout for some information. Meanwhile, 100 ADR jumping on to a E pickup here.
Where are they currently? Okay, all the way to the west.
Outside the,
see where they want to go.
The map.
Yeah.
Look at that. Trying to pop tires, didn't connect. The ace there, it looked like it did not have too many attachment on it the way that it jumped that and marched. Also, no EMAX. EMAC here, but didn't look how he had one on the mini. Maybe it got one
not
just
much
now.
7.6. Not much 7.6 ammo to his name as well, right? Which will potentially cause problems unless we see some switches or a little bit of extra looting, maybe some trading going on between them.
He had 305,
also,
so maybe he just didn't find an AUG on M4 at this point here. Next zone spot to pop, James. Where are we going? Oh my god, perfect zone here for Freeside and Twisted Mind. It's a Cantera split angle. Shots coming in here from Example. Can he connect onto Chris? He's saying no thank you. Good thing that was downhill, because otherwise that bus was not going to get that much speed to get away from that. But he's driving all the way over to Perfectix. Is he going to get caught on the other side here? Could be getting close.
Maybe.
Shots, Chris. A little bit.
Looking for it. See what he can find. Even eyes to the sky as well. Hearing choppers going over. And
get to the
I understand it. Making sure. The chopper. Get to the chopper. Go on, can you say that actually, please?
I just said, get to the chopper.
Oh, you... That was not your normal Arnie impression, which is normally just your normal voice, so it's fine.
Get to the chopper. GK, though, they're considering if they want to fight. Look at that. Shots here on 180R. This is a strong position to kind of gatekeep some of the teams. They're trying to get out of Los Leones. So maybe 180. Oh, look at that. Connecting good shots here to fix.
Still trying for it.
Yeah.
Seeing what you can find. It's slow and steady here, and not much to be found at all. And they're just going to move north here and try and get somewhere. Oh, PWD's already leading the charge, heading up to this, what is technically usually a very strong warehouse compound, but it is quite far west. So unless they get some hard shifts, it won't be the most amazing of spots. The Spiro will join up with the rest of them as well and see what you can get done. Still keeping an eye on 100 ADR. Good as a cover shot potential, just in case they start spraying down some of your vehicles, but it's quite far.
All right, Spiro maybe also going to the other guy. Shots coming in from 180R. That could also be the thing, right? You're putting damage onto 180R while the other guys are moving, so they have to focus on kind of getting into cover and maybe healing a little bit rather than focusing on the other GK guys trying to move. Like that pressure that you're applying that forces other teams to potentially put some first aids out or try to get into cover and then start looking around. That's time saved and health saved potentially for the others here. Adusi spotted FaZe Clan here in Impala, and that could be a little bit of nuisance to them, but still they're outside the zone. They have to get in there. Shots are coming in as well towards Adusi, but he's just getting information up here, James. This high ground here is obviously super valuable, but outside the zone he's gonna have to consider where to go. He's probably just gonna scout towards deeper into this next zone depending on where it pops.
Have you caught a whiff of the win or die split now? They have gone very quick about getting all the way up that road, and I kind of like it. What about you?
I mean, it's decent compounds. Like, there's a reason why the compound Getrox is in is called Tire Pop. You're never going to get away from there with the car, so that's kind of a last resort. The split on the ramps that Hello, My Bad, and Levante has, that's huge. Like, you can usually win games from there, even. You know, run up on the fields. Like, you have a lot of control from that side layers. It has to go really far north, so that's cool. Free side, though, this is, I mean, this 2-2 split that they're going to have now is pretty strong if we give this shift towards Cantera side. So they could actually make things work. And it's not too bad. You got good cover towards each other. This next zone obviously going to pop soon. I've not seen a BRDM just yet, James. The question is, how many are we going to see today, you think?
That's a good question. I mean, on these early maps, maybe not too many, but for Erangel, maybe a bit. This is a very quick drop down.
Cancel. They want to run or play on foot or drive there. Shots coming in, though. FaZe is pulled up onto this spot here now. This is not the time you want to have a 2-2 split here. Oh, that's a great seed swap. What? Jumping straight in. Fex gets it, though, but Hackatory, he tunes in as well to this fight. A third party. Great timing for him. Fex, is he going to get saved? He's actually going to get flushed and stolen from a douchey from Narnia. We're talking 800-900 meters away.
This is ridiculous. I look like Hello, My Bad was trying to do there, but FaZe, yeah, just rocking up on that just too strong, just too quickly to deal with it. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom, Virtus Pro is still looking over all of these fields. There's still a lot of line of sights into these fields. We were mentioning it before, right? The fact that Na'Vi has that compound so early, they moved there quick. They knew that it could potentially be a big focus with Bucky down to Skittles, running alongside them.
Good shots connecting here, and Hickses gets Winkley down. That's great. Just 2 players left for 180R. Sad Kid and Hicks is here. Hadouken on the other side. Is he going to connect some shots? No, just not from this spot here. A little bit of a rough situation for these teams coming in on the south side. Once they survive this area, they're going to have to run in towards Eternal Fire. And they got this compound north of them locked down. Quizzy's joining on this. They want to sweep out and take control of this western side here. Once they have to get out of their compound, they want to make sure that the west is theirs.
Finding the position where Twisted Minds is. Got to be a little bit cautious. They are split though, of course, so it's not too many barrels that are going to be trained your way. Just examples, but example is the Cyborg. So, okay, Cyborg down. And also Quizzy down as well here from 100 ADR. GK was split quite wide, trying to find an entry point on this west side, but we'll take a casualty because of it.
That's... either you want to be, you want to be 2-2 split. You want to make sure that you're in a spot for being knocked there. But I mean, confidence is obviously flowing through Quizzy at the moment after what we've seen from him so far. But I would have loved to see them controlling this western side. On the other side, PUBG could potentially get up, get to him, get his blue chip, and they're actually controlling one of the last towers that is somewhat inside this zone before it closes. So it's possible, but yeah, it would take time and effort and delay them even further for their further campaign into this next circles here.
Yeah, just steady for all these teams in these hills. Everyone lying down, waiting, hoping for a little glimpse of a head peeking over a rock or something like that. More information, even though a lot of these teams and players hit down here already kind of have a decent wherewithal as to where some of the other teams are. They just don't want to give them any opportunity to take a shot, take a pot shot. But we are just moments out before our circle. Where are we going? I'm expecting a Fields. And we straight to Hive. Number 1 on the leaderboard right now, Martin. This is a gift from the gods.
Yeah, that's huge for them. FaZe is already setting up quite nice as well. They're going to have that eastern control here with the split that they have. Only being 3, though, could be a little bit rough for them. BB team trying to go to tie a pop. Meanwhile, Ascent is also doing that. We're probably going to see a fight there just shortly. BP is sending it to the ridges above Hive. I like that on the western side. It's technically low ground, but it's above them on the map here on the western side. So a little bit of utility maybe be committed. BB's already knocked, so that's Eternal Fire also chiming in on this fight.
There's no wonder if they're going to spend some of it to try and dislodge them. At the same time, they could live right there for a while. Lou takes down as alongside Spectix Maver, as Freeside is making quite a bit of a desperate move here against all of this. Cantix is down as well. Twisted Minds is absolutely dismantling them at the moment, but at the same time, they're taking shots from GK from the distance.
These phase 4s, man, it's just the face of death. There's so many teams fighting. It's practically impossible to figure all of them. Batulians, though, here, nice shots. Gets Freeside down finally here for them. And GK is going to backfill that, so they're going to have a bit of a rough time with that. Let's see what GK and the boys from PUBG is going to do. Batulian's going to be left alone here in this compound. Eternal Fire too.
Coming in behind them as well.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this is scary. Everyone knows that on that west side, they really didn't have many options where they're going to go. Likewise, Eternal Fire was coming in from that south position. Their compound was almost entirely pushed out. They want to be more proactive. But Mad gets put down. No activity going out from him for the moment. Just a little bit of a crawl. Another nade coming in from Spiro here. He's got a third. Can he get Quetpa? If he gets another one. Oh, just a little bit of a clip on Quetpa.
He throws the nade on the other side here. Batulians is also going to be like, oh, all right, you guys are fighting. I'm going to be third-partying your fight solo. And then maybe he can get a knock, maybe a flush on that. More utilities being committed here. Spiro, okay, spotted Code Marco inside this, and then threw a little bit of util. He's actually got caught into the fire there. He's going to be taking tons of damage. Obviously going to get out of it, but still, it's going to be rough. Diffic's been found by Hadouken, and Spiro got the flush here on Matt. That's just really rough for GK here. If they were 3 or 4 man on the spot here, it's going to be quite an easy clear. Foot has also stepped in, and are now taking pot shots at everything on the south side.
Yeah, moving away from Cantera here, Foot realizes that it's very likely not going to be going their way as circles unless we get big hard shifts. So they're trying to just flex out on these angles, trying to deal with whatever they can. As now Sloy gets Quetpa on this position as well. Here comes Quizzy, parachuting on in to try and help out the situation. Get him back up and good to go. I need some gear on board, perhaps.
All right. I mean, for sure, Foot has the upper hand. Being this team here close, they're just going to hold all these teams out now at this point. Even has a bit of a sliver inside that crater angle here. Can play uphill and be safe from the west side and then just hold everyone out. the question is really when they have to get completely out of that, then they're going to have to take a fight potentially with VP and Hive.
Oh,
good utility usage.
can you imagine? That nade could have done a lot.
It's going to do
Go Marco.
Oh.
So close on Schiller. So close.
More. Okay, got the first aid off. Put Marco close to Bulu zone. Okay. They already got the first aids off. So okay, that's the combination you want. Blue zone with other util, right? Like lethals. That's
nice.
Great play here. Great. He's gonna get 2 from that. That's huge. Running. Follow up with that. Oh, great reactions from PUBG. The Wonder Kid himself has been playing since he was 14 years old. Had to wait 4 years to be able to compete, and now he's here. Now utility's being committed. Look, that's a blue zone. That's a nade, a blue zone, and a Molotov. A perfect combination for that. Sloy is actually tuning in as well for PUBG. And now tuning in. Oh, great angles here from Batulin. He's just going to clear up Geeky quite easily. Okay, yeah, gets that.
Yeah, there was no way they were going to expect that. That was crazy stuff coming out from Batulins at the moment. He's going to dance around, get back to this building, and maybe continue spotting even more pressure. But they're down that hill. He doesn't want to peek out because he knows he will be exposed. Some of the angles there from Sloy, but Sloy is now moving and trying to a little bit of a spot himself, I think.
Look at all these teams. Look at the minimap on the top right. Everyone's just shooting southwest. Navi's just getting absolutely peppered from 3 teams. VP, Hive, and Win or Die. Just shooting so many bullets into these smokes here. Yeah, they're not going to survive this at all. Oh, he's trying to nade. I like that. That's huge. Hackator's going to die to that blue, but the nade's not going to be anywhere close. Sloy is on the next ridge over. Tulin's now going to have to use a medkit now, and then he's going to swing out and try to look. Sloy gets PUBG again. But Tulin's now know that GK is down to just 1 player. Quizzy is left alone here. He's in the smokes.
Dragon of Power coming in from Sloy. Doing very well here for Skittles, all things considered. 4 kills on the board just now. Maybe if PUBG gets led out, that's another point there. 5 kills go their way. And now, looking towards
huge
Quizzy, he goes down. But Toolins, he's been saving some points here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, great amount of kills coming in for him there. That's a massive salvage game to be solo like that. And now Foot here with this next circle pop, unless they get an insane western shift, then they're going to have to figure out who are they going to fight, who are they going to step up to and move towards. The teams on this side here from the southwest side are going to be a little bit rough to play against. But they're potentially going to have to do a car rotation here, James, with this next circle popping soon.
Yeah, and all these other teams probably envious of the fact that Virtus Pro made the send towards the little dip that exists next to the Hive compound. It's been quite well protected. Hive didn't want to really spend any utility dislodging them. They know that they can just exist together for it all, and it does center here. But Tulin's out. Good job by him. 4 kills on the board for him at least. 6 kills overall for Twisted Minds. And Foot, though, is going to continue to try and rule the roost on the west side, but eventually they've got to come off these hills. And then when they do, maybe they will be a bit of a firing range for some of these teams.
Yeah, BB team also going to have to figure out, are we going to breach the compound, play uphill on these ridges on the east side? Foot, I think they're just going to be playing on AT and Scav side, on that southern side, but they're going to try to see if they can get a little bit of maybe some damage and knocks onto Ascend. Ascend is actually 4-man strong here on the northern side, and they're just waiting for that crater side to be clear, maybe waiting for BB team to make a move as well. Then they're going to be safe and kind of sound on the northern side themselves.
Yeah, all about biding your time here, waiting for all of those pieces to line up. As we do have a BRDM. Hello, Nixie.
Look at that.
All right. Well, that makes that dip even scarier now.
Yeah. Good luck breaching that, boys. This is they're going to be playing the riches uphill here, but tons of shots are coming towards BP team here. Okay, jumps out. That's easy to knock here for Dance. It finds Smaller Dust quite nicely here. And Best of Luck might be able to get a rest from that. Okay, James Face Clan. They're trying to get this little dip cleared out of Win or Die.
It's forwards. Not bad here. They do go over the hill a little bit further. Levante is going to try and be the extra bit of firepower that does exist for them to be taken out. And in the distance, still Sloy, still surviving, still somehow. Well done by him. He has been spotted though by Vard. He's going to try and go for some Dragonov shots here. Muzzle breaker on board. Nothing hit just yet. He's somehow getting away with this.
Exploding the car. Dude. That cover is mine now. It's going to be smoking. And this is, again, I mean, 50 more seconds, and Fates are gonna have to make a move. They're gonna have to put themselves into a spot where they can actually fight. Looks like a pull-up on Sloy even. Foot is backfitting that. That's gonna be a big fight between Foot and Fates, and eventually pull up here from them. Their car is also gonna be exploding just shortly. That's extremely well played here by Fates, but now the damage has been done. Lost one player, Vart down to just nothing, and Foot are gonna be rolling in with this.
Yeah. A little bit of desperation on the side of Face to try and make something work, considering that they couldn't dislodge Win or Die. So now Foot is going to capitalize on that quite heavily. As you said before, the Foot was going to be playing on the side of Scav and down on the south side, and it looks like a great entry point for them to control, to have to seize.
Yeah, Foot handing out the cease and desist letter here onto Face. This is our tip. This is our side. You're not going to make anything worth it. For sure. That goes down as well to Win or Die. That's actually smart from Devant to go out and try to clear this out.
Whoa!
The pull-up from VP. Hello, VP. Are they playing music in game? I'd love to hear, but what a great... Oh my god, third party. Look at that. Steals coming in. Iskris got one of them, but Nixie managed to steal one of them here. Layers also coming into a doozy, but what a great way to kind of just push a ridge that VP wanted for themselves.
It's like you're just sailing a sloop around and then suddenly a galleon turns up and fires all its cannons at you. This is what you're supposed to do against the position that they've got. I mean, at the same time, though, the Courage tries to get out, go to the other side. Jeez Louise, he almost died off there to all of the shots coming in from Foot and the like.
Right, Foot. The next team that has to make a move. All the other teams are inside the circle. Are they just going to be shot from Mirror one here? Win or Die, ready for it. Hive, VP. I mean, these riches here are safe for now, but they're going in one by one by one. And they're leaving two guys behind there. Eventually, they're also going to have to move. VP can backfill them too. Look, they're actually setting up for that. Nidix got knocked as well.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I don't think they're going to have time for that res. VP
The problem that
committing some
if
mid
exists is that Hive has kind of a bit of a stronghold,
Yeah.
but at the same time, they're only 3, right? So if all of these kind of slowly weed out, maybe Hive becomes a little bit of a victim of it as well. Nice nade from Kirexi.
The Finn finished him. Scav is down. Don't see a res coming through here either, James. Team going?
No,
Want to be here to him.
it just run him over.
Dude.
The great white shark. It's more like a whale shark about how fast it moves. But still,
Well played,
oh my
Win or Die.
God!
So
Okay.
well played, Win or Die. That's exactly the perfect timing. You have so tight smokes there, and you have a BRDM. You know it's two teams, but and a knock is there too. Commit a bit of util there, and you get tons of points. Look at that, 7 kills here for Win or Die, and they put themselves into the top 3.
And we did think coming into this scenario that that kind of dip would be a bit of a nade trap. They just kind of scuttle on down if you hit the side, hit where exactly everybody's standing. So very strong stuff coming out from Win or Die. Now, how do we dislodge the kings in the castle is the question.
3 kills for them. Still decent, and guaranteed a top 3 there. Repairing some helmets or armor. Couldn't see which one just yet, but that's great. What do you think about the all-in-one repair kit? Thoughts?
Well, I like the repair kit.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I've always... Yeah, I mean, it was in a while ago, right? And then they took it out for a little bit and then put it back in. Not in ranked and kind of this mode, as it were, but yeah. But I loved it when it was even initially put in. I was just repairing everything. This is brilliant.
It's very strong for 3 gear. Like it makes 3 gear even stronger, right? And if you're lucky enough to find a vest, or you're crate hunting, like it makes it just extremely strong. Like if usually what I do, if I find a repair kit, I go crate hunting because I want the helmet. It's just so strong.
Yeah.
And if you're able to repair it before it gets popped off, it's just next level. It's just so good. Well, all right, we're gonna die though. Taking control of this eastern side here. I really like what I'm seeing from them so far here. They're putting on pressure onto VP, and they're making sure they're out of angles for Hive.
Yeah, not too many angles for Hive at all. They've been relatively quiet, as you say, only 3 kills so far throughout the game. The compound has afforded them strong defense, but not too much offense with the way in which these teams have been moving around next to it. Molly goes forwards against Kirexi, and we can see if Pedrox can do much more with the blue zone there, but he really would have needed to clip him with the Molly and then into the blue zone. to really have done something. Double molly against Gedrox, but just kind of threads the needle, stays exactly where he needs to be in between them.
I'm surprised Hive doesn't go more aggressive in this. Like, they hear the utility being committed, they hear smokes being deployed. They could move, you know, multiple players into one house that is on the same side. They know that it's two teams out here on that eastern side fighting.
Oh, you're taking ticks here,
blue zone damage from the actual zone. But he was just trying to buy his time just a little bit. They have these ridges as well to work with. This is a great approach. Zone ends, you know, straight smack bang in the middle of the compound, in between the compound house that Rox has and the house that is currently unoccupied. So let's see what happens here with VP and Winner Die. Shots coming in. Correct turns on Gedrox here, James.
Yes, he does. See if we can get a bit more done here from all of this. I also saw Hive move together closer a little bit, and I was concerned of them being a bit too split once this fight does come their way, but looks like they've been able to get together a bit more. A little bit as Presenti moves towards Schengen. Nate goes out, trying to clip Nixie. Does get a little clip on him. But now, I mean, Gedrox and Corexi cannot be saved by the looks of things. Leosh already takes Corexi.
Yeah.
And now, little turn on that flash.
Nixie's just trying to get time done here. This could be a welcome. You just saw him. You just saw him. Great play here from Winner Die. Look at that nade. Was even on top of him, too. Timing great for him. Levante finds Presenti as well, making it a 2 versus 2.
This was a bit of my concern. I thought maybe they were getting together, but no, they were staying as kind of 1-1-1 across these positions.
Full 3
now,
here.
this might give Win or Die a few more fights where they have the numbers advantage.
Full 3 gear for them. Win or Die currently in 4th with a great game here with a win. Could be that team that could be putting themselves into the chase to hunt down the top 3 here, James.
Could be. Oh, Schengen finds Leosh though. Now they know where Levante is. They saw some nade come out from that building. Schengen sees him on the cross. Oh,
close.
Almost gets him on that spray.
Smokes here is what wins the game for them. Offensive smoke, I like that. Oh, okay, no, it's just stun grenade.
Little flash.
The wrong color on the... It looked white. Oh, great headshot here. Only 10 damage. And now he gets hit by the zone. Schengen, last player for Hive. Winner else is alive here with Win or Die. Easy for them.
Let's love that underhand nade from Schengen to get this fight going. He's going to have to peek on around here and win this out. But there will be some shenanigans here. Levante keeping an eye on it. Flash goes out. Buying some time. He's now fully healed. Knows exactly where he is. Going to be going through the door. Then he's peeking at both at the same time. Goes round. That was perfect execution there from Win or Die to shut down Hive in the stronghold. I love that push through that building there, Martin.
Yeah, I can't believe they get this much out of it. Win or Die just perfectly executed their third parties. Perfectly executed this last kind of push onto a compound that is held by a team that has all the angles, all the cover. But yeah, that was just insane there. Extremely well executed by Win or Die. And as a team in 4th here, 11 kills plus the win, that's 16. They're going to be on, what, 75 now? Like, only like 10 points away from the top 3.
Yeah, very close. Mark joins us back to talk about this one as well. Very familiar compounds and fields that we're ending up with, but Win or Die, that's their 2nd win on the board now for the tournament.
Yeah, good play from them. Obviously, they played into that dip, and then they held out. They denied phase entry, and then they started sweeping around. Very hard for also the win. I feel like Hive should have maybe got together and then sort of swept the outside and stacked up, but they kind of left the door open to the compound. But Hive moved from there. They're off the drop in Minas and they played down to that compound straight away. So you'd argue that actually Win or Die was warmer and has been involved in a lot more fights than they have, and Hive maybe just not as dialed in to the level of aggression that Win or Die could bring.
Bit tough overall, but Win or Die manages to get themselves the victory. A hard-fought one as well, I would say, Martin, right? Like, if you think about how they're having to try and approach this compound, everybody on these edges trying to hold each other. You're trying to deny the Hive angles while also taking those fights. I'm very impressed for this win.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, like, they are, 2-2 splitting Impala and the Diamond Dogs compound east of the Ents compound, then going on to a greedy 1-1-2 split, losing one player. Then they go like, okay, we're going to go on the dip. It's a scary dip below the Hive guys, but if we defend it well, if we manage to use a good utility and kind of park the cars well, we're going to be able to kind of go deep here. I did not see them going in as a 3-man and getting 16 points, 11 kills out of that position at all. So yeah, that's just extremely impressive there for Win or Die.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling it for the day. I think that's going to give them a huge confidence boost to maybe try and kind of power out against what could potentially be maybe a catch-up here, Mark, from win or die.
Need some points, but yeah, look, a good start is going to be strong. Also, I really liked what Foot were doing. They obviously came in sort of that Cantera area. They played well. They were looking to try and get some kills. I think they're a little bit too further out, but I think after that win, games like they've got to be looking at these final 5 games and going, do you know if we can do that again? If we can do a BB and go back to back, like that's going to again control that gap down. Lots of other variables like where does Navi go, where does Hive go, where does BB go? But actually, if it falls the right way, we might actually be talking about 4 teams instead of 3.
Maybe. Great win overall. Really cool to see something like that come out for a circle where we do, yes, I say we're used to these compounds, we're used to these fields and stuff like that. But oftentimes, Martin, when we see these kinds of finishes, it feels sort of formulaic.
It does.
Like, okay, the team in the compound is gonna get the win just by how much. But nice to see that shake up.
This is one of the compounds where it's extremely difficult to get out and get anything out of it, because you have these 2 ridges, one on the west side, one on the south side. You have the high ground of the crater that worked out perfectly for Foot, where they could put pressure on them. Usually you can, in FPP, you consider the roof, you can go out and get tons of information here, but you're just extremely exposed. And with the teams that are playing in the ridges extremely early, like we did here, it's just not viable to go out and get kills from it. Like that's also why we saw not that many points kind of coming in for them, but still they're guaranteed a second place here in terms of points. Sure, it's just there's 50% off discount on the chicken dinner prices right now, so obviously it's not as much worth, but still they're now 9 points ahead of second place. They are 14 points ahead of third. Like it's just, you got this consistency that we're seeing from them. That's what we need from them for them to lock this home.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the fact that Hive has 28 placement points and the closest to it is 16, which is win or die.
Or 17.
But again, 17. it's quite a lot. It is quite a lot to be able to kind of make up alongside
2
those
wins.
kills. Na'Vi though, Na'Vi 75 kills so far on the board. That is some nuts stuff.
It's so weird to look at this, guys, and look at the placement points. Like, he's 5th place, only 9 placement points. It's like, what the? It's crazy.
Mark?
You're right, because he's Navi popping off, right? And getting species point format, you'd naturally think Hive going to get some massive points. Even if they bag second place and got 6 placement points from that in the old format, that'd be huge. But because of the format change, actually, Hive are going to be getting the wins. Yes, there's a level of consistency they need to keep up there. But I worry, because you go to the Navis, you go to the BB teams, you look at their current average run is a lot higher. The question is, Hive need to dig deep. They need more second places now. If they don't, actually, we're going to see a team like Navi, especially with the amount of kills, if they continue, they are going to catch up with them.
It makes you wonder, when I look at it, how much Freeside could make happen if they had more firepower on their side, right? The fact that they have 13 placement points, which is technically joint 4th highest in the lobby, if they suddenly were able to have more firepower akin to these guys that have played premier tournaments for 7 years, then maybe, they could be a whole lot higher as well. But it's a good start for them overall to try and make something happen for the Masters, right, Mark?
It's definitely a good start, and a team which deserve to be in a top 16 position, right? They've clawed their way through, so they just need to be able to convert the kills. But they were a team that have been controlling the edge. We saw it at day number 1. They controlled space as well. Didn't get the conversion that Hive did, but maybe underneath this chaos, we can see them working. You remember yesterday, Freeside ended with that win, so there's a level of confidence this team might be able to bring in to today. Obviously, another Miramar. I was so shocked that we saw a BRDM. I'll be honest with you. I'm hoping to see another one, because it was fun watching that one.
It felt like they got almost a little bit too overzealous with it in terms of where they were going and how they were trying to play it out. But again, whenever it's coming over the hill, it's already causing problems for the other team just by being there. Never mind taking anybody popping out and taking shots. But thank you, Mark, for joining us here as we are now ready for our next Miramar. Me and Avenger will be bringing in the Dusty Dunes again. And we have a very similar playing path, actually, from our previous game for our last Miramar of the tournament, Martin.
Yeah, the last Miramar of PPT here for Masters 2 here, crazy, very similar playing path. That's actually just almost a copy pasta. So the question is really, are we going to see difference in where the teams drop foot? They actually decide to go out and maybe see if they can get a kill on 180 once again. And all the other teams kind of swinging out and trying to get deep on that eastern side. I like. Okay. So I guess 180R, they're like not gonna contest at all for cars again, so that's completely fine.
Yep, I think they learned their harsh lesson from the previous game. Don't want to go big limping into the game as a 3-man. I get it, and Foot here will be able to wrestle those away. T-Bone was very confident about just, heading over to Partona, getting that loot on board as well already, compared to maybe that slower transition before. But let's see where our circle is going to be going as well for all of these teams. If we do get circles over to the east again, I think that we will see those very early moves to those very high priority compounds once again from the teams that are close by. I mean, even the big stretch of Navi's split, right? Like where Ferris is already heading over toward there. It's not bad. And that is very east, but a little bit more south.
The amount of east and south of Los Lunas endings I've had in both playing ranked and also seeing the scrims, it's just next level. It's been so many circles here and around this area, so massive setup already all for the teams that are in, BP, Skittles, FaZe Clan already looking extremely good. You gotta lock down some of those really high priority compounds early on here. Navi also probably gonna be sending it quite early to try and lock that down.
I'd like a resort again. A good old resort.
Yeah.
It gets a bit weird over there.
I actually don't mind resort at all for the endings. I actually think it's really good. We've had some really cool endings. Obviously, the one we had in PEC was awesome for multiple reasons with the exploding Molotovs and stuff. But still, it's just a great area, and it can accommodate so many teams and players in there. Who had the most knocks in Masters EMEA 1, James, though? Is it A, Perfectix, B, Nixies, C-Sparrow, or D, Mogor?
Ooh. Was this a question on the game show quiz that you guys did?
I think they did.
I think it might have been. Mark will know. He was the one asking the questions. But anyway, yeah, lock in your answer over in Twitch chat and tell us who you think is the answer. I think I know the answer, but I'm not going to say the answer.
You think you know, but it's a tie. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, I just checked.
They've done us.
They've
had us.
There's a tie. So I guess they just took the guy that had them most. I don't know. Oh, that's crazy. There's 2 correct answers there.
Okay, good to know. You've got a 50-50 chance of picking the right answer. Either you do or you don't.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Eternal Fire here, of course, in Picado. They're gonna. This is one of the rare situations where you're not inside that kind of first part of the circle. Obviously, the far north circles also doesn't have it, but here you're gonna have to make a move. You're gonna have to kind of move somewhat early, and you still are gonna be like the 8th or 9th team to try to get in and get a spot inside a already extremely occupied area where you have 1 or 2 teams that usually loots, north and south, Los, and all these areas. And we see a lot of teams that go for greedy splits, or have players that stay back in some of the compounds, or you just have one of these big houses or 5 stories each. It's just really scary to kind of rotate into, and it's one of the times where, like, being that team in Picado or even Pochinki and some of the other maps where it's it's extremely difficult to get in and get any early priority.
We're on board with some of these teams moving in from the north, trying to get on down into this circle. Now, for a circle like this, of course, obviously those compounds in the fields that we were just in prior, there's a lot of priority. We're just not north enough for those, right? But they can act as checkpoints for the moment, do a little bit of scout.
Sounds like I can't hear you anymore, so I'm just worried that you might have a power cut again, James. We'll see when you're going to be back here, so I'm just going to be taking over until you get back, buddy. But yeah, obviously here with some drops coming in on the side, 180R locking down some of the kind of better spots inside this western side, and potentially getting in on early here. Navi also rotating quite close. I like when you're kind of caravanning, getting on tight with things here. We're going to be seeing Navi moving in a little bit deeper and get some of these kind of priority areas on the eastern side. They're going to be spotting Lurks, taking some pot shots towards him. With the 3x only though, shots coming in the other side here. That's some damage done to the 3 vest, and this is exactly what I was talking about here. You see teams that are leaving players behind or splitting it. VP was the one to do it. The mat goes down, gets flushed immediately there, with Beamy and correctly doing the damage. And that's just extremely unfortunate. You're not going to be able to go back and pick up that blue chip. You're not going to be able to have time. And we'll see what's going to be happening with that here. So much information coming in. You see here the 5-star is just so strong. That's just next level for that. Nixie here with the M249 and a Drakenov too. More damage is able to be done here with that.
Right, so I've taken over the airways and kicked James out. Martin,
Yeah.
He's gone. He's out of here.
Lovely.
He'll be back as soon as he can. I'm sure he'll be back in a couple of minutes. But yeah, good hold. I don't really like this. I know obviously we just had it kind of on the game before, right? But look at VP's position, right? They're going to have so much information coming in. And you mentioned about some of these teams coming in late, like the Eternal Fires. They haven't got as many options, so they've kind of had to go for this hunker down approach in the town. So super interesting to see how that's going to play out. A little bit of my Agent of Chaos though, Martin, is going, are we going to get a Lost Leone's ending? Is it going to play back into an urban? We'll have to wait and see though, because Slam G, they've set up a bit of a cap. There goes one car. Artix goes for the second. Avante goes down, but he gets just about. Oh my God, they run over. Head on my back, flat in Lurex.
That's not the kind of camp you want to set up where you're exposing yourself to get run over there. Boostic, Mogul finds Leia, she has Slam. G is opening up things here. More shots coming in. Boostic finds Levante. And now it's just down to low my bat. It gets damage done in too. Getrox obviously up as well, but he can peek. Oh, that's a great opening peek for that R6 with the cover being open here. And now, okay, he spotted him. I think he either heard the pop on the nade or he saw him having it, the util in hand there. R6 goes down to hello my bat. Now Slam G, they have to fill in this one. Potentially 2 versus 1 here in this angle, but Boostic's on the other side. Mogul's in the house. He's trying to get things done here. Look how low my bat is. He get the med kit off though.
See what I can do. Mark's sabotaging my power again. I can't believe he just wants to. That's why he's got power in his name. He's giving me power cuts. It's crazy. But anyway, we've got us Navi back looking towards all of this that's going on. It's yeah, looks like it all really popped off whilst I was gone here, Martin.
Yeah, it's almost a tri-cast at this point here, but yeah. Ooh. Lovely things. Oh, look at that. That's a flashbang to get out of there. They can't see where they're driving. Oh, okay, they actually managed to get out of there. So Lurik has been lost, but no problem. Tons of time to get that blue chip and get back up with a full foreman here. But win or die, they have to leave. The team in the chase, the team that just won the game, now down to just this Nixie, down to 3 HP. Headshot caught on the bike. Oh my God. Caught in 4K, by the way, here. Knocking himself because he jumped out too early. And Beam is immediately going there. I don't think Twisted Minds are going to be able to get in and get some flushes in early enough. And yeah. Craig he has all the information here from this 5-star. It's just such a dirty spot and angle he has.
Shot everywhere, ringing on through here. The doozy gets taken by DFX. A great drive-by considering he had to deal with it. DFX though, has finished off Nixie. And now Vivi's down as well. It's gone disastrously for Virtus Pro after that crash.
The BB team down 1. GK trying to hunt or maybe put some pressure onto Bestluck here. DFX on the western side. Still in the car though. And Besto's going to be able to pop a little bit of stims here and get back up to some more HP. Are they going to get this off here? Meanwhile, we see Ascent doing some work on Slam G.
Still snaking around. Shark it about. FX is ready to pounce if he needs to. As caught in a bit of a bind here between the few players. Just a little embroiled in a lot of this. And eventually someone would love to drive away. But the problem is everyone's really good at drive-by shooting. So you could quite easily get blasted on out. Circle heads towards that, well, resort area that we were talking about earlier, but it is in the south side of this circle. Now Levante still trying to hold out the Slam G situation.
Diffix here. It's almost like he's a bloodhound. He knows that he hasn't left at that point. Because he's doing more damage as well. On the other side, look at that. He finds Phil first. Spiro, meanwhile, also they're trying to clear this compound here for Besto. All the angles that he has. Oh, they know exactly where he is. They're just eliminating space here, James. They're thinking, okay,
Yeah.
it's one area they could be in. Diffix is opening it up. That's such a good angle Spiro has. Okay, he knows.
Yeah, PWD can also give him information. Perfect move across to be able to shut that down. Fishback Posh, all gone. The Mante, though, actually right through this door as well. All that fight is going down. Fix knows where the two are. Is that Nate actually going to hit them? That could be...
Oh! It's a blue as well. Only phase 2 is only 1 damage or so. Okay, Molotov goes down. That's so unfortunate. And now heals has to come off here. Stun grenade in hand. Great stun. Pushes in. He's blind. Good shots coming in there. Diffix. That's huge. Did he get enough damage that he might get knocked himself? We'll see.
He might.
Winner died down to just 1 player now, though. It's unfortunate timing here for them. Getting hunted here by Slam G.
He was very close to being knocked. Looks like he got the hit first aid off just in time, though, for all of that. And so the rest of the team does not have to pick up his teammate here. So not bad by Geek. Meanwhile, Slam G still continuing to try and eliminate all of the space they need to after taking down Leosh. So hello, my bad. We're going to be the next one on the chopping block, but he has gone. I do wonder how many blue chips he's got, and if he's just going to pop it straight away.
Right. Rexy. Can you get some more done here? Can you get some more points before you potentially go out? Rexy finds Schiller. Eternal Fire immediately gets flushed as well. Quetta on the other side here. It's almost like they're holding on to this rest station here a little hard. They know that there could be more teams, more players coming in, trying to get their teammates back in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially for somewhere like Los Leones, right? Not only are you having to deal with other teams already dropping there to begin with anyway, but teams are trying to rotate on through. You know Twisted Minds is still lurking around this kind of area. Akamari takes down It's Chris, who found himself in no man's land. He is so far away from the rest of his team. For Ascend, that was almost a easy pickings for the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, for sure. Soon we might be going into the wrong timeline here, as Hakamari might be able to take some shots at Hakatori. We're going to see who goes out on top. Cantix. Here's Diffix. Pre-nades. Diffix spots him, turns around. That's great, great. And this is only because you probably saw him because of the TPP driving. You just get so much more information while you're driving, and you can avoid so much here. Cantix just trying to get out. All the guys spotted him. They have so much information on him. Trying to get that point.
To look around. Yeah, I think PWD could easily just eventually... I think he was trying to sniff them out, or at least get some information himself. Cantix is going to charge up a nade from all of this, though. Throw it on up, but also shots were coming in from behind against him here. He's got to be careful. Spiro already hit him. The information will be fed forwards against this. It's an easy pickup for Diffx.
Yeah, easy drive-by. Great play. Great information coming in for them. Taking full advantage of that. As our circle here goes north, it's going to end somewhere in the south side of Los Leones, unless we get another hard shift. I doubt it, but we'll see what kind of happens with that free side down to just 3. Have a pretty easy entry into this next circle here from that western side. They could either go deeper, get a good compound, or maybe potentially try to hold off some of the teams that are already in there.
See what FaZe can do. Code Marco still lurking around. Quetper is somewhere not here. Oh, okay, he's looking up there. What am I talking about? It's all on Code Marco to do something. He does find Fex to get things going. He's going to go for the big ones. He's going to be going for even more flushes. Maybe not straight. Sorry, even more knocks, not straight to the flushes. Now he goes back, moves away from it all. Sees Vard on the left-hand side. Goes for some shots. A little bit of a peek on there. Hits him straight away. 6 damage done. Oh, going for it again. Oh, he tried for the lie down. I can respect it. It doesn't work.
Okay, more flushes coming in here. Marco's still bleeding. Brexco's been flushed by Scab. Ascend here was looking promising after some of the games we saw yesterday. Eternal Fire is out in 14th. But Quet has been found. Now Hive. A little bit more passive kind of play style we're seeing from them today compared to what we saw day 1, James. They were extremely proactive. They were not as reactive as we see them now. So I'd like to see a little bit more aggression, maybe, you know, open-mindedness towards how they approach the late games as we saw on day 1.
I guess aside from that Tego circle where they found themselves kind of central north of that compound for the pseudo-urban ending, right? They've been playing a lot of edge and having to fight their way towards circles. These last 2 games, though, center, now currently center.
Yeah.
So would you like to see them just be on the hunt for things? You think that they've got some point buffer to be able to go on the hunt for some stuff in the center, or?
I mean, at this point here, like, you can lock down some central ground and just hold on, but they heard VP. They could be setting up a camp on the northern side. They've seen teams on the western side, that high ground 3-star and 5-star that they have on the western side available to them.
Yeah.
They could get tons of damage done in from that, but I assume it's just because, okay, we have a central zone. We want to keep our vest. We want to keep our util. We want to keep our heals and everything, so we can go in stronger into the later stages of the game, which is fine as well. But I just loved what we saw from them in our day one kind of style, because they were chasing, they were moving. Presenti now does exactly what I asked. He opens up, gets a flush as well, and a southern shift hops here.
A little bit of the hunt on. Now we will be playing some edge here for Hive. Things rocking and rolling. Avante trying for a drop on eventually. Where's he gonna go? And seeing if he can get anything done, get some more points on board. But he's going to be parachuting across a lot of teams here, but they are embroiled in fights themselves here as Skittles goes up against an RV. Some util moving forward to try and do something. The problem for Skittles is the reinforcement is very far away, and now with these 2 knocks having gone down, he is nowhere near to save this.
Dugan driving into this, trying to get in and maybe save something here. A 1 helmet and a 3 vest. Not my favorite combo, to be honest. Always a little bit scared when you're peeking that. Navi, 4 kills here. Lost Hackatory, though. On the eastern side, they're controlling this high ground, potentially. A lot of teams are moving away from it. They actually have quite a lot of space ahead of them. And eventually, they're going to find out by scouting and getting the information done there. Quissy and the boys from Geek here on the western side, though, James.
See what they can get done, because it was already knocked before, unfortunately, because of their car explosion. So Sneedex does see them moving forwards, so that will deter them from going straight up this road. Open shots, Batesy goes for them. There's a bit of damage, but Diffex retreats back. Keeps himself safe.
Shots coming in from Lukarooks, not connecting just now. Slam is up to 4, as we've seen before. They're trying to just disengage just a little bit. BP not managing to get the boys back, even though they had the majority of the time and control of that recall station. I'm wondering, maybe it could be Twisted Minds that stole the chips from them and ran away with it and put it in a car maybe and drove off with them. That's one thing I'd like to see change. You shouldn't be able to loot blue chips off enemy players. I'd like to see it stay only available to teammates. That's actually a change I'd like to see. Because the other one is just straight BM, straight troll. Twisted Minds, though, tire pop. They're pulling up. I don't think they know that Navi has this control behind them. They have that complete eastern side control. He extends, finds 1, finds the 2, and shots are coming in, though. Perfecti gets the knock on him. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Flush is coming in here from Hello My Bad. Gets knocked himself, but T-Bones knocks Sosa. There's just onto Ferris now.
Bit greedy there to try and make that happen, as Ferris is going to have to retreat on back after those shots. We're just trying to confirm that knock. So, is he going to go back to try and save Sosed here? That'd be quite bold.
Save rest has been called. He has to commit.
Yeah.
Loose driving. They want to go. They want to go. They want to go clear that.
I get it.
Full pull up.
Dead.
Okay,
lovely
great shot coming in for Ferris. Finding 2. Can he get one more headshot onto Perfectix as well? Oh my god, he finds 3, James. Making it a 1 versus 1. Him versus Batulins. And information is available as well from the knock. Look at that. Batulins flushed him.
No.
Outside the zone there. He finds him. Oh my god, Ferris did it. Absolutely did Twisted Minds dirty. Great play from Ferris. What a clutch.
Holy, what the? I cannot believe it. That was Twisted Minds was on the hunt. I thought they had it dead to rights, but not to be the case. We have ourselves a fight down at the bottom as well here. Foot trying to hold off against Geek. Nice nades go forwards. Did a little bit of damage to Quizzy here. Scav not quite in a position to be able to trade some shots back and forth against them. be up into Nedex here to try and put the boot in against Quizzy.
Trying to connect the util here is just so hard with how everything is kind of laid out with that 35 damage done with the nade. Trying to burn the roof off doesn't happen really. Hades can't really connect with that. Anything's happening here. Correction gets flushed meanwhile from Hive. That's one more point going their way. Going to be breaking the triple digits anytime soon.
I feel like regardless of what tournament we are covering, like as we go from year to year to year in PUBG, we just get to see some amazing individual plays. More and more and more. Like, that's awesome to see Ferris be able to win that out. That's
and
crazy,
He continues. He finds Artix from Slam G.
No way.
Just goes on a hand. Oh, he gets the flush too.
He's on a rampage.
He got and they left, so he's just alone on that northeastern side now. Potentially could find more. It's gonna be hard from that high ground. We'll see once we get a little bit deeper here. Meanwhile, Foot still trying to hold out GK. We saw Panzerfaust in the works too. 100 ADR is fighting. Oh, that's a great nade from Hicks's. Hive loses 2. More shots coming in from him. As we see fights coming on the bottom left side here.
Hive not controlling some of the edge players that they were in the previous, in day number 1, of course, is going up against 100 ADR. They really had them held down as they were trying to crash into these concrete. Now,
great flush.
Continues with the nade. Very, very nicely done. They know exactly where the rest of them are as well. Dante finishes off Luick, but say, oh, there was a PSR, a Panther actually hit Nedex and take him out on the other side. But this is very, very rough now for Hive to really dislodge themselves from.
Yeah, for sure. Now 100 ADR, 3 versus 2 versus Hive here. Still inside the zone, but tons of smokes are deployed. If this next zone pops out, they're going to have to finish this fast. Nice shot from Percent. It gets down, Sad Kid. And now it's a 2 versus 2.
Windows tried to throw a little bit of a peek there and see what was going on ahead of him. They're so close to each other. Some of these flashes can actually connect and move on through a double flash. How they look around. Dante finishes it up. Great recovery.
And that's triple digits, James. That's extremely well executed there by Hive. They lose players, sure, but points is gained. And now Ascent, they try to clear out Slam G. Good smokes there. Oh, that nade. If that connected just a little bit better. All were cooked a little bit better. Lucarux finds Lurex. Björn finds Mogor. And Boostix is left to be just alone here from this spot. Lucarix dies to the blue zone. What an annoying situation for Slam G here. They were looking 3-man strong. They could easily have taken on Ascent in a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, up for them. Definitely a timer again, considering their back are a little bit open as well. Boostic, what are we going to do? There is a Panzer up against you as well as some more ARs. They will fall back. How much are they going to give him? Kiliakai has Panzer in hand, waiting for him to come on through here. Williman, his feet goes for it, cleans it up. As easy as that.
Yeah, well played. Panzerfaust just too strong. No counter kind of play to that. But you need to have it in. Otherwise, the BRDMs are even stronger than they are here. James, though, gets found and flushed by Levante. Win or die here with 2 points now for them. One more team to go out, and they could actually get some placement points as well, James. Only 9 alive in phase 6. Like, what's going on in this game?
Yeah, this is insane. It's
crazy game.
Crazy. I will say so, though, some of this terrain south of Los Leones, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of ugly terrain, right? It's like there's slight downhill. It's not too sheer. It's not too steep. And from there, some of these dips. Actually, I'm surprised that FaZe didn't have full control of that dip just south of the road where north of Fex is. But, I mean, they knew that eventually they wanted to control a little bit more space. And there was always the threat of GK moving a little bit closer. So,
what a crazy game. Ferris is just insane here. Now Ascent, 3 kills with their name. Trying to make it into the top 4. Trying to get placement points as well. Not that many players. You know, all the teams maximum 2 alive here. It's just crazy. This could be an insane nade. I think it was cooked a little bit too much. But didn't get it too far now. Levante trying to get one more in. That's perfect! 144 damage done onto Vard. He has one more. Could connect if he just throws exactly the same. Even a blue zone on top of it. Just committed all the utility. Even though he is inside this zone here, it's going to be rough. He's not throwing it. No, he's actually keeping it. Okay, here comes. Didn't pop in in a great spot though. So FaZe managed to get up back to alive here, James.
As you were saying, 9 alive at 25. This feels like it could be one of the quicker Miramars of all time for a pro play, but at the same time, I think that we will stalemate out for a moment here with a shift like this, right? With some people just taking control of those fields. Ascent's still alive in that kind of little area. Shots coming in from Geeky and take down Vard. Nice little blue zone to follow it up. They should be able to get rid of the rest of Vex here. They can. He's being sneaky though. Ooh, another nade.
Great utility here for them. Still with a Panzerfaust in play in this game. GK obviously going to be fighting FaZe for this little bit of a dip. That is somewhat... Yeah, it's actually the only south side that is in. Ascent has to fight win or die. Levante... Bjorn's trying to decide whether he pushes like that or where they go. This is actually quite open. Not that much cover. And especially in TPP, you're able to get so much information.
It's a good salvage game for Levante so far, right? They were super wounded early on, goes for the pickup and tries to get himself toward the east side of the circle. And he's done well for himself. Lovely little bag. But I think what's even more important is that Hive is still alive with 7 kills. And the fact that they can continue this in the field on this west side of this circle means doom for the rest of these teams if they're not careful.
Yeah, this is an easy top 3 for Hive, depending on if they win their Sin fight or not. But the question is it win or die or FaZe that gets the point in this one? Levante is going to have to move at one point, and it's going to be earlier than Vex has. So for me, I see Levante goes out to either Geeky or Ascent. FaZe then dies to Geeky unless he has a huge clutch. Levante has more utility to spare. Spots FaZe. Oh my god. That's perfect! Oh, it wasn't cooked. Vex managed to dodge it. Spiro gets taken up by Levante. He's just doing so much damage. Great play for him. Really good utility usage here to keep himself in the game, James.
Yep, can continue to move up towards some of this cover, maybe. Yeah, very well done here by Win or Die. Definitely come in with a fire lit underneath them, especially after that win prior. This Kiliakai is just doing a little bit of cheeky scouting, seeing what's ahead of him, trying to take stock of the land in front. Slow and steady now. 2 minutes gone down. Only 2 deaths during that. Make that 3 deaths.
Yeah, so Win or Die did go down eventually in 5th, as I said, but Levante had a huge impact onto GK. And now Vex can just, use the spare remains of the utility. Look at that. Oh, dirty jump Panzer. And as I said, FaZe also went down in 4th, but not the way that I imagined it. But Quizzy managed to do the dirty onto Vex. And we're down to the top 3 here. 2 versus 2 versus 1. GK still has to get out and cross that open road here. Eventually, it's probably going to be a 2 versus 2 with Ascend and Hive.
There's down some emergency cover as well. Hive continuing to just slowly place down everything that they may need to round out yet another game. There's got to be onus here on the rest of the lobby trying to do something about the Hive situation, because they are currently running away with it. Still, I actually had counted them out in this game, to be perfectly honest with you. As soon as that 100 ADR fight went down the way it did, Martin, I was like, okay, this is not going to go well for them. But they've somehow been able to scramble on through it.
And they also found the vast majority of the emergency cover available in the entire zone here. So now there's just 15 Doritos outside in the fields. And now they have tons of potential play to be made, especially with the stacks that we see here. The 3 stack there is massive. You're going to have tons of cover available here for Percenti. Ascend on the other side here, still inside and behind this container is just massive. Look at that with the shield set up as well for Kiliakai. They can really make something work there for that. Quizzy is going to have to try to snake. He gets found. Good shots coming in from Dante. The headshot straight onto Quizzy eliminates Geeky in 3rd.
Does make you wonder, what is this thing going to do once they have to come off this ridge line? They're throwing down some smokes. I'd be surprised it, but okay, they're going for a vehicle maneuver here with all of this. Also going to be heading his way from Hive to try and deal with him. Bjorn goes down as well. It's all on Kiliakai now, but with only smokes available to him, I think Hive knows exactly where he's going to be moving and exactly how to deal with him.
Yeah, this emergency cover Dorito placement that we see here is just perfect. Now they know he's inside. Okay, I like it that he actually just swings immediately, goes west. Now it's about time to just... Is he trying to get to the crate? And is it even looted? I don't know. He's definitely trying to get to the crate.
Links and then big double bang.
Yeah, Links with the bang bang headshot. Get back to the lobby. We go again. That'd be huge. But still, a second place here guaranteed for Ascent with 4 kills minimum. That's huge for them. It's a good kind of step up for them compared to what we saw day one.
Presenti has nades. Get closer now. Dante has nades.
Okay,
I think they know where they want to nade.
Stack it. Cook it a little bit. Maybe it's gonna hit perfectly here. Oh, it's cooked too much. That's just unfortunate.
Smoking forwards.
Was the crate looted, or did he not get to it? That's really my wonder here. Cover is there. They know where he's sitting. Kilikai needs to get out and scout here. That's an airburst nade. Oh, there's just on the other side. That's a great nade too. Only 24 damage. Dante's going on to... This is the scary thing in a TPP, because Kilikai has all the advantage now.
Yeah.
Now he can just peek him immediately. Oh, great shots though coming in. Extremely well executed by Hive. And another win going their way, James.
That's 5 now by the looks of things, and that now extends their lead even further. We were having some concerns coming into day number 3 about how they were going to be able to play things out, if they were going to slow things down, and it seems like, Mark, they are absolutely buzzing.
Something they can do, they can buzz their way to a victory or at least a top 4, and if they're just doing it every single time, we said they've got to be consistent, and they're doing it. Even if it comes down to placements. Yes, Na'Vi, oh my god, that pop-off against Twisted Mind for Ferris was insane. But that's what we're playing against now. We're playing against placements with Hive and a good couple of kills as well, if they can get them, versus a Na'Vi or a Twisted Minds or BB team that are trying to go aggressive when it comes down to kills. So it's storing it, but I'm really liking what we're seeing from Hive.
A big problem that we were talking just before this about how far ahead Hive was in placement points, and then they get another 5 on the board alongside all of these
10
kills as well. Yeah, this is brutal here for the rest of the teams. They are playing an absolute blinder. Coming in from another win on Miramar, Martin. And as you say, it was kind of an abnormal ending, right? A lot of people down early, a lot of people trying to scramble into these final circles, but Hive, somehow, some way, their adaptation in these games has been fantastic.
Yeah, that cross-section T-cross road here is just such a difficult area. You saw how little cover there was available. Makes it even harder for TPP to make something work. But Hive, tons of emergency cover, tons of plays to be made here. 10 kills, 15 points for them. That's huge. Great game from GK as well. I gotta say, like, the way that they managed to get and maximize points, they did the fight onto foot on the southern side, took control of that, then managed to do some damage onto FaZe that they eventually dislodged. A little bit unfortunate for FaZe to run into a jump shot Panzerfaust, but then again, that's a 3rd place for GK and more kills going their way.
Yeah, well, it bears repeating. We're so impressed by the Fairest play. The 9 kills, I think he got 5 of them at least off the back of the Twisted Minds, and then whatever he was able to clean up right after as well, Mark. Lovely stuff. Going up against a team like Twisted Minds, you'd expect them to be able to make that cleanup happen, but not to be the case.
Yeah, you just put the numbers of advantage, right? It's like a 4-on-1 or technically 3-on-1 of that push. But he had the ridge line and he played it to perfection using TVP, used a peak, nade was good as well. And then unfortunately the only downfall was going to be the blue zone as he did shift away. But look at that, Na'Vi moving closer and closer. They are refusing to give up, and it is going to come down to that consistency on placement or who can get the more kills. So maybe Ferris has got some more highlight moments for us.
No, you're right.
In the next couple of games.
I mean, that might just have saved Na'Vi's potential of being able to catch up. This one Fairest moment, because if he doesn't have that, suddenly look how far they are behind where Hive currently is. 33 placement points, Martin.
It's crazy.
Oh,
yeah, 20 more placement, 4 wins ahead of Na'Vi in terms of placement points here. But I also gotta say, we gotta look at GK now with that great game. They're kind of catching up onto the winner die, only 7 points difference. And because BB team did not have that many points so far today yet, only 12 points behind BB team now. GK is only 5 points from winner die up to BB team. It's very open now on the 3rd place. It could be a 2-horse race once we get deeper into the day, but still everything else is quite open.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Twisted Minds will be ruining the day. They lost that fight. That's got to be annoying them for sure. Ascend continuing to scramble forwards and get some points off the back of what is... You know, it's funny because I look at that little compound they have and I'm like, oh, it kind of reminds me of water treatment. It's not like water treatment, but it kind of reminds me of water treatment where they were and having to come out of it towards the end. It was always going to be difficult against Hive, though, in those last moments, right, Mark?
Yeah, look, you know, again, jumping off the rock and sort of turn an immediate left, so not playing kind of straight towards that Dorito. Good play. Ascend, I think we're looking for the crate and maybe that double headshot at the end. So yeah, can't take anything away from Ascends. They seem comfortable around the big containers to try and play out. But again, go back to your point about Geeky. Like, you're so impressed. This game, they're just playing aggressive, right? They before that free side, they were playing aggressive. They were trying to find them. Then they played aggressive into Foot Esports. I think they're eager to try and again continue to close this gap, and they want to be in that top 3 scenario. So got caught out at the end with Hive, and it was a good headshot. But we move into the wildcard maps now, and EK normally will pop off on one of these.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. You would like to think so, considering how much we've seen from them in the past. Only 9 place-up points to their name so far. Would love to get a little bit more of a top 4 situation going out from Geeky. But Martin, obviously, you'll be taking a little bit of a backseat whilst we go into Tego. What are your thoughts coming into Tego, and which teams are you looking for?
I mean, there's so much to be taken away with the wildcard maps, right? It's going to be rough for the teams that are in the chase here, because the confidence now on the very top teams is just going to be on the next level here for Hive to have done that, for Geeky to just have done that, and for Navi to have done that. It's like, guys, it's very possible we can do this. So just don't run into any of these teams and you're going to be fine. Don't run into a Quizzy with a Panzerfaust that jumps towards you that you also want to don't like, just avoid that completely. But yeah, overall, like the big problem is that, first of all, you have Tego and Rondo where the players are not as used to it. Sure, Tego a little bit more than Rondo, but then you add the TPP angle. There is not that many hours that has been played for these guys that have been played on Tego and Rondo. Like it's very difficult to play because you don't know the map as well. So we're gonna see a little bit more, as we've seen maybe the last 2 days, a little bit more slower kind of approach from some of the teams. And maybe for the early spots, we're gonna be seeing some teams going into some of these compounds that are extremely valuable.
All right, well, thank you very much, Martin, for get that breakdown, and thank you for joining us. We'll check in with you after this game is concluded. For now, me and Mark. Mark, of 2 minutes fame from the previous game of casting, is now going to be joining us full time for this one. Let's get into it.
I like the power cup. I like it. Anyway, this one is going to be coming in. We've got northeast down to our west. We are favouring the north side of Tego, and the river. We have seen the chaos already unfold there. But then when you look at these kind of playing path, this is going to favour teams maybe like Ascend, that's going to be able to try and extend their way to Army Base if they want to go early, but also for Esports, because they're going to be going into Yeongchung. They'll be early out this plane and happy. So I'm intrigued. Very, very high flight path, but might favour some teams. Be interested to see how the others play it out.
Yeah, I like watching Foot and how they play things out in terms of the rotations from the location, because if you get a circle going south of them, they always kind of send 1 or 2 forwards to have a little bit of scout around. They know that a big threat like Twisted Minds is going to be lurking below them, so they're always quite observant, trying to make sure that they're not encroaching on their territory too aggressively. So I like the way in which they play that kind of rotation. But for now, looks like BB team is heading towards that Slamdree drop again. Let's see if this gets us a little bit of firefighting going on to start things off. No, it looks like Slamg's already turned back a tap.
There's always so much action in that corner. I think we see so many zones there. BBC obviously would normally go down a little bit further past Hosang, and they'd go down to sort of the crossroads. And that zone is not great for a lot of these teams.
Hello?
White is just about hitting the thing. And yeah, maybe someone was so shocked about the zones, but Torlin was like, nah, mate, I'm not going to be rotating now for that one.
That's the kind of kill where you do pick up the blue chip and you say, thank you very much. That's rough, that one. That's rough.
It is very, very zone. As I said before, it's very much down towards that south side. So obviously a lot of these teams will factor in the water, and if the zone does shift back that way, but early movement is ready. Navi already tried to play in Geeky, looking to send down towards the south as well. And BB team are going to just get the cars and just going to rotate back to where their kind of normal drop spot is as well. So and this kind of favours them. They're a little bit later out the plane though, James. So they've got less time. They really need to get loose quick, because some of these teams around them will extend south quite quickly.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. Already on to see BB team getting all the way down to the prison, getting themselves the loot on board. Win or Die is driving and driving and driving Kangyong their destination here, as Gedrock's speeding on away. As long as he's got that good bike control, should be all right in terms of those flips, because sometimes you can do them cheeky flips and it does not go your way.
You've been watching my game, so
A bit.
More of a stumble for me. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I seem to find that one rock on PUBG that just sends the bike flying. But they're up a kill. And they've got no other teams around them, so they've got the opportunity at least to, if a couple of people get knocked, that they will, the convoy will be able to help out. Rest of these teams moving on down. BB team obviously have stopped at prison as well. Free sides looking to get to their free side as quick as they can, as they do pull the emergency pickup quite early here, and that might play to their advantage. They're looking at this flight path going, there shouldn't be a lot of people down south, so if we take the long flight, we might get rewarded.
Yep, like it. They'll be able to get cars on board. Hey, they might even get a lot more loot on board as well. I actually am not a huge fan of looting Shipyard. I feel like, especially just one side of it, doesn't afford you a huge amount of loot for a 4-man. So if they get all the way down there, they've got strong arm available to them. They'll probably, unless BB team gets towards school a little bit faster, they might even have that at their disposal as well. So there's definitely options for them down there.
Definitely options. I'm with you though. Shipyard's too open to loot. Takes too much time. Another emergency pickup coming in from Slam G, but for Esports not crossing the bridge. That's an interesting one for me. They're playing towards ADR, so we have the red zone here as well. So be careful, but the other side of things, Slam G find themselves with a neighbour. And Schengen first to go down. Remember, Hive need to keep the placement points up. They need to keep the bodies alive, and they're trying to take advantage of Slam G here.
People are going to be looking at the kill feed and being very happy with that. To get the one down. Rocks, though, trades boost stick away. So, 1 for 1. And they're still even trying to weed out Lyrics wherever they can find him. Maybe a big push coming in from them. They know that they might have the numbers advantage here, all things considered. As this was all... I mean, the problem for Slam G is that they weren't planning on this fight at all. They were planning on the emergency pickup, hoping to get out of here, but more sprays come through from Lyrics. That's where he is. Maybe extra trades come forward.
For the trade, you got to remember with the recall system, you just got to win the fight. Doesn't matter how many bodies you have remaining. Rexo has to duck into cover. Mogul does get Presenti down. It's going to be an opening, but it's instant answer does. Dante gets Lyrics down. He's going to run through. It's going to be a duel in the middle. But he's going for the mid, and Mogul will find him.
Very nicely done. Hive with only one more remaining here to try and make something happen over in the distance. And you cannot push over Slam G. They are very, very deadly. Given the circumstances. Smokes forward? What are we doing here? What's the plan?
Offensive smoke. Has to be, right? I'm looking to try and get the shots in. The information's been denied now. Do you just get out of here, Hive? Maybe try and come back for the blue chips?
Oh.
Looks like it's in the case. He's going to go out. He's just come to the other side. Shots come through from Mogul. And a couple more. He's launching everything they can. The pans are just going to be short. He just gets away with a skim of the whiskers.
It's like a scene from a movie. It's ridiculous.
Extraction.
Launching forward some nades here as Foot to try and deal with 100 ADR, who's now rocked up on their position. So be careful about this one once again. Feels almost deja vu about how this fight may end up going down with this kind of setup of buildings. Well, Nedex is already down as well. Really unfortunate for the new gun on the team. He's trying to rotate around that right-hand side as well, though. See if he can get a line of sight through between these warehouses. Oh!
Great nade. Great nade. Good re-knock. I thought they might have been sucked into the car from 80, but not going to be the case, though. Does work his way in. Blue zone will be there. Has to jump out the other side. Hoping we'll find it. And Foot go offensive, but they go out as a result. First team will fall here. They were looking for the kills. All they found was the lobby.
Absolute disaster for Foot, really, there on that fight. Just nothing went their way. 100 ADR. Good cleanup by them. As... Now, I mean, where is that? The strange thing about that is you'd already mentioned it as well. Foot had opted not to go across the bridges and just head down south. They were trying for a little bit more of a different approach to what I was expecting from that, and really did cost them.
I think they're just trying to keep into that momentum they've had for game 1, game 2, which has kind of been kill hungry. They know they're not in a position, right? I'd argue to say that people look at them as a TPP team. And I'm going to get absolutely ridiculed by T-Bone about that. But they've been so good and so consistent. Yeah. Yes, they've had a roster change up, but the expectation, especially in this event, is they should be high. And sitting in 10th place at the moment, the only way they're going to get out of it is by getting points. So yeah, they opted not to rotate the zone. They opted to go take the fight because they knew there was a team further down the road. No,
you're totally right. And I'd be remiss if I kind of that fact eluded me for a moment. The fact that they would need to go huge to try and move up the board. So, yeah, understandable and completely justified. to try and go hunting for these kills. As now Rox, he's hunting for a safe place. That's what he's hunting for. Unless he has some recall chips and is just looking for the furthest away recall location he can possibly go for.
Yeah, I wonder if he has got them. He might have one.
He may.
And yeah, he has one just a little bit further to the north of him. If he opts it's phase 1, you can get away with it, right? At least if he's got one, he puts it back to a duo. Hive need to salvation. And you're right, as you said before, these teams in the kill feed will be looking at this going, oh, actually, we need to make sure that Hive don't get in, because a Na'Vi, a BB, and even a win or die at this moment will be going, yeah, we can close the gap now. We can try and continue farming as many points as we can.
Seems like our observers might be interested in the idea of some of those blue chips. As for now, SlamG did pretty darn well in that fight. So we'll see how that's going to all play out in just a few moments' time. Our circle slowly bearing down on these teams to see what's going on. But for the most part, everybody else, apart from SlamG and our one remaining Hive player, pretty much in the circle, good to go. For a circle like this, plenty of room to play. We have our, technically, the recall helicopter coming on in, but I don't know if anybody's going to be coming out of it. Oh, actually, we do have a SlamG boosticks in, so they're getting boostic up. Not bad.
Yeah, they obviously got the clear of the compound, didn't they? So they got the opportunity to get theirs back. Now boosticks going to go late. He should be able to jump towards his guys. So there's a lot of freedom of movement on that sort of west side of the zone. Everyone's sort of moved in to more of a central line. It is north down to south, so if you can kind of draw a line through the zone, the teams have sort of positioned themselves up. There's a few hanging around the outside, and unfortunately for Hive, and with Rox at the moment, he's looking for a little bit more loot, get reset. There's lots of opportunities for him to find somewhere, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if the blue chips are still there. We might see him take a path in back the way he came.
He may. He may. That's if SlamG didn't rustle them all up, throw them in the microwave. We got ourselves phase all spread out for this circle once again, but as much as every single time I get one of these circles, I'm like, it's time, phase, they've got to do something. I've not seen a huge amount of it, so they've got to do something, and we'll see if it does materialize. But a lot of movement going on now. Twisted Mind's very close. The area of eternal fire. Shilling goes for a big spray. Perfectix goes down. With other players actually rotating past this example. He's on that north side, and he's tucking his tail, running out of there, getting out of dodge.
He has gone. Eternal fire. We'll be looking at that box, especially trying to get rid of that chip potentially. I do wonder how much of that's played, as these teams will get knocks, and we've already seen teams like Eternal Fire hold out and actually win or die. There's no one comes to mind that will sort of camp out a box waiting for someone to come back. Now Eternal Fire just spread out. They're going to try and hold them with that zone shift back down towards that southeast. It's going to be very good for FaZe. They're holding the 2-2 split. Not so good for some other of these teams, because there's a few bottlenecks where teams will have to rotate in now.
Spray down, see what it can do. That's a lot. Not really taking any damage. Oh well, from Maver there. It was going to be an ambitious spray, considering there was foliage coverage, considering it was a little bit far out as well. It's a BB team. Yes, no damage done their way. We are still here. Our SlamG still here. They know that some... Okay, so they know that some of the blue chips still exist. So obviously not all of them were picked up. Just waiting around, trying to catch Hive out off guard. Looks like we are living.
I think as well, if they load them into the car, if the car's not exploded, obviously they can still get back to it. But the information is given back to Hive, actually where the chips are. I hold my hands up. I've been a sucker. I've been following my teammates' chips around the map like all the time, trying to figure out exactly where they are. And to be fair, I have got to them a few times. Talk about getting something. Well, that's a BRDM and it's on the roof. Now we have seen it come off the roof a few times, but there's going to be some hopes and joys as Leos though might say, no, I'm not getting hold of that. I was thinking about sneaking it underneath the noses of Send. They crashed away, but they get the tire and Leos has to go to full reverse, and it's Chris will find him.
Brutal stuff. He was
on
trying
the washing
to be a
line.
cheeky boy. I don't think they can get off there. We'll see. At the same time, no way.
Well, that's what. If you need to survive to a top 4, James, there's one thing you need, and that is a BRDM. No. There's only one on the map, and one is completely stuck. It's been hung up on the washing line.
That may have been the greatest observing of all time just there. A little shake of the head. This was yeah. The fact that Rox has one as well, though, this is insane. Considering of all teams to get one after going down to a one-man, but yeah, poor Ascend. Oh.
And when they see it in the late game, they'll be like, "Oh, but off the washing line because we've not got it off." Rox, though, he's going to find the opportunity now to sort of drive in slowly. I think he'll be looking for a few gas cans just to try and survive out, and he's got to find locations now, right, that he can hide out and not take shots because. Yes, people are not going to know who's in there. They're not going to know it's a solo. So there'll be an element, especially mid-game, that people might try to avoid it to a degree. But he might just punch the ticket to a top 4.
Red zone on Ascend. Catch and break. This is bad luck Brian Ascend over on this side, just having a rough time of it. But they will be just moving up towards beyond. I mean, they've got a lot of room to be able to play with from there. As BB team now is going to have a bit of a task ahead of them. Coming in from that south side, where they're going to find their entry point. Mogor is going to be crossing their path in just a second. I think probably shot's going to be heading that way by the looks of things. BB team's got more pressing issues at hand. They are going rocketing all the way up this hill, trying to find a spot.
Yeah, and the drops will be tempting for a lot of these teams. They sort of will work their way in. This is the one map that you get the opportunity to get a lot of level 3 gear. Those helmets and vest will help. FaZe though, trying out of Bucksang, their normal drop, one bit more south. They're going to continue to hold this 2-2 split at the moment. Doozy and the team, they thread the needle here for BB team between multiple.
Not bad, not bad. 3 side, trying for something as well. The fact that Canix is actually also coming down means they were trying to get him on board on side. Maybe they've got some loot for him. Actually, no, they emergency picked up him, right? So he does still have his loot. I was thinking it was res or something like that. That's not the case at all. But Lou knows that BB team's moved in alongside them. Example are down from Canix of all people, actually. So Lou's trying to do something, but no. Twisted Minds once again down and out here in 14th place.
That is rough. You're hiding out in the forest. You're going to just wait for late game and BB team pull up on you. Draw all the eyes, all the attention. FaZe. They get a point from that one. BP rotating their way in the top. They're going to look to an entry point in towards Bucksang, which 100 ADR are already in. Skittles, though, on the other side. Chasing zone still. SlamG in the way, but Zloy says no. Arctic, sit down. We're moving past.
It's definitely an opportunity here for them to do a little bit more damage to these teams on this south side. I mean, with Gedrosh coming in late as well, but we'll see how much they can actually fold on through with it. SlamG is still looking maybe for some retribution there, some redemption down on that south side, but do have... It's moving forwards. VP knows that there is a threat ahead of them. They have a P90 on board as well. Well, Bucky's going to bide his time. He could get caught on a bad angle here, though.
Yeah, be very, very careful. But stepping up, there's one, there's two, jumping into the arms of the barrel spray. Does get the connection, though. Small launch and nade back. He's got the ridgeline to try and play with, but with Beamy and Lurex down, it's going to force Nixie to sort of drive on forward. He has the P90. That's going to cause a bit of an impact as the smokes will now start to bloom. 100 yard looking to go for the confirmations.
Bit of a mad dash past to try and get something. The double P90, yeah, right. I didn't even realize it was 2. They could get somehow Beamy back on his feet, but he is getting naded out in the middle of those smokes. 100 ADR, though. I think they've run out of lethal util. Yes, they have. So it's going to all be guns from here on out. The blessing in disguise coming here for Virtus Pro.
There's a blessing in disguise. Zone does shift slightly away, but if they do lose some bodies, they do have the opportunity to run through Bucksang. Though 100 ADR is here. You can see Ascend working their way down. 100 ADR do clear it, so they're going to get an opportunity to get not just 1, but 2. Those P90s, but Ascend, well, they're instantly applying pressure as well.
Oh, what a lovely nade coming in there again from DiffX. Yeah, that blessing in disguise came back and bit him in the bum very, very quickly. Hakamari trying to run on away from all of this. Got real sandwiched down here. I don't think there's much more that he can get done. I think he'll be moving straight to the doors off the page if he's not careful. Tries to go for the drive-by, do some damage, but nope, James will take him. That is FaZe getting a point on the board.
So a point for them. I'd be happy with that one team sort of feeding their way. They now consolidated up. The zone shift back their way is going to favour them. Now they're going to push that on towards free side. Willard's also coming in late behind, going to cause FaZe some problems. But Fard gets kill confirm without the knock from Win or Die. That's allowed teams just to kind of continue sneaking over, but FaZe also had the ability to reposition and focus their attention back on maybe what is the more dangerous pressing team to their location.
There'll be huge turmoil in the west side of this circle. There's so many teams west, but just not many at all over in the east. That said, though, one of the teams in the east that is taking casualties ascend to the Slam G boys once again, who have wiggled their way through all the way to that east position. But here comes Geeky crashing on against the FaZe position. How do we have any pre-nades? Do we have any panzers? Doesn't look like it. Start things off here from FaZe as they greet them on. Panzer in the hands of Quizzy, though. This is a good angle for Vard. He goes for the jump shots. Gets him. He goes for another one. He's crazy.
He's Vard. Oh, he's going to jump down. Vex from above. Oh my god, he gets 1 and 2. He comes from the heavens and destroys, dismantles Geeky. How did they get away with that? That is shocking. That was insane. Vard and Vex. Oh my days.
Oh, it just everybody jumping everywhere. It's like every shot that was shot was from the air the whole way through that fight. What was going on? That was insane. But hey, we said before, FaZe, it's time. Some points on the board, and we are getting a few here. Who's shooting these mortars? What's happening here?
It's coming in from that west side. It's not going to get the connection, unfortunately, for Geeky. They have to continue to push forward to get those kills to stay in the conversation. They're going to be out. We'll be happy with this one as well. They'll know that actually FaZe is the team that's just in front of him. As Na'Vi has to lay low. They do hit the sound cues. Eternal Fire's there, and for the new boy extends, he's got to wait.
Oh, there's been some moments through these 3 days. It has been entertaining. We got ourselves still, Na'Vi holding strong in the blue, waiting to strike like a viper here against Eternal Fire when they start to move on in. Knows he's there, and then the strike comes out like a cobra. Eternal Fire still losing a little bit more, but they do take extents, so not bad at all. Need to get that heal going though, fast.
Yeah, I'd argue to say job done actually for extensive. Caused a little bit of a bleed here from Eternal Fire. We had to go on the way back there. BB team also getting involved here. Free side here as well. So it's that chaos that you speak about on the west. It's going to now start to unfold. Free side will skip their way closer. Sheila launching up the nades though, but Na'Vi getting involved as well. Dex needs to lay down. I don't think the smoke is giving him the justice that he can see the head just over the top.
Yeah, a little bit of a continuation of all this. Schiller gonna try and weed out a few more members of Na'Vi. He saw the nade coming around the corner and tried to transfer the spray, but Freeside will scupper all of those plans. It was almost amazing from Schiller there for a second, as Quint and Canix still being a nuisance here for the rest of these teams.
Yeah, that transfer was to perfection. It was just unfortunate the third party was already set up and waiting. Son of our down bodies now, so they have to start to charge their way forward. 100 ADR also now pressing on towards that BB team position on the top. Good to see Ascend also are activating, so keep an eye on that sort of bottom left corner. It's going to be again another three-way battle also. For now, Marco is down. He's on the final player. He's got an AWM in the back pocket, but we've seen some crazy bolty shots.
We need to see more from Cole Marco if he's to get out of this spot. Okay, well, we're going the other way. Are we finding some meds? More meds?
Has to be, right? He's only got one. That's his last one going up. He's phase 5. You run forward to zone or go back. Gustav, well, he's going to reverse his way in because going forward in the cars, that's just old school days.
It's unbelievably strong as reversing in vehicles. If you're aware. We go P90 here, 100 ADR as well. As Ascend, who was coming in from the east side, has now been kind of forced to come in from the north. But it's Chris and Kiliakai now coming in from the north side here. 100 ADR though, kind of almost leapfrogging ahead of them for this circle.
Yeah, great use of offensive smoke. Rex causing some problems there as well, giving the information keys. BB team now looking to try and get involved. Ascend having to go back the other way. But he hops out the lobby though, as Ascend will fall in 6. Yeah, they were forced around towards this fight here. This is not going to slow down. BB team now find Will or Die, who came from the other side of the zone, now conquering the east, pushing to aggress onto BB team.
Yeah, one thing that's a concern for me and for all of these teams is Will or Die has been able to transition from the far south side of this circle all the way to the north and have the east as well. So they know a lot of information as to where teams should be relative to where they have come from for a circle like this.
Who's moving on in still? Oh, Hive. He's still there. He's been quiet in the north for a while, stayed away from trouble. Will Die now repositioning as well, so they're just trying to find, or at least chasing down the BRDM out of zone. So you're right, they've had so much freedom. They've been sweeping around. They cleared out Burn for Ascend on that south side. They continued following Ascend around, but the information is key, and that's kind of see that reposition. They've come back towards the south. They're trying to track to see where that vehicle's going.
Yeah, trying to keep the middle control as well. There's a lot of great tech. Easily get some more 3-3 on board, as well as some weapons. As now Rox is continuing to repair the BRDM. I think he knows at this point, all he has to do is keep surviving, keep trucking, keep that thing alive, and you'll be in the place on points very nicely. The BB team has fiddled first. These boys are kind of stuck in a little bit of a spot here, as the shots were coming away from FaZe. If we can continue hurting BB team.
Good see FaZe though. Big amount of kills. Still holding out. They just needed to find that jumper magic. See if they can confirm. Code Marco was able to get the meds. He's back in, so he's just going to continue to follow this zone on the west. 5 teams remain. One more needs to fall as the brakes are tested on the vehicle for Phil first. And did they plant a C4 on that?
I do not know. I did not see.
Well, I think my sneaky suspicion BBT might be holding a little bit of a treat in their back pocket. Now, the zone will shift away. Will Die are in the center. The drops will be there. FaZe, nice hold and split up. But Code Marco could underpin their position.
See how it goes. Steady as she goes in the middle for win or die. They've themselves an amazing position. Still, Code Marco being a snake again. Headrock spreads Phil first. Ooh, win or die. I think they're starting to exert some pressure here. And Code Marco strikes from the back against Gustav. And it was a freebie, an absolute freebie.
Yeah. He just dropped the ball in the west. I thought they were clear, didn't they? Remains causing problems. Will Die looking to set up the mortar fire though. No. Marco still causing problems. Needs to get the reload on as well. You do see FaZe applying pressure. He gets another one. Vard is just further away. Team's too busy fighting, keeping an eye on BB team. So technically here it's a 1 versus 1, and the Dragons refuse to go down.
I'm scared of him in close combat, and I'm going to be scared at some long range as well with the arm in his hand. He gets himself 2 extra points and he sees the BRDM and runs away.
Don't throw it at yourself.
He was just keen. Maybe it was going to come around the corner. That was crazy.
Oh, there were panic stations. To be fair, if you can see that coming over the hill, your option is to run away if you're a solo.
That's true. You don't have a cannonball or anything like that, so what are you going to do? It is tough. And now more mortar shots rain down on this position. Oh, it's very, very dicey trying to deal with all of this. Phil first was moving forward, realised another one was coming along and just absolutely falls in panic.
Actually, I love that because I believe Hello My Bad or Leos was like spotting him as well. Yeah. So that's really good play from Win or Die. And we've seen how disruptive those mortar fires can be, especially when it was against him. So trying to maybe return the favour to BB. But the favour's returned. Morodok does get Dreadlocks down. Code Marco's store existing here, but he's existing between a Vard and a Jeem. So he needs to pick which side he wants to go for. The Vard to get the initial and finishing blow as Code Marco will fall in 5th.
About time. You can't have the Eternal Fire just running rampant in the back lines of FaZe. They are still alive, still good to go. But Win or Die and BB team believe that it is their fight that is important here to try and solidify this game. As I mean, you're totally right about the mortar. But having a spotter for an artillery, very important. And it was like almost basically 120 meters. So that's like that's the very bare minimum 121 meters that you can have on that mortar. So almost very, very close.
We're close now to the end. It's 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. Fortunately, though, for FaZe, they were in such a strong position, but Eternal Fire caused the issue. Will Die trying to take on the powerhouses. No, as they exert their pressure. Dreadrock gets one, Levante gets the other, and it's a clean sweep. Huge push. Win or Die went to go. Do you know what? The best team to take out here was BB. They've got the numbers. We need to deny.
Back against the blue, they were scrambling to try and find a position between those trees, and it was not going their way at all. Vard's still alive, alongside Jeems. This is also still alive, and Rox is also still alive in there.
Got here.
He's
they've got to placement point. That was the objective, right? It was get this down and get to placement point. James down to a one-shot. Now BRDM's coming his way. Does Rox know there's someone behind the rock? I don't think he does. He's just going to try and continue to drive round because every other team that falls is a double up for him. He's only got another placement point on the board. 3 teams remain.
And see, shots going forward. It is burning now. The lobby seething with rage at BRDM. We'll all shoot it together, boys, and see if we can bring it down. And indeed, they do. The Rox is still alive, as you said. We're in the placement now. Job done. Mission accomplished, considering that they went. And even a point as well going the way. Okay, well, sacrifice. He knows he's up against 4.
You put the C4 down. 10 kills for Win or Die, a 15-point game. But it was a good game, man. It was a level of aggression, James, that was really, really telling for that team.
Yeah, I think for Win or Die as well, with this victory coming in, you could see at the very end, they knew he was going to try and deny as fast as possible. So they were on the hunt instantaneously as soon as that final kill came in. Joining Martin now to talk about that one. Win or Die with another one, Martin. They're on the hunt.
Yeah, Win or Die now stepping up. Like, what a crazy game. I can't believe that the BRDM survived for this long. And it was only, like, almost only James that committed to shooting it, right? The amount of damage he did. I think he mag dumped 3 or 4 mags into that just to get it off. But still, Rox managed to get tons of points out of, just driving around and BRDM chilling.
Yes, correct. Yeah, we were theorizing for ages in this game, Mark. Okay, does he have the blue chips? Where are the blue chips? Sam G probably now has the blue chips. They've taken the blue chips with them. But all in all, he had a flare gun the whole time.
He was happy. Don't worry about the blue chips. I'm going to drive my way to victory. A bit of music playing, a few repair kits. We are chilling. But Hive again in the top 4. Somehow, some way, this team is going to continue to find themselves in a top placement, and it's going to come back to that, kids. I keep saying placement points, which are not many, versus those kills, because these teams are chasing.
The 2 teams that take the wins throughout the day so far are the 2 teams that have been constantly in the conversation. With Win or Die trying to join that top pack, they get themselves 15 points on the board, and Hive consistently, somehow, some way, still surviving, still points. Their average points across all of these games, Martin, has been fantastic, and you can't shake it, you can't fault it. They've been good.
Yeah, they have. Like the step up has just been crazy here, right? For me here though, the big one, FaZe being able to get 12, that's a huge step up, right? They needed to show the rest of the lobby that they're still to be feared here. We talked about the powerhouses, almost the fall of the powerhouse yesterday in our podcast at the end of the show. But yeah, here 12 points, obviously massive for the double digits.
All right. Well, here is the overall standings. Almost a 20-point lead for Hive at the end of this mark. But Win or Die now makes top 3.
I feel like they've got the momentum, right? They are loving this final day. It'd be good to see them if they continue to chase down, but Hive sort of chipping away at it, but it's not that far. We've got 3 games left, and if they continue the way they're doing, it's going to be interesting to see. BB team needs to get some more points on the board, and Na'Vi needs to get those kills rolled in again as well. So I think Win or Die are in a good place.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I mean, I coming into today, did you think that their team was going to be able to join the top 3 pack here, Martin? Considering the way that they've done it as well, it's been extremely impressive.
It's only because Mark cast a cursed BB team by picking them.
Oh, that was you first.
No, you double dipped. You know, if you left me alone with the BB team pick, that would have been fine. But you double dipped.
This was the one tournament I didn't pick them.
Right, it's not you. You're not the caster, Chris.
Well, you guys at home as well can join in by giving us feedback on the TPP PUBG Esports that is currently going on. Use the QR code down towards the bottom and give us that as these tournaments are going on. We have 3 games remaining to determine who our champion is going to be, and we have Rondo as well as 2 Erangels to figure that out. But also, you can use the hashtag MastersMike EMEA over on X and tweet at that dapper gentleman over there with the forest green lovely waistcoat about everything that you want to ask us. We're going to have a little bit of a chinwag, a little bit of a chat, and you can even win G-Coin when you actually submit those questions and whenever they're picked. Mark, are you ready for some chin wagging once again about Robot Wars?
Yes, just because Martin has no idea what we're talking about. I still don't think he does it well.
Oh, I love it.
I don't
It's
think
great. It's great that you guys can reminisce about something that happened in the 90s and just in Britain.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I miss some things about England. Not much, but Robot Wars might be one of them. So, it's,
And the tea is
it's an important part of British culture, Martin, okay? Let me have this.
That's fine.
When have I ever cared about British culture? Anyway. All right. So, yes, make sure to submit some of those questions coming forwards. I already see some of the questions coming in as well, and there's even some that I already want to answer there. So we'll see what we end up picking down the line. With Rondo on the way, though, Mark, this could be some interesting times for these teams.
Wild card, could it be another wild card map for a win or die? I think that's the big thing. So they will be looking again to go back. Again, we need to draw attention back to the Navis of this world. They could go explosive. But as we get closer and closer to the end of the day, we're going to see more aggression. For Esports done it. They just played straight off the rip to go try and take on a team. I think we're going to see more and more of that Gee case crash into phase. Like, it's going to be explosive.
Some of these teams might have to start hunting Hive because they are looking fantastic at number 1. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have 3 more games remaining to determine who is going to be our champion here at Masters 2 for EMEA.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Masters game show. Well, we have duked out. It has been an intense battle already because Tornez is on 1, Doozy's on 1, and Spyro is currently 7-0, but we've been close. Right, second day, guys. Let's get things kicked off. Now, this one shocked me. I'll be honest with you. This one shocked me. After doing research, I had to get it reconfirmed. But question number 6. Which player took the most damage to the blue zone in Masters number 1?
Obvious.
Okay, Tornez is going obvious. So come on, tell me, who do you think took the most blue zone damage?
Beamy.
Beamy. Spyro.
Also Beamy.
Beamy. Doozy.
Also say Beamy.
Why are we going Beamy, guys? I know he's king of the blue, guys, right? But not in this tournament. He wasn't the guy that bagged it. It was actually Nixie that actually bagged it. And do you know what as well? He didn't even come second. He was like in 3rd or 4th. Nixie was clawing his way through the blue as well. So someone was up there for BP. But I thought you guys would get baited in. I thought you guys might second down on that and go, do you know what? It can't be Beamy. It's too obvious. But guys have been tricky this time. Question number 7. What player had the most damage done? Most damage done in EMEA Masters 1. Now, I will give you a bonus question because we need to get some points in the box. We're still 1 and 0 at the moment. Who is the closest as well? So I want the player's name, and I also then want the guesstimation of the amount of damage done.
Adozi is replying first.
Go on then, we'll go with Doozy. He's been called out by Battlegrounds, so come on, Doozy. Who's the player? Give me the player name.
Nixie.
Yeah, and how much damage do you think he done?
4,000.
4,000? Okay. Spyro. What player did you have doing the most damage?
I have Hakatari 4K.
Battalions?
I also say Hakatari, and but I'm gonna say 6,000 damage.
6,000 damage.
I mean, he always farming damage every single tournament.
He is farming damage, but do you know who's farming points? It was Nixie. He was just blasting the DMR the whole time. 6.5k.
Do I get like bonus points for damage because I was the closest one?
Do you know what? I'm not nice to you. but I'm going to say no for this one, right? Because that put you on 2 OPs. You need to catch up on this one now. So Doozy's going to take the lead with 2 points. Last couple of questions. Moving back in towards the time, okay? There are 3 points up for grabs for this one. In PUBG Global Invitation 2018, can you name the top 3 teams, please? The top 3 teams. I'll tell you what, actually. I'll give you an extra point if you can get them in the correct order. So 3 points up for grabs for the team names, and then an additional point if you can get in the right order. Cool, we all in? We all locked in? Let's start with Spyro. Spyro, come on.
Okay.
Name me the top 3 teams for PUBG Invitational or PGI 2018.
OMG, Genji, and OMK.
Battalions? Who was first?
So since I guess you're asking about TPP, it was Genji Gold winning.
Yeah.
Liquid second and WTSG third.
Doozy.
Genji won it. So first place, Liquid second, and OMG third.
Let's go to the results. In first place, it was Genji. In second place, it was Team Liquid, and WTSG is bagged.
Yeah.
So, Julians, you got 4 points for that. GG's. You stepped up to the plate with that on. Sparrow, you bag a 1 with the Genji, and then a doozy, you got Team Liquid and Genji gold. So there's another 2 points there for you. Julians, you actually racked the whole house for that one question. So, mate, big GG's on that.
Thank you. I was literally sitting on the venue watching this tournament back to 2018. So
Right, moving on. Couple more questions left now, so a couple more opportunities to bag a few points. Question number 9. What team had the most wins in Masters number 1? Which team had the most wins? Winner chicken dinners in Masters 1. The EMEA. Sparrow, who had the most wins?
I put my team, GK.
Okay. The Toolins?
I picked footballist again. I hope at least once they're gonna bring me a point.
Okay, we'll see. A doozy?
I picked VP. Yeah, I picked VP.
Lads, Toolins, what jersey you got on, mate? Where's the flag behind you? Where's the representation? You guys got 4 wins. 4 wins. 4 chicken
BB.
dinners.
What?
BB.
Oh.
BB.
I don't remember it.
You're just getting wins for the fun of it nowadays. You were close in their foot.
I think it was just most boring queens, so I don't remember it.
Just they're getting wins. It's easy for us now. It's easy for us. Absolutely. So BB, which you bad. There's no points there. Question number 10. This is a double pointer as well. Who had the longest kill? The longest kill in the EMEA Masters 1. And also, for the additional bonus point, if you can guess the closest distance. We all locked in? Let's go Battalions first. Come on, Battalions. Who had the longest kill?
This is the most random ever question, and I'm gonna pick someone from footballist. It's gonna be T-Bone, and I would say how much? 864 meters.
It's across the map, that is. Sparrow, who you got?
Okay, D-Fix 800 meters.
Back in your boy. I like it. I'll take it all day. A doozy. Come on. Who you got?
Field first, 700 meters.
Okay, so I can tell you first and foremost, you all have got the wrong player, okay? So it's going to come down to who is closest. So the player is... Bam, ba, 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 bam. It's actually Best. Best Lock actually bagged the longest distance kill, right? But he bagged it at 539.6 meters. So if I do some super quick maths, a doozy bag in field first at 700 meters. After that, that does mean we get a tie between Battalions and a doozy. Spire, I have to thank you for partaking in the first game show for TPP. But it does mean we have to go down to a tiebreaker. Now, the rules are going to be pretty simple, guys. The first to raise their hand, okay? And I've got to keep an eye on the camera really quickly, all right? And then, obviously, whoever gets the first answer successfully will get the opportunity to take home the trophy. But if that person gets it wrong, we then swap over to the other person and they can have a good amount of time, but you get an opportunity to answer, all right? You guys understand, right? Hands in the sky to answer the question.
Yeah.
We all know that VP came first in the PUBG EMEA number 1. Which team came second place? Oh, Battalions. I think it was just. I think Battalions got it there because he was just a little bit in front of the screen. So we'll go with you first, mate. Come on. Who came second place?
I was calling this team for the whole challenge event, like the one we have right now. But I'm gonna say again, footballist. Maybe this time they're gonna bring me luck and win.
Checking with the adjudicator. Fortunately, a doozy. Battalions has got it right and Foot has bagged him a point. So, Battalions, you're going to take this one home. Stolen away at the very, very end. And Foot bagging yourself a point. Guys, I want to thank you all for partaking again in the TPP. Battalions, any victory words you want to say?
Good luck, everyone, in TPP tournaments.
Well, you heard it from a doozy, and you heard it from Battalions and Spyro. Thank you very much, though, for guys taking part. And we'll see you guys in the Masters too. Peace.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. to turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Three more matches and we have ourselves Rondo and two Erangels here. Hive still flying high up at number 1, but win or die on the hunt. We still have Na'Vi and those good old BB boys trying their best, but the lead has been quite insurmountable so far for the lobby as a whole. Mark and Avenger joining me. Avenger, looking at how things can go down so far, it would be difficult for one of these teams to really knock Hive off of their perch at the moment because they've been looking good, and yet another win on the board today with more top 4s to boot.
Yeah, with just 3 games to go, right? Like, at this point, there should be some sort of a target on their back. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with it. Like, this is an 18-point lead down to second, even more down to win or die, 24. Like, it's like 2 decent games or 2 pretty good games and or 1 fantastic game to catch up. Plus Hive, they're not stopping. Like, they're gonna continue. They're still gonna be getting tons of points, right? So 3 more games to go. Like, someone has to stop him. And you know, even like once you get to Rondo, it's difficult to kind of find them and run them down. Plus, you know, there's so much space to kind of hide and play around there.
It's been the scary thing, Mark, is that they've been able to play out every single scenario pretty well. Be it edge, be it central control, be it salvage games. As one person's been able to scramble towards top 4s, they've been able to do it all.
Yeah, it's just a consistency. They're playing that game, that sort of placement game, aren't they? But it's working for them. We'll have to see if they can continue.
Let's do it then, as we have got ourselves a Rondo on the board here for the last of our wild card maps. I don't know if we have 2 playing paths yet. I'm kind of interested to see what's going to be happening over here as we take a look over at Stadium and see what's going to be on the cards here for the rest of the teams. Looks like not the case. Lots of people over in here getting dropped down onto 100 ADR. Looks like they're going towards good old test track again as well to contest Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's quite a good flight path actually. It's an east up towards a northwest. Does go through the middle, but it does tease us with that kind of test track, that bamboo style ending. A few teams going out early. BB team going really quickly. So does GK as well. Intrigued to see obviously what these teams do. We saw teams like Ascend, they're going to go late because they're going to go for those gliders, but the glider didn't work out for them. So hopefully maybe they just stick to one, maybe not two. Actually, there's a full hot drop as well. 180 are going to be landing on top of Twisted Minds because James, they normally drop on the outside and play in. This is an aggressive stance for them.
Definitely so. Red is already geared up to try and take some shots. Akatori's not causing any kind of reprieve here for Twisted Minds, as he's also taking some shots against all of that. So Vectix has to duck on in, get in the building, get some more loot on board. Central Stadium, and that is for Hive. Oh dear me, for the rest of the lobby. A bit of a disaster of a start here for Rondo already.
Who have they bribed? Who have they bribed? Because every circle, they just seem to get it most of the time, and they are pinpoint in the middle. They're praying to the PUBG gods. The stadium ending would be explosive, should we say? But I also like that we can see Presenti already starting to play out. He's trying to go try and find maybe another section. But there's a lot of that sort of north terrain, and we've had so many circles shift towards that kind of north area. Keeps the river in for a bit longer, but there's lots of elevation there. So it'd be an interesting one to sort of see this one play out.
Definitely. And the cool thing is that sometimes when you get really north circles on things like this, then you get some terrain that people are a little less familiar with, all the way up toward, I guess, between Ryan and Nanchung. But we've seen teams like FaZe have a little bit of an exploration around there, using Ryan as like alternate drop spots and stuff like that. But 180 up, still committed to this, still in the middle, in the midst of what's going on here for Twisted Minds. But it's been a bit slower after that initial stop of a drop. Well, Bucky is disconnected.
He's chilling. It's a high IQ play. He's going to just draw him in, fake approach attack, and then they're going to pounce out and do a big kill. But no, I think he's disconnected. But the way to see, he can't get his way back in. After looting down there, trying to swarm around this area. Extends has gone towards the north, and Hakatori going around that sort of south side as well. And really are just trying to figure out where they can on the other side of things. Though some of these teams going for some of the higher side, and Deadrocks was here first, and he's here to stay.
Yep, dead to rights. Very, very quick kill there for that one. Okay, and very well done by Gerrots. Luik shooting against the position, so kind of exposing exactly where he is for the most part. As to his east, there is Perfectix having a little bit of a look-see. Now, Example and the boys are getting out of Dodge in a car by the looks of things, or at least relocating. Perfectix has been left as a little bit of a spoiler in the background. Oh, they know where Sad Kid is.
I wonder if they are, applying pressure here. And again, I wonder if they know Perfectix is still next door as well. But Turin does get him down, so maybe forcing the line of sight store towards that north, and with that car moving away, they've got a bit of elevation now on the test track, so they'll be okay. But elevation also exposes you. So Sadid actually gets the confirmation, so that's stolen away from Twisted Minds. And remember, Na'Vi, they're in the hunt for the kills. They've been really strong with this. They're starting off this game pretty well.
Technically, Neox, not bad of a position to try and strike out for kills, right? If you know that there's a fight that's brewing to your west, you could easily look for that third party, and indeed they're already cheeky for it, as the rest of Twisted Minds is going the other way now. Are we crashing back in? I guess this is saving Private Perfectix.
I don't think he's a private, is he? General Perfectix.
Probably.
But I think it's right. They've pushed the car away. They've drawn the line of sight towards the north, and maybe Perfectix could have caused some damage. Now they're going back. Obviously, 180R needs to start questioning, well, why are they coming back? And I think that's why we're seeing these kind of peeks out the window. He's obviously using the tools in the chest to be able to do that. But the moment they stand up, that's when they're going to be exposed. And without a helmet, it's not really windows you want to be peeking out from. And I think that's why we see Twisted Mind still holding some of the elevation around the test track. But so is 180R.
See what Batulins wants to do. Just continuing the looting. Perfectix still silent. Lou also reinforcing in from the north. So at least they know that they've got one less threat to deal with. And if they do hear the vehicles of Na'Vi North, then, or at least have some eyes on them, then they know that maybe a threat has gone for now. And this just leaves them and 180R to battle it out, scrap it out over in the test track.
I'm waiting for this team to kick off fighting. Where's your drop spot here? Where do you like to go?
Ooh, I go a little bit of everywhere, to be honest with you. I like going up the northeast side, up to Moonpool High, etc., and things like that. Just a lot of stuff. I just drop everywhere. I have no specific spot here.
I'm a creature of habit. I'll pick a spot and off I go.
Which is?
Or I actually go over Yuling or go down to Hung San.
Okay.
I kind of like the train. The urban style train. Talk about urban style train where there's only one bit here for Eternal Fire though. As Woodall die, they're crashing in and they're causing explosive damage. Hello, my back gets the first though, but Quebecer is going to peek up and over, but he's going to go down. Great shots from Leosh.
Not bad at all. And looks like Chiller, I mean, kind of says, okay, well, there's no point salvaging all of that. There's no point going through those bamboos. As much as it's really, really fun to drive through them and crash all the bamboo trees down, we're not going to be going for it at all. Lou now trying to find an angle against the rest of 180. Ooh, he sees him dropping on down. He might be open to Perfectix, and yes, he is. With that mini, he knows exactly where he is as well in that door. Ooh.
Oh, dodge, duck and dive. Still up. It's quite a difficult building to push, right? I know just one's got the angles. We've obviously seen elements of third party. That's now moved on. They won't be fully aware of that just yet. It does get that confirmation done. He hasn't got a helmet either, so 100 yard now only down to 2. It's not an easy place to hold when you haven't got a helmet.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Feels like this for 100 ADR has really gone awry. There's no two ways about it here. I think the first day they might have gotten a little bit more out of this, but since then it has really not gone well. Like a reinforcement's coming up, they're just kind of corralled into this one location now. They do know that Perfectix is across from them, but he just has not moved. He had one angle with a Mini 14 on Hicks, and that's all he needed.
One and done.
Yeah.
Now, because 180 yard normally push in, they normally third party, so it's very different. Obviously, them dropping straight on top though. Murray trying to make the play forward, but he swings across, and oh my god, he gets T-boned and fully exposed. He's down to one shot here. It does go for the pre-nade though for Esports, applying the pressure that they need to keep the bodies up alive. Now there comes into Storm and Scavs there. Need it to get the confirmation. Unfortunately for Skittles, they're just on the outside edge, but they are applying pressure.
Scav over simplifying things and just getting able to get out. And now Luca Rooks takes down Sloy from the distance. Nice defense of an opposing team overall, but Hadouken and Wickley, where are they? I think they've got to get out of here. Surely Nedex is looking for this. This is a bit bold by Nedex. He goes for the drive over, but he took a lot of damage in response to that. Hopefully he can get out himself against where Hadouken was.
Yeah, just have to try and at least get a med back on. And try the art when that the sharks are looming. Oh, Tristan might need to try and get a bit of defense. Level 1 helmet though, level 1 vest though is not going to be great. Has to use the cover where he can. Does use the cover to perfection. Lou goes down. He's going to have to go for the reposition, but he's got no meds here, James. He's got to be careful. He has to get that in pre-peak and the fire to perfection.
I do wonder if Slam G is eventually going to rock up over here as well. They know this fight has been going down. They've watched it for the last 3 games of Rondo, and they know it's not done just yet as well, most importantly. So it looks like they are moving up quite rapidly now to try and take what they can, their piece of the pie. Because again, you know, if there was a lot of teams down there that need huge amounts of skills to try and push on up, and unfortunately for Slam G, they are one of them.
Yeah, coming for the third party. It's interesting. When we look at the kill feed tracking, there are some masters of it in the lobby, able to keep an idea of who's up, and the recall system's really having them to rethink how they tackle that and how they keep an eye. Use the big brain approach, but at the moment, big brain approach is going to be coming from Slam G on the outside. Twisted does have the res. Now he goes for the high ground, the elevation. It's going to expose him.
Win or die gets the circle on Louis there. Brilliant shots against Lou, but Batulins will trade in kind. No reprieve for you boys. It's all on Wabuki now. Goes up towards the top. Opens up a door. They've heard that, obviously, as well as the footsteps. Now he's stuck on top in blue. Nate Molly goes forwards against him. They're trying to flush him out up here. Push him out of that position. Get out of there.
It's difficult. Times phase number 2's now. We're looking to try and peek up the stairs. Figure out exactly where he is. And Again, the EMPs come in, so they're going to be able to extract pretty quickly from here. Slam G looking to position themselves now in the zone, but on the right side of the victor from here. 100 ADR refusing to go down without a fight, but they've had no reward so far.
Not at all. Well, Bucky, you've got a very tall task ahead of you, and with an it's not very easy. That said, I thought Batulin's only had an there for a second. He has an AUG as well. Oh. Okay. Easy pincer, surely.
Lucky they got the kill as well. He had no meds, so it was a matter of time that he was just going to bleed out. As we just saw from there. It's going to be difficult for the guys. But now they have to try and take on Slam G. Slam G have had positioned themselves now for whoever comes out of there. And Twisted Minds have got multiple resis on, so got to be very, very careful. Back towards the other side of things, though. Esports, they've moved into the zone on a bit of a defensive line, and there's a quick kill confirm. Then team put down Nixie.
Yeah, earlier on they appreciated a little bit of a defense from Virtus Pro, and now they're just going to be able to trade some shots their way anyway. It is every man for themselves here, and Virtus Pro currently is every man for themselves against what feels like 3 or 4 teams shooting at them in this compound. Not only that, but Eternal Fires barely even had a chance to shoot at them, and yet they're right next to them, so this could be a disaster for Virtus Pro.
After a great flash, though. It goes for the second flash, and Lyric steps up. As he steps for another kill, she is going to be there trying to jump through the window, but he cancels the jump. He goes back, puts him down to 1 HP. Just do a jump shot. Do a Vard. It's not going to be the case. He runs around the outside, though. Eventually picks it up.
Well, at the same time here, Navi and DK still trading back and forth as well. More reinforcing shots come on in. Quiz is able to deal with Sosik completely. Hakatori backs off from the blue zone. No damage going his way, but he's now in the same compound as 3 dogs barking his way. Sawn off shotgun is the desperation times needed.
It feels like it, doesn't it? I suppose we're on the final 3 games now, so every kill is going to count. DK crashing in the glider. Taking on Narvik. Denzo further afield, so is Ferrist, and they can only watch on as their team will fall now to 50%.
James. Problems. Still
more problems.
Gustav! Do something!
Literally more problems. Yes, now try back up though. As Gustav will charge through. The shot comes through. There's 1, there's 2. Oh, he gets a second as well. But actually, no, it's not. It's actually Fex shooting his way through Vard because he wanted to get the point. Look, it worked. But what does work now for Esports, they're able to crash in. A doozy, Mayday. He's going to crash down as he jumps out. He ties up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more important meta shifts that has actually happened on Rondo, which is everyone now really shoots at gliders to stop all of this shenanigans going on in the sky. So a doozy can't get away with it. Bjorn, I think, might have even been following him in a glider and has been peppered away from all of this. I'm not 100% sure if he's in a glider, but
yeah, he's going down as well.
Yeah.
Everyone's shooting on the gliders. Mayday! No Top Gun moments today. But it has been such a show, especially when it comes down to this map with the hard spawns. The guys and girls been able to use them to their advantage. PWD crashed into Diffix. That's going to cause some issues as well. It's just gaining so much information, and with the need of kills, what you don't need is a glider, like giving away your position. Take the loss now, give away your position in the context you have to shoot it down. But once it's gone, you can maybe get a move into the next zone, and the glider won't be able to track you anymore.
No, definitely. Slows up as well from the recall, so he heads all the way west. And Hadouken's going to be rendezvousing with him. As Hive, they've been chilling this entire... what are we at? 15 minutes? They've spent the entire time in stadium, hanging out, having a good old time, watching a football match or 2. And then now we'll be joining the match.
It might be. That's the action. A lot of teams having now sort of rotate back. So he was holding on towards that bamboo area. Where we have seen this area quite a few times. But interesting for me, it's come down more of a southwest. Let's play more towards the east sometimes. And those 2 compounds out to the east, you sort of see those players duking out. So GK giving up one of those positions now. Trying to find a new area into zone as they do go pretty much into the centre. As Slam G decides to go through the compound. The Batulis is holding out.
The Pico, the haunting presence, the Spectre on Rondo. Love it to bits. It's terrifying to deal with. Can barely hear it coming. It's got a lot of armor to it as well here. Not quite like these Neox cars. They're not as much fun. I love the Pico, mate. I love the Pico.
It is. It's dangerous. Just how silent it is can put up to a compound. It's crazy. And do you know what the other thing? The speed of acceleration. Like being able to get away. A lot of people underestimate, especially if we're on a hillside. Some of these cars just take a little while to get that sort of momentum going. That bus, put foot down, we're out.
Did somebody else use a res station south again?
Yeah, they have in that south west corner. You can see it flashing away on the map.
Yeah.
Feed. So, interesting who is coming back.
Did Hadouken get up more members of Skittles?
He went out to the blue with a car, so I'm expecting it is them. As Footy Sports didn't play back this way, they've sort of split their compound, so I wouldn't be too surprised that Skittles is kind of using the zone at a time to get another body back.
That's crazy. That is crazy. It's a double recalls going in potentially from them, as it is Hakameri's coming back in. We have circled towards Bamboo though, and Twisted Minds pulling up an emergency pickup. I don't think they'll be taking it though, considering where they're currently residing.
No, let's go back towards Bamboo. So, suppose if Hakamari gets towards a sort of rock in Bamboo, if the team which were in a compound have loaded the back of the car, that could be huge.
Works trying for a sneaky threaded shot through multiple doors on some legs. Didn't quite find it. Somebody could just run you over here through all the bamboo. I mean, he's going over towards Maver. Maver, I don't think he realizes.
Yeah, from above.
Punch him.
What's that? It's
Hello?
like, something.
Wait a minute.
Have I got a neighbour? There's a helicopter. I think the logic is he's on top of the rock as well. But unfortunately, Hakamari didn't miss. Now, he has no idea, unless he saw the car on that rotation in, which he might have done because he's going a super sneaky snake now as he crawled his way back to Bamboo.
Oh, it's so ridiculous. I love it. Oh, okay, they're running away. Schengen running away from the other position where Hadouken was, as well as Sloy. They were maybe going to be looking for a bit of a pursuit there, but they can't be sure it's only one person. Yeah, look at him go, look at him go! He's so covered, he doesn't have a bag sticking out. He's fine.
Camouflage gear on as well. Yeah, he's the second placer right now. Well, second place. There's a couple more teams now trying to drive their way forward. Needix and Scav are down. T-Bone on the drive by. Now looking to try and get the final blow towards Ascend in this area. Great spray. Does pick him up though. He beat getting involved, and that's going to get a confirmation now for Footy Sports. Now, do they get the chips? Do they go for the recall system? If they want to do it, they've got to do it pretty quickly. I don't know if they've got the time because BB team are collapsing in.
Yeah, let's be attack careful about these cars as well that are close because they're smoking at the moment. You've got to be very, very precarious about this. There's more shots being peppered down on this position. There's a nade as well. It's perfect. It hits the mark, and they are gone.
Yeah, send full just before. And that nade will fall to the feet, though. With Dante, explosive ending for him. Rest of the team, though, store remain. They've got to find their way in towards the zone. They are holding out that bamboo cell location. FaZe on the other side, though, have the compound. They're going to be looking on to their neighbours, which will be Geek. But it is the fight on the outside. Free side, final player for them. Doesn't know about the sneaky plays in front. But it's going to be to no avail.
Don't worry, I'm sure that Hive will expose that rock with pickaxes and things like that to reveal a BRDM or something, because that's the kind of luck that they're working with at the moment. It's been ridiculous.
Oh, good shot. This does get Ferris, but unfortunately the zone goes down. Damage is done back his way, so that came in from Hello My Bad, from the heart of Bamboo. So I can't see him getting rezzed here. They're going to do it pretty quick. He's going to crawl in, but you expect win or die just to pepper extend if he does try to go get that res.
Turning me to Swiss cheese as Vard and the rest of FaZe moving in from that west side. Sloy's ahead of them. I think maybe they do have some information, or just being cautious about moving up to that wall. A wall is actually not that terrible a cover, considering how thick the bamboo forest is, unless all the trees were down. But you can hear Hive now driving on against it. Rox is already down. Slow doing a lot of work for the rest of the lobby here, but he does eventually fall, with Rox being stolen away by Vard.
He's been stolen away. That's another point. FaZe fine pressure here in this final day, final couple of games. It's a big table for them, but I suppose every position they get, they're going to find themselves with some more money against the team name. So let's see here how they work their way towards that. There's still a lot of areas to take on, though. There's deforestation. Hive is looking for that BRDM that you so speak about.
That's right. All right, get to work, boys. or you just, you run down as many bamboo trees as possible, and maybe that unlocks it as well. But nothing's being unlocked for Geeky right now other than a James knock. Quizzy's down from the distance. FaZe still, actually, they're stuck in quite an odd spot here. This is outside the circle. They need to finish up this fight quickly against Geeky and then start moving. But at the same time, SlamG as well as BB team now finding each other in this fight. That is nowhere near the mark. They don't have full information where they are just yet.
No, they're relying on the ridgeline, aren't they?
Yeah.
SlamG using that ridgeline to their advantage. They'll try to peek up and over, and FaZe obviously losing that zone. This is a huge amount of area to try and take off. Diffix is going to be there. Hive got a position as well. Diffix does get vexed out. The spray comes in from James, puts him back into cover, but Diffix puts that hard.
No way. Gustav down as well here. James gonna have to go for a big Hail Mary in the end. Diffix, man. I can't wait to see him playing on land with these PK boys.
100%. 100%.
I was so sad when he missed out on PGS 7 and 8. Hopefully it does come through for the next ones.
He's going to be explosive. They've had the taste as a team. They just need that final piece of their puzzle. But I definitely got them an outside bet. Definitely one to watch.
Yeah.
Winner time. And they're watching the bamboo. It has been slightly deforested, but they've been playing the angles. Not much cover there though, so it'll be interesting to see if they hold.
The Green Party not happy with anything that's going on up in the northwest right now, and all those trees coming down. What are we going to do about the oxygen, Mark? What are we going to do?
I don't think we're going to worry because we haven't got that many players left. It's phase number 5. It's 18 teams. So there's a limited amount of oxygen. There's a limited amount of time because there is a limit amount of where these teams can even play now. Zone is going to shift away. There we go. Has shifted to open terrain. On that east side, there is a little bit of elevation. That's being held at the moment by the SlamG. As Lyrics does put Monodot down, but he's got a doozy, though, that also needs to push this way.
Still a lot of SlamG trying for something here. Lyrics going for the big heal, sees in the distance. He saw a doozy there from his angle, so he's going to try and peek over for this. Got a little bit of a flash attempt for a second there. Was blind, but not by much. As now Hive, Geeky sees exactly where they are. Do not abandon this angle. Shut them down. Oh, even sees him in the bamboo. Oof.
Yeah, it doesn't give you much cover, does it? Really interesting, actually, with Lyrics. You see him swapping between FPP and TPP. So he was lining up the shots in that TPP, but he was ready for a doozy's push. Wasn't going to come. It's a fight though on this side, though, and they're doing the right thing here, Geeky. They're trying to deny Hive any more points in this game. Another nade comes through. Another nade will come through as the shield will go more. Pyro. He has to hold, but he's very, very aware that Win or Die are also approaching on his position.
Go to the other side. Spiro jumps into the car even here for maybe what could have been a seat swap just in case that nade had gone forward against him, I suppose. Or even potentially shielding him for a second there, but Presenter in the blue. He should be gone here. As Hive, I mean, you want to try and survive as long as possible. 2 more first aids on the go with all of this. That's 1 used. Knowing Spiro's there, he's trying for another nade. No, going to be on the right side.
He's going to be on the right side, Spyro's backing away, but he's lost huge amounts of wheels, so he's not going to get as much. Dig into the dirt as he'd want to, but he does get out of safety though. Hive will fall, so that's the first time we're seeing them fall outside of the placement points, but they put points on the board no matter what. So, but consistency there, still being chased down, but we've still got Win or Die, we've still got BB and Geeky in this final couple of circles.
Potentially catch-up time for Win or Die, but it will be difficult to get out from where they are currently, especially with everybody not only seeing them underneath the vehicles, but also probably popping their tires if they try and do anything with it as well. I don't think they've realized PWD is as close as he is at the moment. He doesn't really have lethal util, though, to speak of, or he might have expended it before we switched over to him, regardless of the fact Win or Die is going to be having a hard time here.
BB team will fall. Okay, 9 kills here. Just love that this team is so confident in open terrain. So confident. PWD, he studies the maps, but he still hasn't studied the potential backfill here. Batulin's taking on that position out in the southeast. Quick kill confirmed from them. That's going to reform their position slightly, but it's going to give the opportunity that Win or Die might start to move forward. As they use the Doritos as a final stepping stone as cover.
Maybe. Still surviving on the west. Still surviving on the north. Twisted Minds with the 7 down at the bottom. they'd also have to go huge if they want to make up some positions now, because I don't suspect teams like GK, teams like BB Team are going to be letting off the gas pedal in the next 2 Erangels that we have available to us. So to get any more money on the board would be quite the leap here for even a team like Twisted Minds. I can't believe we're in 2025 and I'm saying that about Twisted Minds, because the quality in EMEA is so high.
I like what you've done there. I like what you've done. Keep telling everyone we've got the best region. That's it.
I'm true. I've always said it. 8 years.
Facts. We're going to keep saying it for another 8 years to come. Spyro jumps up though, and there's a 1 and 2 for him. Diffix doesn't have their helmets. He's going to try and get the confirmation. Levante being held out now. But that's 10 kills here from Geeky. They are climbing that leaderboard. They are looking to try and put a little bit of distance between them and Twisted Minds. But we've only got 3 teams remain. Twisted Minds, they've got the numbers, just haven't got the zone.
No, they've not. Dragonov's in hand. They can obviously make magic happen when it comes to some of these shorter range fights. But you see what I mean? You see what I mean? There it is. Diffx down Levante. Fantastic for a winner die all tournament long, I've got to say. Even some salvage and some of those Miramars. And now just taking Diffx's head absolutely off. Spiro sees him though. Ooh, cheeky.
Do fair the Dragonov though. His position is going to go for a little bit of a repair. While he can, Twisted Minds are pushing towards his way. I think the best scenario here for win or die is actually if Twisted Minds take on kind of Geeky and they get caught up in a bit of a fight. Smara is going to go for that little jump to try and get any more information over the top of the smoke. It's an opportunity now just to kind of re-smoke, but Twisted Minds now looking to piece together the final couple of bits to this puzzle.
Yeah, we're going to need Fairest in here to piece together any defeat of Twisted Minds. I'll tell you that much. Like, this is... Look at them spread out. Watching these solos. Levante's down. Spiro here. I mean, you got to sacrifice yourself to the gods. Back into the blue. Off with the blue bag.
Be gone with you. You're not helping them.
Finally, a Twisted Minds win on the board here, Mark.
Take it. 15 points, not bad. Good control for them, good use of the area. And even off the drop, they were fighting. So really nice well play for them. But Geeko was the other one. They were storming with some huge amount of kills.
Avenger back in as well to talk about this Rondo game. It isn't the Rondo game I expected, Martin, but it's the Rondo game we deserve.
It's, yesterday's second last game was crazy. Now here it's the third last game that's crazy. Like, it's just going wild and wilder. And also so many teams dying in the middle game. Not that many players left towards the late game there. It's creating this kind of open, crazy amount of space that a lot of teams can take advantage of. It's like pseudo rank game where there's too much space for it to be an actual full-on kind of esports heavy ending.
Yeah, I mean, with that now, the fact that Twisted Minds does get the win on the board, I was saying before, Mark, that obviously this moving goalpost is pretty extreme by some of these teams up towards the top. And Twisted Minds getting this on the board is absolutely what they need to just be able to try and eke into some of those top spots. Probably not win things out overall, but get into those bigger prize pool positions.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, every position now is additional money, right? And that's what these teams, especially in this kind of mid-pack, are looking to do. Let's just try and take the teams out around us. If they go down early, let's capitalize on what we can. We've only got 2 more games left, so there is a limitation to that. But Twisted Minds controlled that. They came in late on the zone. They had to play the edge, and they played it to perfection.
Very nicely done. Twisted Minds with a win. And again, it's CIS wall to wall for a lot of our games across not only today, but also the majority of the PPT Masters for EMEA number 2. So extremely well done here. Twisted Minds with the 15 points going their way. Geeky, though, again, that moving goalpost for Twisted Minds with 13 points. Also BBT. Also win or die, Martin. The top teams are looking brilliant every single game almost.
Yeah, they've been so consistent throughout these games here. It's good to see BB team kind of step it up. Unfortunately, Mark cast the curse them a little bit in the beginning of the day, so maybe it's wearing off just a little bit now. Mark, I'm not sure, but still, Geeky's also had a blinder of a day. Good to see Twisted Minds kind of back on this. Even though I would say, like, with this circle and they had to cross the road like that, if we had more teams alive, if we had 3-4 players alive in the last couple of teams, they should not have been able to cross the road like that. It shifted away from them. It should have been way more punished, but they ended up obviously winning it and closing it out.
tough for any teams coming in from the West and North as well, because this is actually one of the more notorious endings that we have in Rondo, which is so open. And you know, you give Twisted Minds an inch, they'll take a mile here, Mark, as well. They've moved up a little bit, but that kind of field, there's that particular rock in the middle, and then beyond that, what other cover would those teams from the West or North have? It's brutal.
And that's the thing, this is a telltale. We see, so you say, so many around Bamboo to Bamboo and Test Track, right? But it does normally play more towards the east. So a little bit of a southeast shift, it actually shifts away some of that hard cover. So it makes it even worse because there's that rock in the middle. Yeah. But we lost the compounds that we normally see come into late game as well. So it was rough for Twisted Minds because they, as Mike said, they lost the zone, And I think there's an element of Ferris is... put a bit of caution to the win. There wasn't a quick drive by to try and finish the game out. They ensured they had all four. So they played it well. They did play it to perfection, and you wouldn't think anything less from that team.
Yeah, very nicely done. Very nicely done, especially for Twisted Minds that was, in 9th position before this. And whenever Twisted Minds is, traditionally, we'd say anything other than podium is a disaster for Twisted Minds. Now, with the way our region is currently stacked out, especially here in PPT, anything other than left side of the board, Martin, would be a bit of a disaster for Twisted Minds. And so they have found themselves there at the moment. They're going to try and make a little run for it here at the end of Erangel.
It'd be cool to see that they're able to kind of poke towards some of the teams that are in the 90+ zone right now. But still, like, if you ask them, they want to be up there and compete, obviously. Like, they're a team that wants to win everything. Here, it's making it difficult when there are teams that are this far ahead. 121 points for Hive is insane. 36 placement points is insane.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to catch them at this point. They are doing very, very well. Very well indeed. But you guys over at home as well can use the QR code down at the bottom to give us some feedback on what's going on currently in PUBG Esports regarding TPP, PPT, all of the acronyms here in EMEA, maybe over in NA as well. Whatever you would like to tell us about what's going on at the moment. So, Mark, for the most part, though, with 2 Erangels remaining, I'm expecting maybe some crazy. Obviously, we just had a little bit of crazy here for Rondo. But it's Erangel. I'm used to it by now. This is nuts.
It has to be. It has to be. Every day so far, the Erangels have been very aggressive anyway, let alone teams that are looking for points to try and get those additional money secured against their name. Is the 21 points enough? I think Hive might have to try and play these last 2 differently. I won't be too surprised, especially if they're seen in the kill feed here, James, that we might see some early aggression. We saw a little bit of it there in that Rondo game. So I think if someone gets wind that there's Hive neighbouring them, they expect to crash, because the only way to stop them now is to stop and get them in the top 4.
And there's a world where some of these teams that might be mid-pack or a little bit lower, if they want a big chunk of change, they've got to go huge, Martin. So there could be more aggression coming out from some of these teams, even compared to what we've already seen from them being aggressive stance across these 3 days.
Yeah, it's ramping up quite aggressively from 6th place up towards 2nd and so far. So yeah, sure. If you've already lost, kind of trying to catch Hive, try to catch 3rd or 2nd place. There's huge chunk of change of difference for prize pool, obviously. But also the honor, the respect that you're able to get, that you're able to kind of clutch towards the later stages of the game. But I'm worried, like, last 2 games yesterday was very chaotic. It felt almost clowny at points throughout the game, right?
Yeah, we were going a little bit doolally, I'm not going to lie. Our cast was like, okay, yeah, we should be serious about this. Okay, but then this ridiculous thing just happened. Okay, well, we could be serious about it. Okay, but this ridiculous thing just happened. So there was a lot of that yesterday for me and Martin. We were cognizant of it for sure, but we were having a good time whilst doing it as well. So, and that's what this is all about. This is all about entertainment, as we are getting loaded up onto our next Erangel for this. And I mean, looking at how our Erangels have played out so far, Mark, honestly, I feel like we're almost always guaranteed 2 BRDMs somewhere, somehow, some way, be it opposite corners of the map, but eventually one of them somehow makes it into that late game.
It's just, again, it's like that kind of free ticket to a late game, isn't it? Get a BRDM and find yourself in a top 4 scenario. So, again, teams just got to deny them. They've just got to start shooting them. They've got to stop the opportunity. Now, Hands is going to be that kind of rock, paper, scissors approach to it, right? So you bring the BRDM, I'll bring the Panzer. I just would be more intrigued to see teams starting to do that, because if someone like a Hive gets hold of a BRDM again, they're going to find themselves in the placement points, and we've seen how many they can already put against their name. So I think at this point, with 2 games to go, everyone kind of just needs to agree to start shooting the BRDMs.
Yeah, unless you're hearing a lynx, unless you think that there is panzers across the hill and stuff like that, it gives you a lot of freedom to really oppress teams in like some like a small shack area, a small forest area, anything like that. You can be really, really oppressive about your positioning and cause a lot of problems. Well, before we get into our Erangels, of course, the timer is now ticking down. It's going to be me taking a backseat for this one. So I do hope to see that Hive can continue this on. They've been stellar throughout this tournament so far, and it would be great to see them take a victory here amongst all of this, especially since, you know, they've moved on from gladiators and stuff like that. It can always be tough as a roster when you move on from what is effectively a big org and try and find your way throughout a landscape quite like this, but that would fill them with a lot of gusto, a lot of confidence, Mark, coming into this.
Yeah, and you remember as well, they've not been the top of the table coming into the start of this season, right? The weeks coming through, they've had to work hard. They've not been the top of the table. So actually seeing them work their way through and now finding themselves from the top, you can't take anything away from the guys. So, yeah, let's see if they can hold on, I think is the key thing. We have to wait and see.
All right, the penultimate match, the grassy pastures. It's back to M&M, Mark and Martin, the rap gods themselves. Let's do it.
Yep, thank you so much. We're going to be having 2 more games here in the Masters 2 here for PPT. Mark, what a crazy set of games we've had throughout here, and I actually think there's going to be even more in store for us. A little bit Western playing. We start things off in between Sharky and Severny, and then we go down towards the military island here.
Yeah, it does favour this west, doesn't it? Yeah, so north down south, but very much on the west side. A couple of teams might have to extend over. There's going to be a few alternate drops. I'm really intrigued around that kind of win or die in Foot and George. So obviously win or die will land for North George. Foot Esports go for South George. Win or die need points. Foot have already shown us levels of aggression, especially early on, let alone if we see a zone shift back towards the sort of west hand side as well. So be intrigued, but I think these are going to be explosive games.
Yeah, for sure. And it's about time that we see, you know, some turbo set onto this plane here. Those almost 2 minutes it takes from the start to cross down towards the end. And after 1.5 minutes, it pops the circle here. I'd love to see a faster plane that would speed up our games just a little bit. That'd be cool to see, but let's see what's in store for us for the rest of the year. And maybe next year. Next circle's going to pop here. It's going to be quite an easy Gatka circle here on the west side, Mark.
It is. And I worry about these because the elevation of Everest, so you sometimes see the zone continue and go back that way. So Foot Esports must be going to retract back and maybe go for the higher ground as well. But we've got quite a few teams out of military. BB team, FS and FaZe all need to sort of work their way in. So for BB team, they need to be very cautious about how they move and what time they look to cross the bridge. And surprise, surprise, James might not be here, but Hive have center zone.
Yep. And someone needs to dislodge them, as we've been talking about here. It needs to happen, otherwise nobody's going to be able to stop them if they have a 20-point lead going into the last game here. Slow pacings here for FaZe. Obviously, a little bit of a boat going on, and the other guys driving. They're going to be getting all the loot they want, potentially even from Novo and Milta at the same time. There's some pretty good spots in Novo too, and if you're already down there, Mark, it's definitely worth considering.
Yeah, we see this a lot from FaZe, don't we? Even jumping for the boats and then just a 4-man boat to Milta as well. So there'd be no reason. They know they're the furthest over to the east here. The question is if they want to sort of tie it up towards Milta or maybe stop and get some loot. Looks like they are going to go over straight away. Mr. Team's not too bad. It's Chris, though. Asloy going close. I'm actually quite surprised that we haven't had Foot go straight up towards Everest here. And actually Win or Die taking a position from North George.
Yeah, very early moves here. Very, very early moves. So I like what I'm seeing. It's not that high of a prio for even Foot or any of some of the other teams there at this point. Kind of want to get pretty close to Gatka if possible. Slow it down to just 1 HP. Ascent did tons of damage to him. Crazy shots onto the helmet here, and more pull-ups are coming. Is it Hadouken? Takamari, good shots connecting there, but love to see Hadouken. You'll love me saying some Hadouken, don't you?
You just got him there. Hadouken!
Hadouken!
But the good thing is, though, backup has arrived, so that's allowed Zoid to be able to get a med on. The guys will take their opportunity now to back away. The buggy is not the best vehicle to try and take on a fight with.
It's also scary sitting on the back without a helmet, right?
Yeah. Quick, let's get out of here, quick!
All right, VP also starting to move here, getting out of ruins, getting deeper. Nixie already sitting up quite deep. He's got a pretty good spot inside the compound on the up and down compound. Therapy here with GK. They're not going to be moving as early on here. They're going to be trying to get some more loot, trying to kind of close this out, Mark.
Yeah.
And at this point, if you're not, if you get a glider, you want to get in there. PUBG is like, come on, Diffix, take me somewhere.
No, it's mine. It's mine. It's a good hold for them. And we see GK a lot take the glider from this position, but we also see them hold out that bridge. So obviously with the plane path coming from north to south, they're going to have a great understanding. There are teams on that sort of south side, on that military island as well. So I think they'll be part of their thought process of actually we need to get into zone. So maybe PWD would go for a bit of a scout, either north to find a compound, or actually look south to see if any teams are coming over the bridge. So they've got to think they need to go big here because they are one of the teams that, with a lot of points, with a lot of kills, they might be, again, backing themselves some more money.
Yeah, for sure. And within striking distance of the top 3, even the top 2, 13 points, very doable, but it's very unlikely we're going to see both Navi win or die and BB team not having great games or at least some points, right? So they need to post up 2 big games to really close that gap, get in and deeper. Second place, third place would be huge for GK. We know they're capable of it in FPP. The question is, are they going to be able to do it here in TPP?
Well, he's gaining information now. We are seeing Slam G, we are seeing Larvi shooting his way. Scav does get Correxy down as VP extend towards the base of Everest.
He's sending straight to the sauna.
Yeah, literally gone out.
T-Bone crashes. Try to get out of dodge here. Backup is actually kind of happening here. This might be very possible. T-Bone trying to get out. Try to get in. Oh, that's a good swing there for Beamy. Predicting that though. Lucarux goes down. Nidex pulls up here. Scavs pulls up as well. This is an early fight here for a pretty good priority compound.
Yeah, and look, for Esports, there's nothing to lose, really. It is all full send. He confirms out the 2. Scav gets Nixie with his nado. It's not be good. He goes charging in and doesn't check the corner, though. Beamy will punish. He's backed up into the corner. Thinks he's now going to
knocked 2.
collapse in here as well. But yeah, look at this. We've got win or die. They know the kills. They know the neighbor. Now they're looking to try and bag some points.
Peekaboo, nice peek around the corner, taking full advantage of that TPP angle. Now win or die could be backfilling this, Beamy down to just 1 or 2 HP, and hello my bad goes in and tries to ruin the party here.
Go Beamy, go. Wonder if he's got any blue chips. He's out of there. He's grabbed what he could. He can.
He might have gotten
the bodies
one or
will be pretty good. He's out. He's definitely got 1, or maybe even 2, because the bodies were in there, right? So he just needs to go a little bit further down, and there's a recall system.
Maybe. Yeah, we might be able to check his inventory and then see if he's able to get something. Getting off on the western side, there's actually quite a few amount of recall station available to him that's not contested currently, but yeah, let's see what he's able to do here for Beamy. That would be sick to see him being able to get 1 or 2 guys back after also getting all the points, or the majority of the points, onto foot here. Not the day, though, for VP that we were hoping to see from them, though. Mark, what's your thoughts on VP so far today?
Yeah, I think the changes on the patch is not settled with the guys. They're not sort of figured out how they want to play it yet. So the recall, obviously, is a new addition that teams are going to have to get used to. We said this the other day, they're not quite there. There's a back 360 split, and there's a crash with the car, and Freeside will get rid of Sad Kid. He'd be sad for this one, but he'll be out. Yeah, I still think a team like VP are very consistent at playing aggressive, and they've had a change in the roster, which I think is the right thing, and they look really, really good. But then with also the change with the patch, they're just not quite figured how they sort of, it fits into their game style and their flow.
Okay, yeah, I like that. I mean, they did.
Your thoughts?
They did. Obviously they've done great so far, and the TPP is maybe a spanner in the works that they're not ready for. They looked great yesterday. Obviously, Ibiza playing well himself. So that's an interesting thing. We got multiple gliders in action as well. PDD, along with was it BB? Was it a doozy that were flying as well? I think we saw multiple here. So that's cool. First circle still closing here. Slam G.
It is a doozy.
Slam G is considering that. Look at that. James connecting, getting connected. A lot of shots onto him. It's Molotovs, just full on sending it and getting him down there. Now Faceland has to consider, what do we do here? Do we take a fight with BB in the blue zone? Shots coming in, connecting tons.
Great connection.
Great connection there.
it's just unfortunate timing for them, right? They've come over the bridge, they sort of clashed heads with BB team. They've lost one, able to go back and get the blue zone chip if they want. As phase do collapse here, BB team looking to obviously continue flowing with the zone. So they'll be looking more for a later game. Again, it's more of a risk for BB teams to get caught, lose bodies, or more importantly, get lost out. And they'll be looking just to continue now moving forward. As Doozy isn't that glider, but he's fine for a red zone.
Yeah, for sure. Now maybe facing considering trying to get the recall back in action here after having lost James. I can only imagine how positive James is right now, being knocked outside phase 1. Doesn't even get to see second pop here, but yeah, they might be able to get him back. Let's see what happens with that.
It's going to be interesting. Is he now pushing towards sort of Slam G's position? PWD has been gliding his way around, so he's just going to play super sneaky. He's got the ridgeline, he can do it.
Oh,
There's that zone shift away. Still holds on to Everest, but this kind of Gaggerfield chopsticks interesting. We are intrigued to see where these teams sort of position up. We've got a few style of endings here, and Chrissy using the ridge to his advantage. Gets a great spray, but doesn't get the knock that he wanted.
Oh, it's close. Almost getting another point onto Slam G here. Throughout the day, it's been quite a few. But yeah, at this point here, obviously them being on the southern side of this plane, of the circle here, they're gonna have to try to get deeper. With this split that Eternal Fire has going on in the middle, they've cooked up something crazy. They have the 2 highest priority compounds. Win or die, full sending it into the top of the left chopsticks. Meanwhile, there's still going to be some more open terrain available around the chopsticks area. But the greedy 2-2 split from Eternal Fire. Let's see how long. We're going to kind of follow that throughout the game here, Mark, and see if it really pays off for them. But it's 2 very valuable compounds, very strong in TPP as well.
Yeah, but also hard to hold as a 2,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And it's going to be how much noise can they make? Because if a team really figures out there's only 2, I'd expect a crash to come in. As Chris gets a confirmation on towards Nixie, so we did get the recalls in. Not all, so he's going to be just left on the outside device by himself. Tullins does get the knock though. Ibuki goes down, instant flush.
That's unfortunate. Ibuki lost there, but Tullins and Twisted Minds getting some points here. VP, I think he got what? Is that
1.
Is that 1?
It was 1. And obviously Nixie's gone down, and FaZe did get James back up, so he's coming back in now. But they're coming in by Ruins, so
he might be able to get a little bit of loot in Ruins as well, Mark. That'd be crazy. That'd be good to see. But yeah, VP, some points here to be had. But middle of the pack, I guess, is fine. Like multiple things coming on against them, but TPP might not be their cup of tea. Yesterday looking good, but so far for them, it looks like it to be a 7th or even 8th place at this point.
Yeah. He does have the opportunity there to go back to where they lost the bodies. So, with Win or Die leaving that position, he won't know that just yet. He is driving up towards hospital at the moment. So, positioning nice. He's going to hear the cars coming in from Ascend. So, he's going to try and find a position that if they drive by, I think you'll see him pop a couple of shots towards him. But if they go around, he can be pretty safe. And yeah, they are moving around, so be happy here, just maybe ensuring that they don't go back to the pathing that he wants.
Is it because he wants to get another recall in the recall station in South George on the top hill by the water tower? That could be it. He has good information here, though, and as you said, the compound where they lost most of the knocks, or lost most of the players, is potentially available. But yeah, could have been looted, could have been griefed a little bit by the other team. Surely that's what you're gonna want to see.
Oh no, they've been hit by the red zone. Every day in the Masters we get a new little graphic in the top. So I've seen this one before, but yeah, it gets caught in the red zone, holding the high ground. They're closer to the bombs from the gods on PUBG, and Ascend now applying pressure. I think they know exactly who they're fighting just yet, but they're going to be cautious because there's a couple of ridge lines. If they step 1 too far, it's going to be punishing.
That's a sharpest ending if I've ever seen one. Yeah, continuing to follow Eternal Fire here with this 2-2 split here. Looking good for them, but can they hold it? They're probably going to get breached at one point, but they are shooting. They are peacocking as much as they can, fluffing out their feathers, making sure they don't get breached at this point. Ascend here looking to maybe get some more points on to Skittles here. Unfortunate situation for Hadouken to get knocked. Maybe they're looking to see if they can actually get a flush on him.
They are looking. Smokes gives away some information. Tristan might send it into one of the chopsticks, but so's EK. They're going to be there at the moment as well. Cautious. More util is dumping in. The tunnel fire haven't been crashed just yet. Everyone's kind of crashing around them. So now defending quite nicely is Lou. Now cooking the nade. Send it towards Geek, who are pushing forward. The nade causes the damage, and Lou able to get into the smoke. Now he's going to be able to hear the footsteps. The underarm, another one. PWD needs to get out of the way, but it's not going to be in time. Lou finds one. Now he's got another nade, looking for another.
That's really good utility. More damage done here. Has to try and get things out of it. Now maybe he's going to be able to see this crawling PWD. Does it connect? I don't see it connecting just yet here. PWD manages to just sneak and crawl away from this one here while we see Ascend in the bottom left push Skittles here on top of Everest.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And Lou, no more util to launch through. Both teams though with a shield, so they're going to wait for this smoke just to disappear. And back on that other picture-in-picture. Ascend. I'll take the shots now. The Skittles drive on by. Need to be cautious though. He's going to be there. He does get one. Mary goes down. Lou taking the fight here with PWD. It's just too much to hold on to. And Chrissy does find him.
Ascend. One knock there. Breaks go down. Can kill Yakai. Maybe put him in the car and extract him from it. I don't see it happening. While he goes down, a proper rotation there. Slowly more damage done onto Ascend. Kilyakai. Tire popped as well. Now takes out the SK. Starts popping. Kilyakai with a seed swap. Sloy gets another one onto Ascend. What a great play there for Sloy.
Such good play. Ren's going to have to try and hold on now. Skittles now making the push. Got the nades. Going to go for the cook now. The recall system is there, so they are down some bodies. They have the opportunity just to kind of revive. FaZe coming this way as well. They're looking to try and get some more kills. One more nade goes out the window. Wally does come in. He has to go to the basement. It's going to give him an option just to kind of peek up and over. And if they come charging in, it's not always the case that people check down into here, especially initially. So they run into the compound.
All right, Bjorn. Oh, look at that. That's a northern shift. Again, I've been following Eternal Fire quite a bit here, and this is a fantastic shift for them. Another situation where they're like, they have to ask themselves, do we stay? Do we try to go back as 4 guys in one compound? But right now, it looks like, I mean, the eastern compound is a little bit better, right? So they should basically be getting back together in that eastern compound, even though it is easier to breach that one than it is to breach the other one. So let's see what happens here. Both FaZe and Win or Die backfills the compound. Eternal Fire left it. Fix and Gustav now taking shots towards Win or Die, but they're full 4-man strong here, Win or Die.
This is going to be the case. Here's a 4-on-4. Nades come in. Varg gets the first one. Levante goes down. Gustav, though, he's going to try and extend a little bit further out. The nade will just go past him. So he can now try and return a favour with the mod. He goes straight through the window, and he does pick him up as well. Jedrock's on fire. He has to retreat.
Getting onto the roof here is huge for Fex, but he has low. More damage done here from both the blue zone, but also that's he's 1 HP. Managed to survive that. Hitting the blue, getting the damage done from the nades as well. Now he managed to get that off, and the pressure you can apply from the top of the roof there is insane. Leas, though, with the TPP peak from this house here is great. More utilities probably gonna get thrown here towards them. Meanwhile, Hive and 100 ADI is gonna have a great fight here on the northern side of the zone.
A good fight. Also has to get away from the blue zone.
Open the door, please! Open the door!
Yeah, open the door. Let me in, please, please, please. More nades, more util dump coming down. Free side. Got the elevation there. Gonna die in the picture-in-picture. Trying to deal with the FaZe onslaught. It keeps coming their way. This feels like on both sides it is a pure util dump before the fight. Oh, so close to posting it in the post box there, but they're making the charge. One's pretty close to him. He has to pop up. They've got right on top of him as well. Presenti does get the first one down, but he's going to get Presenti and Rocks as 100 ADR holding the line.
Yeah, Hicks is getting multiple here in Hive. It's huge for them. Freeside getting knocked as well. Hive down in 12th place. That's huge. Huge for the teams in the chase here, Mark.
They're out. No points as well, I don't think. Did they get a confirmation? Didn't see. Win or die, though. Back onto this big fight. It's phase store, applying pressure. Fex does get Jedrox down, though. So 2 remain. Violent Fex, though. A little bit of split position. They're going to try and move their way in. BB team gets eliminated as well. That's not going to be good for them, especially seeing Hive fall just before. And on my back, you hear the footsteps on the outside. And the player runs into the hands of Vard.
Whoa.
And it's down to head of my bad.
He's down to 30 HP now. We see Fex swinging on in. Great swing there. He knew exactly where he was. Fex finds multiple. Might be able to get the rest off. Nobody looking to third party. This next zone went to Narnia and went all the way north into the field, Smack. Making it viable for the team to the north to still be fighting here. Free side with 3 kills, 3 alive, 180 hours, 3 kills, 2 alive only, but holding on to this little bit of a bunker. The secret room. So many nades trying to get tossed in there, but not connecting.
That little lip is just holding out at the moment. Oh, peekaboo, free side. Crazy post to perfection. He does go down as a sacrifice.
Oh,
and now Navi trying to push though. Backfield from them. Ferris gets 1. They continue to move through, extend, applying the pressure as well. Navi now on 2. Again, the teams in front of him are down, so they're on 101 points as well. An opportunity here for Navi to maybe position themselves here for a final game antics.
Yeah, that could be huge. If they get, you know, like a win and maybe 5-10 kills here, they would be within striking distance of Hive. You would have a 2-horse race in the last game, but they need to pull this off. They need to pull up and eliminate free side with any losing anyone. You know, a lot finds Lyrics and Slam. Yeah, they just continue. I actually like that. Soset finds Cantix. That's huge. They left 1 player behind to clean it up, and he still has a car available. You know, Avad here takes some shots here. That's great onto Mogor. Fex finds Artix as well. Slam lost so many players on this push here.
The third party as well. GK straight involved. They know they've got to get in the chase. They know they've got to get in the hunt. FaZe hoovering as many points as they can. That's 10 on the board here for FaZe. It might not be quite a FaZe Sunday, but they are climbing the leaderboard.
Yeah, this pushes them quite deep into that top 9 territory here, and that makes it pretty possible for them to get into 6th place. 78 points only for Twisted Minds. Now FaZe are on 71. No placement points so far, but they are inside this next zone here, and they have GK pushing them. Divix is knocked outside the compound, and the rest of the guys there in there. Beamy, the survival master himself, has managed to get himself into blue zone territory here. Beamy probably spotted by Spiro. Yeah, he is for sure. They're just waiting.
Oh, knows, mate. He knows. He senses his presence lurking in the belly of the beast that's PUBG. He's now got to start moving. He has to be careful.
Look at that. Lukaruk's also in. He actually got loot. Lukaruk's got loot. He got him up, and that's huge. That's huge. Massive work put in here for Beamy, for VP. Fex has found Ascent, and they're out in 6th place now. Just 1 more team to fall. We start getting placement points, Mark. GK not really making a run for it for Diffix. He is on the first. Oh, that's massive amount of damage done here. Beamy's probably not going to be able to get that first aid off as we see the knock here. And now we're going to be seeing a crawling snake in action, trying to get close to Eternal Fire. We're down to 1 player. Oh, Diffix has been found here. That he was knocked from earlier. That's another kill going on for FaZe Clan. Just 6 more kills, 6 more points, and they will have caught on to Twisted Minds. That will be a huge effort for them. C4 in hand for Vard. Could be doing some crazy antics with that later. Let's see what he does.
He's going to post it. He's going to post it to them. He's got a smoke. He's going to post it right into the bowl. I think GK will know. They're going to be ready. That car's not going to have enough momentum. But don't speed. It's going to go.
It does.
It does. Oh, no,
it
gets caught. He couldn't get the speed. That would have been good. That would have been explosive. And GK, all he could do was pray. But it wasn't their time.
All right, FaZe. You know that there's 1 or 2 players of GK left down there. Now Navi's pulling up. They need kills, Mark. They need something to happen here. Vex is only 56 HP. No, they keep going. I love it.
Run straight in. Oh, they're going to take this to the molly. I think they have. He's going to burn him out, though. That's why
burning.
They have to come running forward. He's burning. Vex will go down as well. Navi, aggressive push. They're going to fall outside the replacements, but they got the kills. 12 in the end there. But it was a great push in for Na'Vi. Geeko can now get involved as well. They're going to be straight on their toes, straight trying to breach into the compound as well. And Eternal Fire, which collapsed their 2-2 split, is going to hold out.
I think it's even 13. The leaderboard will up that just slowly for that. That's crazy. Meanwhile, we also lost, obviously, GK out here. VP managed to get into a top 3 situation with the recall action. Eternal Fire has pushed over, Mark. They are taking on Na'Vi right now. They think that it's a 4 versus 4. Na'Vi knows that there's a snake somewhere, but I don't think they know that Lukaruk is alone inside this compound. He might be able to get a second place. He might even be able to third party this last fight if they get a lot of knocks on both sides.
He's made it. He's been able to get up. He's now run his way into the compound as well. Eternal Fire.
He's looting another box. He's gonna get a new loot, dude. That's crazy. The setup from Lukaruk is just gonna be like all the loot he can scramble onto. He's got an AUG as well. Might actually be a pretty viable setup that's gonna be able to play here.
He's cooking, mate. He's going to be cooking. The thing is, well, he's going to be able to move along the compound. And again, it depends on how much Eternal Fire push. You can see they're starting to look around now. So are they starting to think, actually, it might not be a 4-man in the compound? And this is where I come back to that point with that recall system. It's very hard to track, right? It's very hard for those high IQ players to keep track of actually who's on what, because any team can get a recall in at any time up in those early games.
And Lukaruk, if this circle goes south here, if it goes anywhere where he has just one, he has multiple buildings inside Mark, he's going to be completely fine here. It's really just going to come down to, you know, the fight between Na'Vi and Eternal Fire. I don't think Eternal Fire is just like, it probably hasn't dropped to them that they lost one. It was a really chaotic kill feed to track, but they should have seen it. I feel like they should have known. But it feels like they're too focused on the potential. Maybe they think it's a player inside the compound there. Maybe they think that they have not cleared the compound. They're so confident in the idea that their compound was safe. They just left it. There's no way that someone crawled from the east into their compound. But Lukaruk did, and he's inside this next zone. And this next zone is pushing Na'Vi to get closer to Eternal Fire, Mark.
Yeah, and Eternal Fire, look, they've not gone too far. They've taken the ridge on the outside. It's a really good play from them. I think they are starting to guess that actually there might be somewhere else and they might not be in the compound, because you can kind of keep them, they're constantly sweeping their eyes around. Now they get eyes onto Na'Vi. That's going to be the danger, because now they get tunnel vision. Now it's going to give the opportunity back to VP, because Lukaruk can potentially just chip away a couple more of these buildings, and that puts him into shooting distance if this gets messy.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to see the third party. Like, let's imagine a few knocks on each side, right? And Lukaruk opens up and destroys the easy win that it should be for Eternal Fire. They have all the hold here. Good util usage here. The mat down to just less than half HP here. Schiller also hurt a little bit. I want to see some offensive smokes though for Na'Vi. They need to disrupt this line of sight that they have. The TPP advantage from being behind the ridges here is huge for them.
To wait and see. I think gets a bit of elevation. Vittori not getting punished from the field just yet. I thought Pepper might be able to see him, but maybe the tree's just blocking the line of sight. Maybe he's just waiting to sort of step forward. Failing all that, gaining information. Sort of have spread out, and they are using that ridgeline to their advantage. Now Na'Vi trying to take a 2 versus 1 against Ko Marco, as he's going to be backing himself up. Smoke will try and deny a bit. Shooter gets the first one down as Ferris will fall. He does see him from the field. 1, 2, 3, and it is done and dusted. Eternal Fire not messing round. Now they know there's a solo as they jiggle their way back the way they came, because they're definitely not left in the compound.
Where is he? With a little one helm and an AUG and a dream. Maybe he could find a point here. And that point, you know, already VP, they are going to be in 6th place after this. The leaderboard has not updated just yet, so he's going to get another placement point from that. And that's going to put them in 6th potentially here. But he could wrestle another point away from Eternal Fire if someone oversteps, if someone gets too close. He also has the Bulu shop to work with ahead of him here. So there's still some work to be done, but Eternal Fire, they're fully aware that there's somehow a snake in this compound.
And you got to remember, he's not got any energy drinks, so he's at max health now.
8 first aids though. 19.
He's got a lot of first
19
aids,
extra
but
bullets only. 19 reload for 5.56 here on the AUG.
he's relying on a close battle. He's got that Uzi, so I think he's going to try and get the knock and get the flush. I think this is a, can I get one more point out of this? Eternal Fire, though, super disciplined. Like, they've gone to the center of the zone and they have stopped. Like, again, we see so many teams, so many players, me included as well, just be running around, and it's a landmine you don't want to step on.
They're thinking he should be around the houses outside on the edge here, but yeah, he is just on the edge of this zone here. He will have an opening window for a potential push towards the blue zone, the blue shop ahead of him, without anyone having an angle on him. I don't really see them pushing this already. But yeah, phase 8 about to pop. Then we go deep, deep center, exactly where Eternal Fire has multiple players posted. Level 1 helmet only and 75 HP mark. It's going to be a detriment to him. Oh.
But this is the team that's chasing him down, right?
Cover
so,
for him. Great.
like, I think they're trying to do the win or die and flatten him.
Yeah.
Does he take the fight? Does he not? Like, again, I think
there's a point here.
I don't know. I think at this point, I think he tabs out, but going for it. I'll give him the juice. He's been spotted down to 1 HP. Now they maybe start collapsing. They expel so much util. They're going to send forward. Maybe he gets a med on. Maybe he gets the opportunity. Now he gets the med. He gets the first one down there. Committed his way. Can he get the flush? It'll be another point. There's another point. That is objective achieved. He's going to fall. 1 point goes back towards Eternal Fire, but the mission was set and Lukaruk delivered.
The extra point delivered there. That's great. Loved what I'm seeing there. That's going to jump them just ahead of Twisted Minds.
Well, boys, it does sort of feel like that extra point was delivered thanks to that emergency flare cover that actually came down as well, right? If they didn't have that to go to, I think he probably dies, Mark.
Yeah, if he jumps out the window, I think he was to rights, but they gifted him a bit of love. It's always an interesting one. Like, does he play out? Does he sit tight? Does he wait for the blue zone? Obviously, that cover gave him the opportunity, and more importantly, the moment he got the knock, it was just all eyes on getting another point. So the salvation game for them, well played, recall system used really well, and they bagged another 6 points plus placement.
Feels like this game overall, though, was Eternal Fire written all over it. I think they were in these compounds from like 20 minutes this whole game. Martin just sat there waiting, biding their time. The circles come their way. They defend it well, and then they're able to flex out and deal with the other teams pretty well. Yeah,
they're holding it from minute 6.
Yeah.
So 24 minutes at least that they have here, right? So and as I pointed out here, like that greedy 2-2 split is gonna pay off. And once we saw that circle kind of pop towards them, where the eastern one was a little bit better, they committed to that. And as you saw, so many teams fighting on that left one, because it's actually quite an easy pull-up. You can breach it quite easily. You can take the riches, as FaZe Clan did here on the northern side. There's just so much scuffle going on. But FaZe Clan, they maximized. They got tons of kills from that, even just as a 2-man. That was huge to see.
Yeah, Eternal Fire is going to break the gridlock of our CIS teams, constantly bagging all of them wins. So very well done by the Turkish squad. 16 points go their way. You know what, Mark? FaZe Clan today has had actually a globe. I did think that I was kind of writing them off overall, but 13 kills in this one. They're actually making their way up the leaderboard.
It's what we said about day number 1, right? I know that the points have changed, and the point style plays into a FaZe game plan, right? Their game plan is push. If there's a weakness, expose it, exploit it, get kills on the board, right? Because we know historically they've struggled a little bit with placement, and they've had a move around. We expect Bard obviously going to strengthen that roster, but they just haven't had the start when it comes down to this event. So it feels like they've kind of hit the reset button, and now they're just going after kills, and we know they can do it. 13 points here from a game where there was, again, constantly chasing zone, constantly chasing down teams. They crashed into the compound, and as Matt said, there are 2, but they're still getting points out.
Yeah, we don't have any more like tricksy format changes just before, like Masters 3, for example, or some of the cups that happen. I think that this FaZe Clan could, capitalize on that once there's a bit more time under the belt here with alongside Vard and stuff like that. But we'll see how that goes. Virtus.pro with 9 points, Na'Vi with 8 points as well. We continue to see all of those teams towards the top try and catch up to Hive, but with 1 game remaining, Martin. Now, Hive at 121 points. Can anybody catch up?
It's only Navi. I don't really see anyone else doing it. I don't see a winner die 20 plus points minus whatever Hive is gonna get. Like, it feels like Hive is just gonna be like, 2 or 3 points guaranteed. With the way they probably set up, I'd stick as a 4-man if I was them. But a big Navi game would be huge. But look at that. The placement points is just the difference maker. They have outfragged them by 8 kills, but 21 more points of placement going the way of Hive. That's literally 4 wins and a 4th place more than Navi has been able to have.
I suppose looking at that kill count mark from Navi does make that kind of exciting, right? They are the current lobby leaders when it comes to those kills overall. So there is a world where if any team can go out, get big frags, get points on the board, Navi just goes radio rental for this last one, they could be the ones to truly catch up to Hive.
I think they might do as well. You see, early game, I think Navi will be quiet, but I think that mid game, when they can start sort of going, right, do you know what? Our next fight is going to be this team and then this team, I'd expect Navi to start crashing in. Will they go explosive off the drop? Most probably not. I think they're going to, as I say, play calm, collective, get the loot. But if Navi can set up a position where they can farm kills, they're going to do so. And there's one game left to do it. They're the only team that could now potentially catch up with Hive. And arguably, Hive now have to defend the lead one more time. It's just about getting to the placement points for them.
Yeah, true. I thought Geeky might be able to have an easier game this time around, of course, because they had a chopstick for a good portion of this game. They got a little bit fortunate that Vard actually clipped the tree with that C4 car that he was sending forwards, because I think that was the little extra momentum, Martin, that could have seen them blow on up. But actually, before I do come to you about that, obviously, you guys at home, hashtag MastersMike EMEA with your questions that we are going to be answering after this. So, of course, we will watch the last game. We will then be congratulating our winners, of course. And then after that, we'll have a little chat between the three of us about some of those questions that are coming our way. And you can even win some G-Coin for submitting those questions as well. So make sure to do that. So, Martin, with it all on the line for one more game, what are you smiling at? Are you smiling at my lovely vest? What are you smiling at?
You look very dapper. I gotta say. You look very great. I mean, there is also Photoshop obviously does great for you, but that's
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey,
I mean, your hair is not that ginger, like it looks very ginger in that picture,
All right. I don't mind my natural hair color.
No, I mean, you look beautiful. I love your hair color, but it looks, when you compare it here side to side, I see you here in the webcam, you look almost blonde here, but they're like, it's fire red, and you look amazing. No, nothing about that.
Again.
Yeah, pull that photo back up. What's photo on here? I need to see. What's he talking about? It's mad lad. Anyway.
Wait, maybe it's the OLED screen that has too much digital vibrance. Wait, let me put it on the other screen here. Put the picture up again here. Let me see.
Is it coming?
All right, I'm looking.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah.
That's pretty fiery.
It is pretty
That's a good look,
You look
mate.
great.
It's a powerful look. It's a powerful stance as well. Powerful stance, mate. It's the
I got some cool little neat things on that as well, like little JC on the cuffs, little Colaris on the actual proper jacket. It was anyway. Right. Regardless, one final game, ladies and gentlemen, here for the PPT Masters EMEA number 2. We have had our winners throughout the day, and now we have one more Erangel to figure out who's going to be our champion. Will someone catch up to Hive? That's the big question. As I leave you with Mark and Martin for all of the action.
Absolutely love it. It's going to be an interesting game here, Martin. If they can catch up, it's the guys. They're going to come in again. Same sort of flight path though. We're coming from a northwest down to a southeast. All Hive, hold on. All the numbers prevail. It's Queen Bee. We're looking to try and settle down back in Gatka.
Yeah, surely a few teams here, they realize the bullseye is going to be bigger than ever on Hive's back here. And Hive themselves, if they realize and they stay together as a 4-man, surely they will maximize and get a few guaranteed kills and points going their way here. But yeah, pretty easy circle to come things with here. There could be a slight chance of a military island here. That'll be a little bit of a spanner in the works for the majority of the teams here, though, Mark.
Might be a spanner in the works, especially if we can get the teams going there as well. Send do go late. So we're looking down for that kind of Novo split phase. We'll be on looking towards BB. They'll extend towards Milta Power. A little bit more calm before the storm, because I definitely feel like this is going to be a storm. It is going to be all eyes on Navi. Navi are the one and only team that had the capabilities to catch up and take over, I suppose, that top spot. The question is, though, at what time do they activate? And there's that zone. It does favour across towards the east, so Hive need to get moving. The rest of these teams like Na'Vi already positioned up potentially.
Yeah, for sure. This eastern zone here, it makes it, you know, difficult for the teams that are in the chase. Na'Vi obviously is still somewhat of a priority inside, but they still gotta get in there. But we got a question for you guys out there. What player did the most damage with an AR in Masters EMEA 1? Was it Spiro? Was it 8C? Was it Shrowy? Or was it Lyrics?
Absolutely love it. Make sure you put your answer in chat. A, B, C, or D. Phone a friend. Call your mum. Call your dad. Doesn't matter. Get it in. Win some G coin. Or just guess.
Yeah, just take a guess, guys. Just do it. You'd love it. You'd love to get it. You'd love to know it. Or you could check Twire or GG or any other site that has stats and you can just find it out immediately. I'm not saying that you should be doing that, but if you know it fast, then that's great, you know. Hive in here, looting up Mark. Already got a jammer pack and a 2 vest. He's setting up for a great start. M4 and a smoke grenade launcher with the M79. There's the 2 helmet. He's got it.
Interesting game for them. Like, I like that we're seeing them. They've not changed their drop zone. They're not changing their game style at the moment. So, a key thing, or the one word that summarizes them up so far, has been consistency for this team, right? Let's just see. They just need one more game with placement. Now, I know they fell short on the last game. Was it like 12th place they went out? Yeah. It was chaotic in the penultimate game. So, wait and see if they can get a little bit more control in this one.
Yeah, would love to see that for sure. The consistency has been crazy. Obviously, I mean, for Hive, right, when you're able to win this many games, and on the first day, the 3 games that they won, they had to be proactive for it. They had to drive for it. They had to move multiple times. They had to fight multiple times for them to lock that win down there. So it's just such an impressive first day for them. And yeah, obviously banking on that and still being on the top for that and being in such a immense lead. Only one team effectively in the chase that's capable of even. They need to have a fantastic game to be able to get in there and take them over. And Hive realizes that, so just maximize here. Drive close, drive together as a tied unit, drive full caravan. Make sure that if someone gets at you, you're able to refrag, you're able to stay alive, maybe even able to survive a full team if you drive into them.
In case, go find a glider maybe. Go find a flare gun and get a BRDM. Drive your way to victory. I've played a lot of the games very well though. Tunnel Fire, I like this. They've positioned themselves up now in a rotation camp on this southern west road. EK might be there. They also might be looking at Hive, might be coming this way as well. So, be interesting to see. He's gone really far. He's got down to Quarry. I wonder what he's on the hub for.
All right, Descent. Where do we go? Where are we going? This is an early one, so you're not really able to benefit off if it's a second, if you're in air while the zone pops. So you can't really drop off that. So they're just gonna drop somewhere, potentially get cars, get into the zone. And with this plane path here, they should obviously be aware that Lipovka side should be free in terms of vehicle.
Send. Gonna ascend themselves to the skies now, as they will go right through the heart and the soul of this zone. They do go quite early. They had the opportunity. They could have gone quite late, actually, but I think they're just trying to find a location before all these teams move in. And GK, who have been working their way in now. Now hear the cars. The rotation from Foot Esports. Who, unfortunately, going to go past PWD. Do they go past the others, or do they go into the arms of Eternal Fire? Sure, someone like PWD doesn't want to let these points slip away from him.
Mark, I gotta talk about this though. While we see shots coming in for PWD, taking HC down, Foot losing one player. That's just on very unfortunate timing for sure. It's you know, very unlikely that we're gonna see him being able to get picked up. But now shots coming in here. T-Bone almost connecting a shot here with the M24 and Edix on the other side. HC's fully flushed here now, and now they would need to find his blue chip. Nice little bit of driving here, trying to get away in Scav, yeah. Disengaging for this entirely here, man.
You see Eternal Fire on the minimap as well. They're starting to kind of leave their position there. They've gone back, so you know, if another knock happens, maybe we see that team kind of engage. We're looking for the points as well, but especially when you see GK, the team that's ahead of you in the kill feed, and they're neighbouring your position, could get quite aggressive here. Last time 18 of 18, so last opportunity. So the guys didn't see going for a recall.
Mark, we got to talk about this, though. BB now only 95 points. They were in the chase. They were 82 points when the day started. They've only gotten, in 5 matches, 13 points. This is the worst day out of the 3 that we played. If they had a better day than their day 1, or just mediocre day, they would have been one of the teams in the chase as well. What do you think went wrong for them today here?
You're going to say birthday luck, right?
No, absolutely not.
We have to wait. Does he let him go by? Does let him go by? I don't know. Did the zones fall their way? Yes, they know. It's just
That's a fight for yesterday too, right? Like they were actually
they
pretty
had to
direct
chase
there.
those. So I'm not quite sure. Just sometimes the synergy. They're a team which is pretty good. Does it come down to the other teams that are around them fighting harder? Do they want it more? I'm not quite sure, mate. If I'm honest with you, I'd have to go back and look at the VODs because there's lots of technical variables that you could maybe talk into, but there's also something that's kind of PUBG around at PUBG.
Yeah, Chris, you find the code Marco there. And apparently Sparrow is using a Scar as his DMR and a MP5 as his close range. I like it. That's unfortunate timing there. Good shots connecting though. The drive by. Oh, look at that! The 6-6 spray there. Unfortunate for the Sparrow though. He's getting knocked. Oh, that's a Panzerfaust. Yoink! That's mine now. Get the AK. Get the swap.
Come on, bring the car down here. I know you saw me move in. If not, I'm just going to bait a little bit further. PWD working away. Don't forget, Esports wasn't that far away. So, they obviously called a recall system and then looked to try and move in on here. Diffix a little bit further afield because he's just trying to figure out where the guys are going to peek from. With PWD further back, he knows exactly where they are. He's trying to force them, trying to push them to look over the cliff.
If PWD gets, the some damage done, like they jump in car and they drive there, potentially pulling up on Chrissy, but not sure they're fully aware that he's right there. Otherwise, you wouldn't really expose yourself like this. Shots connecting, good damage done. Eventually gets the knock as well on the mat. And there's going to be a flush available here too. Schiller pulls up. PWD coming in with the backup too, and this is just really falling apart for Eternal Fire after a great last game.
Good night.
Well, no.
Really good night. Quizzy is going nuclear now. He's running in the smoke. He's just trying to find his target. He's going to pop a flash on the other side. T-Bone does get that sort of reinforcement. Diffix gets to steal, launches forwards. He was itching to pull that trigger, and it results in a kill. It's going to be
DSS. Look at that. The subsonic shots coming in, and he's not even got an EMEA gun. And he's like, the guys are wondering, where am I getting shot from, guys?
Yeah. I'm getting shot from Narnia. What's going on? Can't see anyone. Diffix needs to get slightly closer. PWD. So now needs to just try and get underneath Scav here. The closer they can get closer, could be better for them, but they tried to get close, but it was too close for Needix. Quick kill, quick confirm. They're trying to cause huge amounts of disruption here to the team.
Easy zone here for the teams, especially for FaZe here. This is a pretty good home turf circle. Good one for Na'Vi too. They could be getting points. Scav is trying to run down. Meanwhile, Quissy can't get a good angle on it. Oh, it's great shots from Diffix. Great backup coming in here. Now up just to HC and T-Bone. Meanwhile, the T-Bone gets knocked too. Diffix is just an absolute insane play here. 3 bullets left.
And nothing
no
else.
bullets.
Please have something that I can stake. No, T-Bone didn't have the helmet though. There's another kill confirmed as well. Zeke worked his way down. And our Foot Esports though are going to fall. Falling in place here. It hasn't been their event, especially this last stage of it anyway.
Was that 8 kills? 4 Giga? Or how many was that? Because that's insane.
They are now an 8, yeah, because that was 6 before.
But it says Foot has 2 knocked. It could be 8 or 9. I think it's 8, but that's just next level. And they have a recall station just ahead of them. Potentially could be getting that in. Pretty good space here in phase 2 on the southern side for them to get all 4 back up and actually loot it here, Mark. That would be massive. But the team in the chase here, the team that we need to focus on, Mark, is Na'Vi. Na'Vi here with just 13 points difference up to Hive. They could disrupt that first place for the first time in a very long time here. Slam G taking some shots at Skittles. Meanwhile, the 2 bottom teams fighting each other.
Yeah, and they're not going to go for the Krasloy. First up, Mogor is following. Akamari will launch the pans up, but it's going to be short. But does follow as the shot's from Artix, though. Doesn't quite get the connection he wants. And Sloy turns around, puts him down. Artix, though, not going to be flushed out just yet. Mogor is here. But the rest of Skittles, though, they now breach on in.
I like what I'm seeing here from that. That's, you commit to that for sure. That's an opening. Oh, that's a great nade. Maybe
nade.
Cooked a little bit too long, sure, like for a long time. It should have landed there. Unless the hope was something else. Boosting finds Hadouken. As it might be the last time I say that. I have to say it like that. Sloy finds Mogor.
Absolutely love it.
Surprise!
Akamari, though. Good kill. Confirm. That's 1 point on the board, though. It means they've got to try and get some kind of salvation from this one.
VP pulling up. Look at that. Full sending.
Oh, that was a huge shot from Boostix out of the air because that was going to land on his head. Boostix, unfortunately, will now fall. And VP, as you said, they've arrived at the pinpoint accurate time.
Yeah, they're hoping to clear up a little bit more points here. Skittles now. Shots are coming in, connecting just a little bit wingly now on the roof of the garage. Sloy is running away. Meanwhile, they get red zoned as well. That's scary. Kamari has an angle here. They don't know that he is here.
I don't think he does know. They've just arrived at this time, haven't they? So,
Oh, look at that, just in the distance. Winner Die also kind of engaging in this, maybe trying to hold them out a little bit. Correxy is going to be driving there. They're going to try to get into the zone here, but yeah, could be hello my bad, and Winner Die maybe disrupting that a little bit. That's actually smart, taking one player away, and now they have the information on where the teams are, and then they can kind of peek in. But they have disengaged from that. They're chasing now, getting into this next zone here. Zone pop that went east. There's tons of space around prison here, Mark.
it's a lot of space, though, isn't there? Sendar in that sort of lumberyard area we saw. Hive actually did play down towards the south a little bit earlier, but they actually did cross paths with Twisted Minds and turned back the other way. So they're kind of looking for a new entry point now as they do wrap round towards the north. That means they're going to come across sort of this Skittles and VP area, so just keep an eye on that. Navi, on the other hand, the other team to watch, they've had to go down towards the south. They're going really wide around Milta. So, again, just a couple of teams just to keep an eye on their positioning and just watch where they want to play.
Right. Sent. Where's just Twisted Minds here? A little bit slower today here, Sent. They started on 49 today now. They've been able to get 19 points in 5 games here. Setting up for, you know, a pretty decent game here if you look just from a pure position in the circle, Mark. But was hoping to see more from them, currently in top 10.
Yeah, you'd expect them to be up there, wouldn't you? We're sticking their way around teams at the moment. They haven't got all the information, though. Correctly does get a bit of a spray, does get some connection, but VP, we've already seen him chasing down. If Schengen falls here, Schengen does fall here. Now that is a big red flag for a lot of people around this area. Hive now going to have to figure out how they want to play this one out. Schengen has played this tournament so well so far, but now he has to sit in the rafters and wait. And VP knows exactly where Hive position is.
Yeah, this is the team that everyone is chasing. Even though VP cannot chase the first place, they know it's a team that needs to be beat. Needs to be taken down if anyone is able to kind of catch them up. But do they? Oh, my bad. Knocked from falling. The question is really, does VP want to help like a potential non-VP in the chase? That's really the big one. But yeah, obviously taking down the leaders, Mark, that is always something. That's the star on the shoulder that you would enjoy, wouldn't it be?
Yeah. That's the thing, you become that team. I took it out the team. I gave the opportunity now for Navi to get the win. Because you're right, like, VP, it's a bit of a salvage at the moment. We saw them, obviously, in Masters #1. But remember, they were super consistent all the way through, and then they stole it away from Foot on the last game, right? So we know that VP
from Narnia
can cause antics and crazy from Narnia. Puts Beamy down. He does get into cover, so guys should be able to get that res back on. But the focus at the moment for this team is on Hive.
That is for sure. want to take them down here. Meanwhile, they see this next circle pop here. It goes east again. Look at the majority of the teams here on that western side here. They're going to have to make massive moves. BB team is probably going to backfill into Lumberyard now. Shots coming in here. So set. Na'Vi, a team in the chase here, taking a lot of damage on GK Mark.
It's a lot of damage. Got to be careful. So he's having to crawl his way back. Aristo has the high ground. He's been outstanding. Been so far from them. Highlight moments all the way. The VSS still GK further afield. Don't forget it has got a recall. Oh no, it's now getting involved. Diffix puts those down though. It should be an instant flush though coming in from the high ground of Ascend. He is coming down, but GK actually going to cause some problems for them as well.
Whoa.
As they will now find themselves on 10 kills, Martin.
Yeah, it's crazy. What a great game for them. Huge setup for them here, but Na'Vi now a little bit in shambles. They need to get in. They need to get points. They need to get things going. And their cars are broken. They are battered. Driving straight towards Kilyakai. Can they set this up? Can they make a push from here? This is actually, this uphill push is quite easy for them now. Oh, great nade there.
Oh
from
my
Wingley.
god. What a nade. Airburst to perfection. Would have had Kilyakai with a P90. No. This is not what Na'Vi need. Did he understand? Maybe he's just exposed his body slightly towards that right-hand side of the tree. I wonder if Na'Vi have picked him up. He's going to wiggle his way around now. Skittles, though, getting involved on the other side. But GK being unswayed just at the moment. They do have a body back, Skittles, though. Lucan is back here. And the VSS, so we can still hear it, still putting points on the board. And Zloy looking to end GK's run.
That nade did not connect, for sure. Oh, but Diffix hears and sees him. Oh, that's a
VSS close range.
Oh my god. Absolutely did him. The headshots came in.
He's got no ammo. He's only got the VSS. It's Diffix though. He's built different. 180 yard underneath, but he steps on over the ridge, nearly gets punished. Eventually going down. Free side will fall. That was a little bit messy there from 180 yard.
Yeah, for sure. At this point here, though, so many teams are going to be fighting for the Lumberyard positions here. I gotta say, though, I gotta point out here, after 17 games, a standout player has been Levante. He has 38 kills. It's 11 more kills than the two players that are chasing him, Adusi and Rox. 38 kills. His closest teammate has 15, Mark. What a performance for Win or Die. It's really putting him in there. And now, obviously, being tied here with GK on 101 points. It's been a great performance for him.
See this team again, the grind in the circuit. I said before, like not last year but the year before, they put a lot of effort in and they fell short on PEC, right? And I think that was massive disruption for them. Team that hasn't been disrupted, that is going to be FaZe. There's one, there's two, another couple of points on the board, another couple of opportunities here for FaZe to close the gap and maybe bag themselves some more money.
Yeah, outside the blue here, team's taking more shots, actually connecting onto Luik. They find tons of kills here for FaZe, and they get in on this western side here. Potentially could get more. Hickses, though, finds good stuff. Unfortunate situation for them. Now, Win or Die here on this eastern side, trying to hold out GK, trying to clean this roster up with just a two-man left of Spiro and Diffix. Hickses also find James with the headshot from the mini.
Yep. Hopefully Diffix he's got some more ammo now. But I feel he feels confident with the VSS. Interesting that Na'Vi store here, Hive store here as well. Both on a 3. Keeping out of danger at the moment. But you've got to look, you've got to count, because at some point Na'Vi have to activate. They have to start getting some kills. And at the moment, the fighting is not near them. They might be safe, but they're not safe if they want the victory.
Oh, for sure not. But Fix goes down. FaZe limited in 9th place. Decent amount of kills for them coming their way for this game as well. They actually put themselves into top 8. Let's see if they can hold on to that. That really comes down to what Ascend is capable of doing. It looks like a 3-way tie currently with FaZe, Eternal Fire, and VP. I think they got one more kill. Not sure, though. I think they're going to end on 81, to be honest. Let's see when the leaderboard updates on the left side.
GK just on the outside edge now. Get the kills. They found themselves in the top 3 scenario now. They are ahead of Win or Die and BB Team, but both these teams still remain in. BB Team have a full roster, full lineup as they hold out on the west. Unfortunately, though, for the guys, can you get a final shot? Nope, there's one. And gonk, dunk.
Farius finds Diffix. That's 1 point going for Navi, obviously. But Hive, they are inside the zone mark. They're looking pretty strong inside that northern side. Looks like they're going to be getting potentially even into placement points. Maybe some kills coming their way. But Navi, they need to step up. Only a 3-man alive. Farius is alive with 1 kill. And the boys could make something happen. Could make the dream run come through here. But they would need to sweep on the eastern side, kill anyone available there, plus take out Hive, potentially outside the top 4 for this to work.
They'd have to activate. They have to go nuclear now. And at the moment, the bodies that are alive are just not there. They have to rely on a win. But they also have to deny Hive any more points. And I know I spoke about Na'Vi kind of leaving it to that mid-game, that when they sort of activate. I feel like the mid-game of this tournament has been a bit chaotic. So actually up to this point, we've already lost so many bodies. Normally would see Na'Vi kind of go aggressive now. There'd be enough points on the board to kind of close things out. The zone goes back towards Hive and Na'Vi gets sent packing. I just can't see them. They're just not driving forward. They've got to sweep that east now.
If someone doesn't run into Hive, this is just a win, Mark. Like, it's just gonna be so
They're
easy.
in the tower, aren't they? They're just sitting in that tower. They're happy.
Harry Potter. Yep, they're chilling. Absolutely great last game for them. A little bit of circle off to close things off with, and then locking this down.
That's a hard position to push as well. You're going to need some blue zone nades and multiple to sort of dig them out. But you'd expect like teams around them. Well, it's not really going to come from the south. It would have to come really from that east. Would have dive locked that down. VP now moving towards that position. Laos repositioning himself now. VP just double checking. He knew Hive were here before, but I didn't see him shift away.
What happens here, Mark? What does VP get to do onto win or die? And then does Hive then strike? How do they get out and maybe try to clear out the northern side? Once everyone else is kind of converging onto this west-north side. VP maybe backfilling VP as well. It'll be extremely difficult to make things work. That's a little bit of damage done to Lukaruks. Now he has to do things. Driving straight into win or die. Leas gets tons of damage. Devante Leas gets 2. Now it's just down to Corexi here, Mark. It's just falling apart for VP.
It's falling apart from VP at the moment. I thought they were safe, rotating their way in. Will die repositioning though. Nade comes out towards Leos. Oh, the air burst. A little bit of damage, but it's not enough.
Montage with the absolute steal. With the links. Trying to dig him out. Now extends. This is the time for Na'Vi. They are striking. They're getting points here. They're trying to chase this up. Backfilling Na'Vi. Na'Vi backfilling BB here. Getting those points could be huge, but they need to take on a team that has a higher ground position. Really strong. Hard to push here, these rocks, Mark.
They have to go. Like, you've got to be looking at this gun. We've got to play. We've got to go for the zone. This is what we're used to. We've seen Na'Vi historically. Last game antics win. Molodoc's seen 1. He's seen 2. You can hear the footsteps of the 3rd now. The flash comes over to the top though. Nades will come back. The air burst not going to be the connection point. A little bit of damage towards Molodoc, but he's not. He peeks for 1. He's going to re-peek. Surely he's going to get a 2nd, but doesn't quite get in time.
Gets 1 more potentially. Oh, the barrel. He's down to 28 HP though. The guys are taking tons of damage from multiple utility here now. That's a great underhand nade. Could connect on the other one too. Hakatori is just sitting tight inside that blue angle. And BB team, they are completely denying the potential of Na'Vi catching Hive at this point.
They are. That should be the dreams ended for them. Hive will be happy as they hold it down. Na'Vi got a full 6th place for them, so they don't get the kills, they don't get the placement. Now the explosive action starts to happen. Molodoc's going to get the ability to get a med on his little driving forward. They're looking to try and conquer, and there's some more kills. BB team go out in 5th. They fall short of the placement points, and Hive are locked in, but they're locked in under Ascend's watch.
Hive is also locked in with a nade, and that is them out in 4th place, but the amount of kills, the amount of placements that they got from that is making it impossible for Na'Vi to catch here. Win or die, though, they could make a run for it. They could be getting even more points, more kills here, and I think that might be them trying to chase down this 2nd place here, Mark. If they can close this out, they will be taking 2nd place away from Na'Vi, and that'll be a huge effort. And with Levante getting even more kills, he could be putting himself into a 40-kill terrain after 18 games. What a fantastic effort for him. more than 2 kills per game.
Spot the Hadouken. Love it. They need to get the kills. Will die. This will be good for them. It's not a first, but a second point. That's more money. That would be deserved. The team which has been grinding their way up here. Ascend trying to look for the deny. There comes the nades come through. Ascend's going to launch back. They've got everything to gain as well as they're looking to try and convert what they can. It's Chris takes a little bit of elevation now. He does peek on over, but the phase shift for number 7 goes towards the north, and that does mean when I die on the south point, they get to control, they get to watch. It's only down to Brex if he can sneak his way out.
Yeah, Brex will be alive here. The question is, does Hadouken strike? Does he stand up and go Hadouken on them? The Levante could be falling here unless he's an absolute maniac and turn on him. Hadouken. That's an easy knock. That's an easy knock. And he goes Hadouken on the flush as well. Losing Levante there is insane for win or die. In a 2 versus 2 now. Nice shot from Chris. Takes down Leash. Could they take this away from them? Could they put them into 3rd place? If Ascend wins, it's not going to matter too much. But if win or die does not win, it's going to be the difference of 2nd to 3rd place here in the prize pool. And that's huge.
It's going to be a difference. Head on my bad. All of the pressure is now
that's massive.
Is on his shoulders. One man has the team remaining. Zone shifts slightly away. Brex had the opportunity as he opened up the opportunity for Ascend to wrap round on that east. They are having a look round. I don't think they know exactly where he is. They have a good idea. Going to put some deployable cover. This is going to be a rush. 42 seconds left on the clock. We're going to wait for the zone to start coming in. That's going to force the position away. And Brex just dodges those Doritos because we don't want to see any more knocks from them.
It's Chris on 6 kills. What an absolute machine.
Yep.
It's going to be cool to see him performing as well in Nations Cup. He's always been having these big play moments. And he's had it again here. Getting the knock and flush onto Leash. Putting everything onto Hello My Bad's table. It's going to be a big plate on that table. And it's going to be a lot of food to swallow for him to kind of pull up and make something happen here.
This is going to come down to the peak time, right? If Brex moves into that smoke and misses Hello My Bad, does he drop the ball that he's over here? He's now seen him. There goes the smoke. So Hello My Bad has the information as one in front. It's Chris has had team ascent, right?
Yeah,
so
split.
He could put it down to a 1 versus 1.
He spotted him maybe there? Oh, maybe not.
No, he's gone north. He's not seen him. Maybe the sound cue. Just needs to stay calm and collected. The guys
good timing
they start
here.
Looking.
Good timing. Just needs to be silent enough. Just silent enough here, Mark. 3 helmet.
He hasn't got the heavy util though.
No, but 3 helmet and 3 vests could be enough. Did Brexo spot him? And he's disengaging from it?
He's disengaged. He thinks he's clear. I reckon they're looking now more towards the centre of the zone. Chris has been laying down, using the window as cover. Yeah. My back and now use the smoke, use the rock to his advantage. Now, it does put the blue against his back. Brex now finds himself a P90 and a free vest and a free lid. So the mountain, or the hill, has just become the mountain. But the thing is, the guys are now stuck in the shack, right? They're stuck in the tower. And the Head of My Bad has the freedom to get moving as they look onward towards the centre of the zone.
Yeah, but they just
start using smokes
here. Yeah.
They have no idea.
Oh my god, oh my god.
They have no idea. He needs a knock. One. He needs a knock. He gets one. It's down to him. It's 1 versus 1. It's Chris, though, backing his way up, though. Head of My Bad wants to drive forward. It's Chris catches him, though. He sprays through the smoke, but doesn't get the connection, Martin. But Head of My Bad, he's got an objective, and he's looking to achieve.
One more point. That's a flush. Still only 109 here. He needs to win. 10 smokes. 10 smokes. He's got it all. 10 smokes, a nade, a stun, and a blue zone. It's huge.
Oh my god. Nade will go through. It's Chris will shimmy, shimmy, wiggle, wiggle away from that though, but he's trying to deny the information. He's trying to get his head just above the smoke. Head of My Bad though had the opportunity to get some more smoke, so he's going to be able to deploy some cover. So he will find pathing now towards the centre of zone, but with the blue zone out, with the nade gone, it's going to go down to a head-to-head, and that's a great use of the utility. And now Head of My Bad's got the cover. It's Chris in the open though. He has to drive his way forward. The flash comes out. He backs into the smoke, backs away, and he gives away Chris. Chris now has to hard cover.
No, it's about the TPP angle. No more stun grenades. He could smoke him, yeah, okay. He could smoke him. Look at that. It's going to be a dance. It's going to be a smoke dance here, Mark. It's going to go off.
He's
my
got
God,
it.
that's huge!
He's got it! Oh my God, what a move from Hello My Bad. The blue touched him and it sent him to a victory. It's a win or die, and it's Chris was not ready at the end. What an ending we had there, James.
Spectacular to watch. Hello My Bad. Individual plays through the roof and being able to subvert exactly where they thought he was. That spray onto Brexco after him picking up a P90, Martin, as well. It was the perfect strike for Hello My Bad to start opening things up.
Yeah, and the perfect player to take out. Like, the P90 is obviously so strong. In TPP as well, like with the laser sight, everything on, it's just so strong to play and peek around with. So for him to get him, that's massive, right? And, you know, like, at this point here, Winner Die started on 59 points, guys. They had a 50-plus point day here today to close out second place. What a fantastic way to do so. And Levante being a massive leader in top frags, I think he's going to be able to close out more than 10 kills more down to second place in kills. That's just huge.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. Congratulations for them to be able to take second place. But we do have to talk about our champions here. It is going to be for Masters 2. It's going to be Hive. They played Superior. They played Sublime. They drank in that honey and they took a sip of that sweet nectar, Mark. Congratulations to Hive, our champions. Wall to wall, they were playing brilliantly here for Masters 2.
Consistency, right? It was sweet consistency from them. Able to find themselves in more top 4 scenarios than most of the other teams. They got a couple of points here and there. They didn't really drop the ball when it came down to the other games. So they will claim victory, though. And well done for them, as 123 points will close that one out.
It was never like they didn't drop the ball exactly, Mark. And Martin, when you look at it, it was first place every single day by Hive. Nobody was able to really wrestle it away from them. They fully deserved this one. There was a few circles here and there that came their way, but that's PUBG. That's what happens. It's what happens when you defend those circles, and they were able to do that fantastically, as well as play every other style, like the edge play that they were showing in day one as well.
Yeah, 5 wins. Like, it's just next level for 18 games, especially in a game mode that you're not used to competing in. It really shows the mechanical skill of these guys, shows that, you know, you're able to adapt in a time that you have to. And 11 points ahead of Win or Die here that had to scramble today to get into it. That's just massive.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Congratulations to Win or Die as well, that second place. I was saying, I mean, when it comes down to those final moments with those individual plays, Hello My Bad looking brilliant whilst doing it. Here, Ascend towards the very end as well here, trying to make a bit of a meal of it, Mark, but not able to shut down good old Hello My Bad. He was making some brilliant moves.
Yeah, he was very close. And you know what? Let's take a moment, because it's Chris held that team there in that last game as well. So always super consistent for that team. Always, a super excited to see him at sort of Nations Cup, which is coming up. But yeah, he held well. Unfortunately for him, he just wasn't ready for that last move. That Blue Zone literally put a rocket in Hello My Bad, and he went skyrocketing forward. He knew exactly where he was going to be.
Yeah, definitely. This makes me really excited, actually, Martin, looking at Hive and Win or Die taking first and second for, like, next PEC when we get there as well. Never mind the Masters that are obviously going to be coming up even between that, but the fact that there's just an opportunity for some of these rosters that aren't your Navis, your Twisted Minds, to shake things up as well when PEC comes around.
Yeah, shake things up, and also, you know, get a little bit of prize pool for themselves, keep themselves afloat. For multiple of these guys, obviously trying to make it full-time or already playing full-time and setting other things aside. So it's huge. $7,000 obviously going the way for Hive is massive. Win or Die also, this last game clutch here, going from $2,500 in third to $4,000 in second place is also huge.
Yeah, you guys were talking about it whilst the game was going on, but for Na'Vi, like, it was just too slow down towards the bottom, right? That means that's actually going to cost them quite a bit of money, really not being able to get points on the board, Mark, now ending up in third.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's still $2,500, but we were hoping for them to contest for the championship, right? We were hoping to see them be in there and take potentially Hive down. And it's always interesting when you still have, you know, that last games that comes in and they can still do it, but they got absolutely shut down by BB team.
Yeah, as we say, $7,000 going the way of Hive. Congratulations to them. I think they'll be buzzing about this one, and that was really truly not intended, but you know, it's that's how we describe it, right? Congratulations to them, Mark. I think it's going to be really good. I mean, every single one of them across the board, right? Like, also some great individual performances from them.
Yeah.
I think as much as we've seen some great individual performances, they as a team really gelled this time around. We saw them holding some brilliant positions together as a 4-man squad.
As I said before as well, like for me, they're coming through this. Obviously, people sign up, they go through the scrims, they then go through the player cup, and they find themselves in a Masters, right? They weren't the top team. They've had to work at things. They've had to figure out how to play. Yes, these guys have played together. Yes, there's been a change of name, but they, like any other team here, are getting used to the changes that are happening. And it's been really nice to kind of see them take a step up every single day we see them play.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, congratulations to them. They win Masters PPT EMEA number 2 here for Hive, and obviously that's very big, important points moving forwards into Masters West a little bit later on in the year. For now, though, we shift gears, boys. We are going to once again do some questions from the community with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA that you guys have been submitting over on X this whole time. So welcome, sit back, chill, relax. We're going to answer some questions. Even I don't know what's coming up for the questions for this time around. So we're about to find out who's going to be asking them, who's going to potentially be winning some G-Coin, and what we're going to be talking about. So the first question, please, from who? We have Thataska. Thank you, Martin. Oh, you're so good. What do you think of the placement point change? And I suppose to that extent, it's quite a short question, I suppose. So I guess also, like, what do you think it has done to the games overall so far here for the PPT? So, Mark, I'll start with you.
It's forced a level of aggression, right? What I think about it, I'm still open-minded. I think, as we spoke about before, PUBG are testing things at the moment. Every region has something slightly different that they're doing, and I think they're gathering data. So if the objective of the placement points is to make it more aggressive, tick, I think it's working, right? We're seeing a lot more early engagement. I still think I'd like to go back to kind of a 10-point, maybe myself, maybe only have a top 4 scenario. I'd like to see more plates or more of a reward for someone winning. But again, you then look at Hive and they've just got loads of placement points and they just seem to find top 4. So I think there's still some more games to be had, but if the objective is to get more kills, then it's working.
Martin, you were saying that the percentage is a lot now for kills relative to placement. So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, well, I'm slouching a little bit back. That's a little bit of more of a podcast change, right? It's
sinking.
I mean, this is a long chat, but for this one here. But I'll try to cook it down. Yeah, we go from somewhere around 65 to 70% of the points coming from kills to now more than 85% are coming from kills, and it changes so many things. It changes that the teams now are extremely aggressive because now we have the recall system as well in play, right? And it makes it worth to take these fights early game, which then makes our circle settings really bad. Like there's too much space in first circle. I've been proposing the idea of making our first circle smaller. And then making our mid to late game circles bigger, because we very often see the 8th circle, when that pops, it's almost gifting some teams the win based on that. So I'd like to see a smaller first circle and a bigger later stage circles. And because we don't have that, and the timings of how long time we have in our early circles, it just makes our early to mid game very packed still in terms of fights. It makes our mid to late game have tons of free space, slowing it down, making the whole point of this for me is, my idea is that we spread out the kills more, right? Because we have right now when 4th circle pops, all the teams, they scramble to get into position. And we see, 10, 15 kills go in the kill feed, and we catch 1, 2, 3 of them with the observing. And that's the idea from what I'm thinking here, is that we spread that out more. But with the recall system, we don't just spread it out more. We get a little bit of early action. I like that. I think there's multiple ways of doing it. I like that we have the early action, and it is because of the placement point change alongside with having recall. So I like that. I think that's fine. But I think we should be somewhere in the middle. For me personally, I would like to see a 10 points for first, and then 5 for second, all the way down to sixth. So only top 6 gets points. So 1 point for sixth, 2 for fifth, and so far. So first place is still heavy because winner chicken dinner should be celebrated. And if we're not, we want to see the reactions from the players. They should be celebrating, jumping out of their chairs, having a lot of fun with it. And 10 points would do that. Or we should have a monetary incentive where it's like $10,000 when we get to PGC or something like that in the finals, where you have a monetary incentive alongside the other prize pool, because we want to see the celebrations from the chicken dinner. It should be celebrated because a lot of players, both watching and also playing, it is difficult to get a chicken dinner, so it should be celebrated.
I get you. I know that you could talk about it for about half an hour, so
probably more.
Yeah, I know. I get you. We have meetings and things like that, and we talk about it a lot between all of our tournaments as well. But anyway, let's move on to the next question and see what we've got as well. Decatron X, do you think TPP is based more on individual performances? There is an extended part to this question as well, so I'll try and... Do you think it's based on individual performances or team-based play comparing to FPP? Like if one guy was consistently gathering information behind cover or having these pop-off moments that we've seen. So Martin, I'll start with you and see if you can keep it a little shorter than our previous.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. You didn't even need... So you wasted time saying that I need to keep it short, and now I need to defend myself. I'm joking. Yeah, so for sure here, TPP in terms of we see these pop-off moments here, and the players that are more versatile and more versed in playing TPP, you really see them having a bigger impact here. But it really comes down to how agile you are to your way of thinking and kind of taking away your FPP mindset and putting the TPP mindset on. And we're probably going to see that progress throughout the year, in my opinion.
How about yourself, Mark?
Yeah, I think it just needs more time, right? I think if you look at individual performance, I still say an FPP because it's still like, oh my god, moments. But again, I don't think we've had enough time for it yet. So as the year goes on, I think we are going to see some more. And will it sway towards a personal versus team? Not quite sure. It's still a team game. So keeping those bodies up, keeping those bodies alive, I still would say maybe we still have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things, right? As you say, people getting used to it, but also there's moments where an individual can potentially get away with more in the PPT right now, bit like what we saw from a Fairist. Like, and be able to analyze more information in your own singular moment, as well as if some teams get a little bit more overzealous about making that push happen, like the Twisted Minds push that did occur there. Or when Quizzy was able to gather as much information as he did against the Slam G situation. And then the nade, which seemed to be designed to go for a flush, haphazardly catches the boys on the way in. So anyway, that is that question. All right, one more question coming in from the community. Let's see who it's going to be. We have The Ransom. What is your favorite memory from PUBG Esports history? I think a few people actually asked this as well. So thank you very much, Ransom, for your question. The Ransom, I should say. This is an interesting one, actually. I think I'll start with Mark, because you said you've never been to a LAN.
Never been to a LAN. This PNC would be my first one actually physically seeing, but me watching LANs, I'm tied between two. Navi's win at PGC in 2022, right? Stop with your soundboards. I think that win at the end, that was really, really good. But I also got to give my credit to the PNC UK boys. So I've got to give... But again, that was 2022. So I'm going to give my memory of years for PUBG for 2022. But no, I might be favouring that more of that Navi win at Globals at the end. I think that was the same year. That was really good to see when Uber was on that team.
All right. Well, how about yourself, Avenger? I know you've been to a few LANs.
Too many.
Almost all of them. It's been kind of crazy, right? Because obviously there's times where very early days where you're playing yourself, like Gamescom 2017, DreamHack 2017 was fun.
Yes.
But like the time that it gave me the most goosebumps, there's actually two times. One was PGI Berlin when we had the opening show. It was crazy. But in game, it still just has to be the clutch game from FaZe Clan in the lower bracket final where I'm slamming the disc.
It's his Destiny button.
Yeah,
you can press it again if you want.
And Calaris goes, "It's Destiny," and they drop something like, I can't believe it was 16, 17, 18 kills and a win from being 24th. Into getting 16th and qualifying, and then they went on to the finals and gotten second place. Absolutely mental scenes there. That was crazy to see and witness there. So that's from the in-game perspective. But yeah, the opening time and scene from PGI Berlin in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in 2018 in Berlin was just insane. And the obviously different budget, like there was a lot of time and effort spent into that. That was huge. But yeah, that was cool to see.
Yeah, I'm hard pressed to pick something that isn't that tournament overall, because it was a very fun time with friends and everything like that. I was going to go for a really soppy one, and that maybe you don't actually expect, because you know what's really cool is that 8 years ago, I met this ridiculous individual, Avenger, at my first event, and we didn't know each other at all. And you know what? I made a lifelong friend in that moment. So that was very nice. That was lovely. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I was terrible back then, yapping off screen, but then...
Yeah, I'm out, mate.
Bye, Mark.
No, separate these two. Separate them.
No, but yeah, it's been a long time coming, yeah, and obviously some crazy times have happened in between, yeah. 8 years, I can't believe it. In a few months, it's gonna be 8 years since Gamescom as well. Like I can't believe we're pushing 9-10 years here with this esport and with PUBG. Like time is just flying past.
Hopefully it continues. And with that soppy outro, we say congratulations to Hive, of course, being the Masters 2 champion. A brilliant performance from them, wall to wall. They are our champions. A huge thank you for tuning in around the world. Don't forget, we have NA coming up in just a little bit's time as well, so make sure to tune into that. Give old Toffee's a hello from us as well. He was there back when I met Avenger as well. It was good old time.
He was casting.
All right. He was casting. What a lad. All right, that does it for us. Thank you very much for tuning in around the world. That has been Masters 2 for EMEA. We'll see you next time. Congratulations to Hive, our champions.